On the heels of a packed Wood Memorial weekend here at Aqueduct Racetrack, we begin anew on Thursday. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday edition of America's Day at the Races, coming to you live from the Big A in South Oaklawn Park, New York. The sun is shining. It's a bit chilly. It's kind of that fake spring type of season, but the warm weather is coming. We have live racing for you as well from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. A big weekend coming up there as well with the Grade 1 Apple Blossom on tap on Saturday. Also this weekend, the final Kentucky Derby prep, the Lexington at Keeland. We'll have coverage for you. We'll be there, in fact, but we're here in New York today. Keisha come alongside Jonathan Kinchin. JK, it was a lot of fun last week, kind of seeing a lot of those final big Derby points races. One more to go with the Lexington this weekend.
Absolutely, and you know, it's those last 2 weeks always kind of get exciting because you get to see the horses try the mile and an eighth. It's the last kind of furthest test for most of them, getting ready for the mile and a quarter of the Kentucky Derby, and then you get this last little chance for some horses to try to sneak into the starting gate if they so choose, or to set them up for later races like the Preakness or the Belmont Stakes. So the Lexington Stakes tomorrow in Lexington, or not tomorrow,
Saturday.
2 days from now. I don't know where I'm at. I just know I'm flying tomorrow, so who knows? Who knows where I'll end up?
This past weekend, we saw the Wood Memorial here at the Big A, the final Wood Memorial to be run at Aqueduct. Such a great environment here at the Big A, fantastic crowd, and a nice result as well. Albus off the back of a really impressive maiden score. Now the second horse for Riley Mott to earn a spot in the Kentucky Derby starting gate.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be exciting to see Riley with two. You know, Riley was obviously very instrumental in his father's first almost basically win with Country House, who didn't cross the wire first, but did get his name painted outside of that paddock at Churchill Downs, and now on his own to have two horses in the Kentucky Derby at this point, it's got to be exciting for the Mott family as a whole.
Yeah, incredible. The other one for Riley. As far as the fillies were concerned, we also had the Gazelle this weekend at Aqueduct, and always a runner. Another one off the back of a win at Tampa. She took some time to get started, and she showed that she really has been always a runner. Just kept coming in the stretch.
More than I could ever remember, it feels like this Kentucky Oaks is the most wide open Kentucky Oaks we've had in quite some time. I mean, I would struggle to probably even think who is going to be favored. Even looking just at this board, I still struggle to kind of figure out who will be the horse that takes the most money in the Kentucky Oaks. It's going to be a very contentious running of the Kentucky Oaks to get started on that first Friday in May.
It seemed going into the Ashland last week that Zany was kind of the horse. She got beat. Percy's Bar was pretty impressive with the win that day. It really kind of put everything up in smoke, I think, is what a lot of people felt about the big horses, so to speak, in the Kentucky Oaks. Pretty wide open, and whereas the Kentucky Derby, it feels like there are a few kind of big players that you're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, the Derby feels like it has felt for the last couple of years, right? I mean, I think that in the past, there's been times where you could focus in on one horse as a likely winner of that race. Now it feels like you can always grab 3 or 4 of them to kind of feel like you can lock it up. Last year, I felt very confident that Journalism or Sovereignty would win, and that's kind of how it unfolded. This year, it feels like the Commandments, the Further Adoos of the world are towards the top of that conversation.
Well, we'll talk a lot more about the Kentucky Derby and that field shaping up in the next few weeks, but here's what's coming up on today's show. Jam-packed action between Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Turf Paradise. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Thanks for tuning in for all of the exciting action on this Thursday. As always, you can play along, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. Take a look at the field for the opener at Aqueduct. It's a maiden special weight. We have an early pick 5 kicking off here. Pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later on, by the way. Talk more about that as we move forward. But this one is 6.5 furlong sprint. And right now it is currently the second time starter, number 4, Brightline Bullet, who's 2-1, making his long-awaited 4-year-old debut. But first, we welcome in somebody special joining us today. Welcome to the America's Day at the Races program, Samantha Perry. Samantha, I am so proud to welcome you to the show. You've done so many things. You've been a camera person. You've been paddock reporter at Gulfstream Park. You've ridden races as well and been a rider. Now you get to check off in the paddock in New York. Welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, I feel a little bit misplaced. I'm not behind your camera, and you're not in front of me here.
We look forward to hearing Samantha's comments throughout the afternoon. Like I said, somebody I go way back with as well, so very happy to welcome her to the show. We've got a lot of new faces on the show today as well, JK. More to come later on. Let's meet the field for the opener, though. Again, pick 5 starting here as they start to make their way out. We'll begin things with the number 1, 2 Ducks from the inside.
Yeah, a horse that ran on a track with moisture in it last time and was bet that day. I would consider probably a little bit disappointed based on the last couple of prices this horse got off on and how well 2 Ducks has run.
5-1 from the rail, 5-1 on this one as well. Second time starter, 1 pack. I'm guessing this is not 2 pack, but 1 pack?
Wow, that is very good.
Right?
I did not get it.
I didn't get it when this horse debuted, but I was looking at it.
That's very
Gotta
good.
be, right?
Yeah.
There's Draft Riots.
Yeah, a horse that took some money on a couple of occasions last summer as a 3-year-old. Just that natural progression of 4 should see this horse run a little bit better.
Right Line Bullet off the bench.
Yeah, one of the 2 horses in here between the 3 and the 4 that I think could win this race. This horse is bet first time out for Miguel. You might know him a little bit. And I thought the horse ran well despite the trouble.
He's my roommate. Mr. RT cutting back in distance.
Yeah, just the couple of attempts for a tag for me and not, the second last time, probably not fast enough for this group.
And Frostel finished 3rd in his most recent effort.
Has had some okay efforts in the maiden claiming races. The problem I see is out of those 2 races, there's only been 1 horse that's actually come out and broken their maiden. That's a little bit of a concern stepping up, facing some of these tougher horses.
Well, that's the field for the first race today. 2-1 on Bright Line Bullet comes back as a gelding. Was sidelined, unfortunately, after this race and has been training strong down at Payson Park. But it was a race that I do think he got a lot out of, at least, Jonathan. He had to make several moves throughout the running of that first race at Monmouth.
Yeah, I mean, his race is a perfect example of why you should watch replays, right? Because the running line doesn't really tell the full story. Yeah, he broke a little bit off slowly. Like, he missed the break by about 3 lengths. And then he rushed up, made the lead, and the ability to do that, there's so much wasted energy in a move like that you might not identify unless you're looking at it, looking at the video rather than on paper. I thought Bright Line Bullet ran extremely well last time. I think even without your inside information that there was an issue, I think that long gap you would assume that something came up which prevented Bright Line Bullet from getting back to the races until now. But I think, like I said, it's one of these 2 horses, and they both have to answer the same question: is are they ready off the long break? And the way that I feel is at least one of them will be.
They're both 5-2 right now. As we go trackside, check in with Samantha. A lot of layoffs. Sam, what are you seeing there on the track?
Well, Bright Line Bullet is such a gorgeous animal, and the 2 horses that I'm leaning towards in here are 4-year-olds taking on a couple of 3-year-olds, which at this time of year, I think is just such a big advantage to be a 4-year-old. And the thing about Bright Line Bullet is the gelding for him is something that is just so helpful. A lot of people don't realize just how helpful gelding a horse can be. A lot of times it keeps him sound longer, and a horse like Bright Line Bullet, as Acacia mentioned, is just one of those horses that had a few issues. Now, I did notice that he is wearing pastern boots, which are just some fabric behind in his hind end, which typically means just right under the ankle, and it just typically means horses like that kind of hit close or just are a little bit closer behind. So I kind of understand that he probably was a little bit harder on himself, and with a big, strong horse like him, he probably got so much out of that kind of heavier training track at Payson Park. And of course, you get the good, nice Florida winter and no missteps in your training. Now, the 3 right to his inside is another one that's coming off of a pretty lengthy layoff in a first-time gelding as well. And I love that angle, as I know a lot of players tend to. This horse, whenever he debuted right here, the 2 horses that he was running against that finished 1st and 2nd in that race, they won. The winner won 2 races after that. They were New Jersey state-bred races, and then the horse that finished 2nd, Playing Tricks, actually has won 2 in a row and came back and broke his maiden off the layoff at Gulfstream Park. So I think this horse, although he has been training here at Belmont, he doesn't look like he's missed a beat at all, and he looks fantastic out here. Excited to see his comeback.
Definitely the 2 most intriguing, perhaps, on the card as well. Sam, thank you. What about 1 pack? It's got to be 1 pack, right? Not 1 pack? One pock, not one pack.
I'm going one pock.
One pock, like two pack.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. This horse comes out of a pretty live race as well, also off a bench.
Yeah, and look, you look at that last, number next to Ricardo's name, and he's 8th beaten 20. That looks like it was really bad. But there was some running that took place in the midst of that race, right? I mean, this horse popped away from there and showed some speed and was competitive. And look, I'm of the belief that when it says maiden special weight and it says Saratoga and it says July or August, or I guess maybe a couple days in September, those races are absolute wars. And for horses to show any ability in those races, to me, goes a long way in what they could be. And just like the 3 and the 4, obviously, with that long gap, there was something there that saw this horse see the sideline. Maybe with maturity, maybe with growing up a little bit, if they can put the first part of that July race and duplicate it with the second part, now suddenly one pock could be in the mix. The problem I have is I just feel like the 3 and the 4 both ran better back last summer. So they have, in my opinion, more to build off of. The 2 is a little bit more of a guess for me.
The number 6, Frostel, actually ticked over to favoritism for a moment and is taking a lot of attention. This is a 5-year-old in this field, definitely one of the most seasoned ones. In fact, the one with the most starts in this field. What are your thoughts on this horse, who has run a couple of fast figures? It's just has maybe racked up quite a few defeats already.
Well, I think that the misconception about this horse, and I'm probably going to put him in the winner's circle with this, is that his last 2 figures were very comparable to the 3 and the 4. The problem is that his last 2 figures were earned this year, recently. Those others were a long time ago, where they have a lot more upside, a little bit of a higher ceiling. I kind of know who Frostel is, and if one of the other two improves, Frostel could be up against it.
Really intriguing race. Draft Riot's now the favorite off of the layoff for Chad Brown. Maiden special weight to kick off the card here at the Big A. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
Frostel. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Frostel has sharp early speed from the outside draw, but here comes company from Draft Riots from in between horses, now with a neck advantage. 2 Ducks tightly at the rail is back to 3rd, trying to progress right in behind horses. That's Brightline Bullet in 4th. Towards the back end, second to last is Mr. RT with the trailer. 1 pack. They work up the backstretch, and Draft Riots is in front, is up by a half length. Frostel with mild pressure to the outside through a 22.43 opening quarter mile. Brightline Bullet and Jimmy Rodriguez, they're on the move from 3rd. Start to move forward, but the top duo is getting away. 2 Ducks is losing ground quickly, is dropped back to the tail end of the field. Here comes Mr. RT, and trying to launch from far out of it is 1 pack. Draft Riot's about to have company from Frostel and Brightline Bullet 3 wide. Red cap, Brightline Bullet 45.21 for that half-mile time, as Draft Riots is going to hold the rail in between horses Frostel, and pouncing right now. Here comes Brightline Bullet out in the center of the racetrack and is now quickly up by a length, almost a length and a half. Drifting out here in the stretch as a furlong left to go. 1 pack is rallying on from far, far out of it, but with a 16th left, Brightline Bullet will win the opener. It's all Brightline Bullet to kick off the early pick 5. Frostel 2nd, then came 1 pack for 3rd, and Draft Riots in 1 minute 16.41 seconds.
The long-awaited maiden win for Brightline Bullet, sat just off the pace setters to pull away nicely in the stretch.
Yeah, it worked out well. Where he didn't have to go with Draft Riots or vice versa. Draft Riots went with Frostel, but he got to sit right in behind, and he broke much better this time than he did at the Jersey Shore last summer. He sat right in a comfortable spot, and right around the 3/8 pole, he kind of really started to level off, and he looked like he was running best, and he got to take that outside swooping trip, and by the time he got to the top of the stretch, it was just a matter of how far he was going to win by, and he actually ended up opening up and running away from him late.
Big performance there from Brightline Bullet. The owners have been incredibly patient with a horse that the whole team knew had talent all along. So really rewarding to see him, given the time, do right by the horse, bring him back, when he's ready. Obviously, you don't always expect that might be April of their 4-year-old season, but for some horses, that's what it is. And he's a big boy that needed the time. 4-6, 2-3, 3-1 Brightline Bullet with the victory in the opener. When we come back, we'll preview this weekend's Apple Blossom, a big rematch. Majestic Oops got the best of Nitrogen in the Azeri last time out. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. In the opener, layoffs were the theme, and it was a horse off the layoff to get the win. Brightline Bullets, living up to his name, at least in the stretch.
I gotta tell you, Lakeisha, you're a calm rooter. You were very composed through the running of that race. Obviously, very close to home with your husband trading the horse. You had one little line, I felt like, maybe there. You told Jamie to come on, and then he did, and it's very calm by you, very collected, almost like you knew Brightline Bullet was going to run well.
He was traveling pretty nicely there. I like these kinds of wins. It's a lot less stressful from my heart. Brightline Bullet, great ride by Jamie Rodriguez, though, who's been riding very well. Was aboard Wood Memorial winner Albus this weekend, and has really been a nice addition to the Naira jockey colony.
I'm always impressed when guys and gals break their way into this colony. It's the best time to do it, right? It gets a little bit harder in the next couple of months. But to get in here, to start winning races, I think it goes a long way because, your husband Miguel, next time he's available, it's a little bit easier to name him on a horse because you know that when it's time to show up and perform, he'll do that. And that's how these guys and gals' careers can continue to improve and they get more opportunities.
Turning the page on to race 2, $20,000 claiming race, going 7 furlongs for 3-year-olds and up, as we have 2-1 right now on Gunner Bay, taking a drop back down in class, second off the claim for Mike Misselli. as we look forward to that. In a moment, we'll talk a bit more about it. But first, we're going to check in over at Oaklawn Park, as it's a big weekend there as well. The Grade 1 Apple Blossom coming up. We have Lafitte Pinkai, Richard Migliori with us. Guys, great to see you. And who doesn't love a big rematch where they get to throw it down on the track?
That's what we're looking forward to here at Oaklawn Park, Acacia. It's the excitement of a brand new week. You have the first of 8 races in about 25 minutes. And on Saturday, yes, the 58th running of the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Richie, before we get to the headliners and that rematch from the Azeri, taking a step back, this race, what makes the Apple Blossom such an important, prestigious horse race?
Well, it's the first Grade 1 exclusively for fillies and mares on the dirt in a year. So, like, to me, it's kind of kicking off that championship season, if you will. And obviously, they have these comprehensive series of races leading up to it. But this is the main event. And it's just fun to see horses that have competed earlier in this meet come back and, like Acacia said, settle it on the racetrack.
$1.25 million on the line, Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Take a look at the field, drawn last weekend, mile and a 16th. 9 strong will take place Saturday evening. And for the first time, Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for this fall's Breeders' Cup Distaff at Keeland. And last year's Distaff runner-up is the favorite, number 1 Nitrogen, 9-5 on the morning line. Of course, Nitrogen, a much heavier favorite in her latest, 2-5 in the Azeri last month on a sloppy track. Richie, how was Majestic Oops able to upset the reigning 3-year-old filly champ?
Well, I think Majestic Oops is very good, and, you know, we can't discount her effort. I do also believe that Nitrogen maybe did not run her A race. I think she came back in the Bayakoa as a filly that, admittedly, Mark Casse said was probably about 80% fit, and yet she ran one of her best races to date. And I think that makes horses regress. When they're not 100% fit and run that hard, I think that's when you see a reaction to them. Some people refer to it as a bounce. I do think the way she is trained here at Oaklawn Park, Lafitte, you are going to see the best version of Nitrogen in the Apple Blossom.
And there is Majestic Oops, and the fact that, you know, he's a 6-year-old mare, biggest win of her career, California bred. Her defeating Nitrogen, in your opinion, like, was that a fluke? Or can she beat Nitrogen and company again?
Well, I don't think it was a fluke by any means. You have to respect a mare that's, you know, won 9 races, has earned nearly $1 million, and is effective sprinting as well as stretching out. And her to be in this kind of form at 6 speaks volumes to the job that Dan Ward, her conditioner, has done. When horses get older, trainers have to keep them interested and keep them happy with their job. She still certainly loves her job. I do see a lot of speed in this Apple Blossom, Lafitte, and I think that plays to Majestic Oops and Regal.
Feature on Dan Ward during our Apple Blossom coverage on FS1. Back to Nitrogen. Her last victory, the Bayakoa, beats stablemate Neratsuri. Richie, the biggest difference in her Azeri loss and this Bayakoa victory?
Well, she found more. She kicked on, where in the Azeri, she just kind of ran, to me, a bit one-paced. This day, she kicked on. Her stablemate was well-meant as well. She's also in here, has speed, adds speed to the party. I do think you're going to see, again, the better version of Nitrogen. And when she's at her best, she's difficult for any filly or mare to beat.
DJ Stable, homebred Nitrogen, Alabama winner last summer, Saratoga, runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, as mentioned, a champion. Does this feel like a statement race, in your opinion, for Nitrogen?
Well, you know, as soon as a horse gets beat at a very short price, we're all kind of looking like, you know, is she going the wrong direction? So in that respect, yes, it is a statement kind of race. But again, watching her train physically here at Oaklawn, she just seems like she's kind of really blossomed. And you may see one of her better performances. I've been taken with her. Her enthusiasm, her coat, her weight. She's kind of checking all of the boxes of feet.
Seeking a second career Grade 1 victory, Nitrogen in the Apple Blossom, as we welcome in Megan Burgess to the broadcast. Standing by at Mark Casse's stable, Megan. It seems like, yeah, you spent a lot of time this meet at Casse's stable, and for very, very good reason.
Well, it's because they brought the A-team, Lafitte, and including your Eclipse champion and Nitrogen, who both her and Nirazuri look to hopefully extend Mark Cassie's dominance here in stakes company as he seeks to tie the Oaklawn Park record for 11 in the meet. But boy, has it been a tour de force. Now he has been able to produce a Kentucky Derby starter in silent tactic via sending his better horses here, as well as Counting Stars, who has rolled off stakes victory after stakes victory, capturing the fantasy. But his two older fillies in Nitrogen and Nirazuri are just training as so excellent coming in to this Grade 1 Apple Blossom. And Nirazuri particularly just hasn't taken a step wrong, as you see her listed winning the Trevista here. And I agree with Richie. I really do find she looks better for it. Coming out of the Azeri, it was a very sloppy day that day, almost is the most amount of rain that this track has taken this meet. And luckily, we won't get that kind of track on Saturday. Should be bright, sunny, and 80 degrees. And I think Nitrogen's going to be very tough to get around this weekend as Mark Cassie looks to keep on his steamroll this year at Oaklawn Park. Acacia.
Crazy. That's not Mark Cassie's stable. We can promise you that. Megan Burgess trackside, much more with Megan throughout the course of the broadcast. And yeah, for Cassie, you get the sense you're going to see a lot more of him and his presence in his stable here at Oaklawn meets to come.
Yeah, you know, last year he had a good meet here at Oaklawn. This year, obviously, an exceptional meet. And it feels like he's kind of built into that. And Mark has enough horses to kind of warrant having multiple divisions around the country. Obviously, he's talked a great deal about being a strong presence in New York with the synthetic at the new Belmont Park, which I'm so excited, I'm sure we all are, to see. But, man, you have a meet like this, I'm sure Oaklawn Park's become one of Mark Cassie's favorite places.
Yeah, so much on the line. The Apple Blossom Grade 1 status, $1.25 million purse, and that trip to the Breeders' Cup Distaff for the very first time. That's Saturday evening on FS1. As we go back to New York, Acacia Clement, JK standing by. Lexington bound before long. Guys.
That's right. I'm flying tonight. Jonathan flies tomorrow morning. So we'll be there. Really excited about it. It's supposed to be beautiful this weekend, too. Of course, Jenny Wiley and Lexington on Saturday. And really, really excited about that coverage.
I haven't been to Keeland in a while. I love
Me
Keeland.
too. Well, I've been there for the sales, but not for racing, actually. It's not the same.
But I haven't been there for anything.
Yeah.
And it's a nice warm-up for the Breeders' Cup in the fall.
Get a chance to see a lot of those horses running in the fall with the Breeders' Cup World Championships. But first, we're going to take a quick time out. We have the second race from Aqueduct coming up after this. Hope you'll stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock is a Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame, it will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass. Plus special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeland and Oaklawn Stakes races Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and as we mentioned before the break, on Saturday, 4:30 to 6:30 on FS1, we'll have live coverage of Keeland, including the Grade 3 Lexington, the final Kentucky Derby prep, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, which was an absolute war competitive race, and cannot wait to be there. Some great improvements and updates to Keeland that were unveiled this year as well.
It's one of my favorite places to watch a race live. Like, you know, it's so simple, you know, right? There's just that video board with like the stone, and it's like, and then I love to think back at the times people had told me that in not so distant past, that there was never a track announcer until Kurt Becker. Like, they used to just run around there.
He is the Keeland announcer.
Yeah, the best.
There's the field for the Lexington. We'll go with race 10 on Saturday. We hope that you'll tune in on FS1 with us for live coverage, see who can pick up some points and potentially move on to those Triple Crown races. Back to race 2 at Aqueduct, $20,000 claiming race, going 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds and upward. Gunner Bay still the favorite. Claim for $20,000 by Mike Misali, and dropping back down to a level that makes sense. This is a horse that's been quite popular at the claim box.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you can try to get cute and try to beat Gunner Bay, and I'm going to try to do that. But and I'm going to try to do that because the horse was odds on at this level for Linda and didn't win. So why do you love that situation where I do project this horse will be odds on? I just think there's some other alternatives in here. If I'm playing the pick six, I would not try to beat the horse as a whole. I think that if you have some other opinions down the line, you don't want a horse like this to beat you.
Well, that's a look at Maldini, the number 5 last out winner, as we bring Samantha in the paddock. And sometimes some of the new faces as they switch barns can be intriguing in these types of races.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm kind of with Jonathan here on the number 5 Maldini, because the last time that this horse was sprinting, it was on the synthetic up at Woodbine. So I'm excited for a little bit of cutback in distance here today for this horse. One that I thought ran quite well last time out. And I just feel like you're going to take another step forward for this colt. He's already got a race, a couple races across the track, and no worse than third here since the beginning of January. So I like this move quite a bit. Now, the number 1, I think is a very interesting horse as well, because you get the Cantermassi's barn main jockey, Manny Franco. This is a jockey that is very highly coveted during the wintertime here, one of the best of the best to get to watch. And now he gets aboard today, and I think that is very, very significant here in this spot, and now makes his second start off a little bit of a layoff as well.
Yeah, very interesting jockey change. Samantha, thank you. As this is a horse who was 15-1 last time, 5-1 today, now second off the bench. And Manny rode this horse back in November.
Yeah, it was one that was in the mix for me. I thought that, you know, the last race was fine. Probably needs to get a little bit faster, but, you know, off of that short break, hadn't run since December. Maybe there is a little bit more to add from a fitness standpoint. He's got some back numbers that could put him right in the mix, but to me it felt almost like he needs the dropper in Gunner Bay to not show up. He needs Maldini to not run well, and even Chipsational, who I've been chasing around the racetrack since his.
Do you know what I would love? I would love to see Chipsational on turf.
They did? I remember. I've heard you say this before.
I've been waiting since he was a 2-year-old. But let's meet the rest of the field. Starting things off since the one, Princip.
Yeah, like I mentioned, just one that I think that can win, but does have to take a step forward.
Here's Gunner Bay, the favorite on the drop down.
Yeah, I just think going to be a very usable horse in the pick six. I think if this horse gets beat, it really helps to pay out on the back end.
Quiet Wisdom trying to turn things around.
Yeah, had a little bit of speed last time, but stopped pretty badly.
Here is a horse that did show speed last time, Wake Surf.
Yeah, another one, same thing, showed speed and stopped.
Rob Atras, new claim for Maldini.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse's race 3 back was pretty good. I thought his last race was all right. I do think he's one that could improve.
Shipsational, third last time out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've bet this horse so many times, and he's lost so many times. Maybe, just maybe, the new connections will be able to unveil something that we haven't seen in a while.
And Register, can he get back to showing some of that speed?
Look, I love Dave Donk, and this horse has not been all that competitive in his last couple of starts. He's kind of an all-or-nothing type. He's either going to run well or run bad, because that's kind of the way he does. He's either in the exacta or he's 96th. It's one of the two for him.
There is the 2 Gunner Bay, still the favorite, dropping back down in class. We'll take a look at his race back in January where he finished second to Funny Uncle and just ran well. I mean, he was forwardly placed. He was part of the pace that day. Yes, he was beaten at a short price for Linda Rice. I guess that would really be kind of the big question. He was 50 cents on the dollar, finished second, claimed from Linda Rice. So that is, can he run back to those races? But he's run fast figures with a multitude of trainers.
Yeah, and I like to see that. You like to see a horse that can kind of bring his race. It's not necessarily what the trainer's doing, but one of the things with claiming types, I like to start at the bottom of the past performance and work my way up. And when you do that, you find a lot of disappointing short price efforts for various trainers. It's like this horse can trick people into thinking he's doing really well. And the one biggest one for me is when Linda had the horse in a couple of times for 50, drops the horse for 20, and Linda does very well with those types of horses, and the horse still found a way to get beat. Now, look, I mean, it's racing. Things happen. And it doesn't mean that Gunner Bay didn't run well. But I just think at what I project will end up being at least even money or less by the time this is all said and done. I just think that there's other options.
Perhaps one of those options is Register to the outside. Samantha, he has some natural speed. What's he showing you?
Yeah, and it's been a really nice warm-up away from the pony, which is what I like to see here. And this is a horse that is making his 3rd start off the bench. And if he could get back to that race that he was running before going to the sidelines, he could be one that's right there. I like this outside, just kind of attacking post position here. Now the big question is he still the same horse he was last year now as he's a year older? And that's the big question mark, right? Some of these horses step up, or when they kind of start getting down to these mid to lower level claiming ranks, they kind of can get stuck in neutral. I'm hoping for a little bit more from him. Maybe you excuse that first race just off the layoff, and he showed a little more life last time. But again, that was in the mud. But he has run well across a wet track in the past. So I'm just going to chalk it up to maybe he just needed those 2 races, but he does need to take a step forward, or at least back to that 5-year-old form that he showed before going to the bench in early December to have a say in this spot here today.
Samantha, thank you. 8-5 right now on the favorite, though, as this does kick off the pick 6. We had that carryover. You see over 111,000 in the pool so far, JK. Any thoughts on today's sequence? Anything you're particularly excited about?
You know, I mean, I think that it's an approachable sequence. I kind of like these little sneaky $50,000 carryovers where there's not a whole lot of, you see today's pool, it's not out of control. You're not going to get everybody in the entire world covering every combination. There could be some meat on the bone for these types of sequences. And race 3, I thought you could probably lock it up with the 3 and the 5. I think those are 2 horses that make it pretty simple. In race 4, I think you could probably get away with the 3 and the 7. And whenever you can get away with only using a couple horses, I actually think that race 5, another one that you don't probably need a million horses. The 6 and the 7 would be a couple that I like in there, but the 3 and the 5 obviously live. Only a 5-horse field there. Race 6. I think that you want to use as many as you possibly can. I think it's a wide open race, and everyone's got a race in their near past that puts them right in the mix. And then to wrap it up, it feels like there's a couple of cheap speed types in here that could keep it pretty honest. I think the 2 and the 7 make the most sense to try to take advantage of that. Another race that I'd like to keep as many onside as possible. Another trick that I like is if there's a race in the last leg where you feel like you either want to single or you need to spread, I would always advise to single in that spot, because then you can know if you get there, you know what you're alive for. And if you want to bet those other horses, you can bet those horses to win as part of a hedge to getting alive to one horse. Sometimes what happens is you spread in that last leg, you hit favorite, and you're like, ugh, I don't really need any of these horses. And you could have used that equity to kind of build up the multipliers to get to a number that actually makes sense for your investment.
Some great insight, and good luck if you're playing the pick six with that carryover. Starts here early on this short race card this afternoon. So starting in race 2, again with that carryover of just over 50,000. Gunner Bay continues to be the favorite, but taking steadily more money is the 5 Maldini, who Samantha talked about back in the paddock. We'll take a look at his last race, which was for Rick Dutrow, and this is a horse who maybe hasn't run quite as fast races overall as a horse like the 2 Gunner Bay has, but he is one that has been quite consistent, at least throughout his career.
He has been consistent, and consistent on multiple surfaces, consistent with multiple trainers. And the one thing about claiming races, I think, is that there's always the opportunity for something different to happen on the racetrack when there's a trainer change, right? It could be a positive thing. It could be a horse improves. It could be the opposite, where a horse takes a step back. And I think it's one of the things that I try to keep an eye out for, is you got to have some creativity in these claiming races, because you have to leave the opportunity open for a horse to do something different than what he's done on paper. When you're looking at stakes races, you kind of know who they are, you know what they do, you know their weaknesses, you know their strengths, and you know they're going to show up and be predictable, at least to a certain extent in that regard. When it comes to claiming types, you got no clue. You have no idea what's going to happen or how a horse may or may not run.
Yeah, it's one of those things, especially as they get older, that horses, maybe they don't win every time, but the ones that just show up and run their race, no matter whose barn they're in, they seem to kind of look after themselves. I have so much respect for horses like that and consistency.
No, absolutely, especially at this level, right? I mean, they're claiming horses for a reason, whether it be there's millions of reasons why, and when they can find a way to show up and run well or well enough every time, I think it goes a long way.
Even money, though, on the number 2 Gunner Bay. Pick 6 kicking off here. Thanks to all who participated, and good luck if you're playing. Race 2, start of the pick 6. Chris Griffin has the call.
Last to load to the outside. Start of the pick 6 here at Aqueduct. All set. And they're off. Good beginning as Quiet Wisdom has speed. It's Quiet Wisdom the gray. In between horses, Register towards the far outside. Gunner Bay now towards the inside, puts a nose in front. Gunner Bay with the lead. Quiet Wisdom, these two head and head. Register is just tightly held there up on the outside by Dylan Davis in third. It's a close-up third as they're tightly packed on the front end. At the rail comes Princip, is in the 4th position, is battling on, wants to move forward with outside of them Maldini. Also there in between horses, there comes Awake Surf, is in the red silks, and far back the trailer, Shipsational. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Here's Quiet Wisdom on the front end, up by 3/4 of a length. Register in second, dropping back was Gunner Bay, and Gunner Bay is trying to re-rally, just lost the lead, is now 2 off the leaders. Out wider here, trying to run on, that's Maldini, who's going to be 3 wide. In behind horses, Gunner Bay now needs a seam. It's Quiet Wisdom who's going to bring him to the quarter pole, 45.71 the half-mile time. Register is ready to pounce. Gunner Bay lost that ground, is now in behind horses, has to work out a trip, moves towards the outside, and here comes pressure from Maldini. Register has put a nose in front inside the final furlong. Quiet Wisdom down on the inside. Maldini is trying to catch the top 2. Not today, Gunner Bay. It's going to be Register who's up by a full length. Register, Dylan Davis. They win it. Quiet Wisdom second, then came Maldini and Gunner Bay. 1 minute 23.42 seconds.
Register found some of that form again. He's run some fast races in the past, just maybe not able to seal the deal. Dylan Davis gave him the right kind of ride today.
Absolutely, he's an all or nothing type of horse. I mean, you look through his past performances, he's either 8 beating 26 or he's second beating 1. He's always right in the mix, and never have a problem seeing my man Dave Donk in the winner's circle. This is one that I didn't quite see it. I know our colleague Andy Sterling picked this horse on our handicapping show, Talking Horses, so a good pick by Andy, but I didn't see him running this race today, and he was very, very good.
Yeah, he's not one of those horses we were talking about that has consistency. It's just not him. But he showed up today, found his friends, so to speak, and good to see Dylan back, sidelined with an injury, started riding back a few weeks ago, a big win this past weekend as well. Dylan Davis with Register in the victory in New York. We head back over to Oaklawn Park. Lafitte and Richie with us. Guys, ready to kick off the card.
Andy with a $10 winner in New York. Richie, you better have something good for us here in the first race at Oaklawn.
I'm feeling too much pressure, Lafitte. That's way too much heat.
$12,500 claiming crew. Let's meet him. Safecracker Sue, Ontario bred, 1 for 26 lifetime.
And moving up from the $5,000 level, also 0 for 5 at Oaklawn Park.
Elise Sims, second half of the entry, 2 for 1. You're getting 11 to 1.
Yeah, and if you weren't getting 2 for 1, they would even be a larger price.
You have the 3 entries initially. The 3C is out. You just don't see that very often. Here's Cold as Ice, who has been struggling at the level.
Yeah, and doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed in a race that doesn't feature a lot of speed here.
Chiquita Reina, second half of the second entry, 2 for 1. You're getting 5 to 1 here.
Yeah, another one that just lacks speed, but she is dropping back to the 12.5 level, or she was second 2 back.
Army Nurse, at least she's shown speed in her last pair.
Yeah, and she, to me, looks like potentially could be the main speed, other than the 1A, Ellie Sims.
My Spit and Image, difficult to endorse.
Yeah, would have to find a race we haven't seen. She's been stopping pretty badly lately.
Ragtime Sizzle, new barn, cheapest she's raced for.
Yeah, and the drop down in class could be exactly what they were looking for. Also adds blinkers.
Looking mighty fine towards the outside, 3 months off, and a class drop for her.
This is who I like. I think the class drop's significant here, and I just think she's in a logical spot.
That same pattern. Cha-ching, cha-ching. It's the class drop, by far softest competition she's faced.
Yeah, much easier. Also turning back in distance. You know, for 80,000, where she was claimed 3 back, that race would be competitive here. But she's another one that doesn't have the most natural speed, and I think in a race like this, it doesn't appear to be a lot of speed on paper, could put her at a slight disadvantage.
Megan, still trackside. Any getting around the chalk in this first race to kick off the early pick 5?
Well, we know that I'm kind of a little bit of a price hunter when it comes to Oaklawn and trying to find angles, but I thought the horses taking money are incredibly logical in this spot. And we'll start with number 6, Ragtime Sizzle, who does get that equipment change. Blinkers come on, and boy, do I see a difference in her today, dating back to her last couple of races here at Oaklawn Park, where she was just kind of more unassuming. She didn't have all of the highest of energy levels in the paddock, and she kind of ran to that, especially last time out on that sloppy sealed track. Gets to a fast one today, and she is so much brighter, more alert, sharper. She's just way more engaged, kind of gives glimpses of her early form back in 2025. So I'm hoping to see her a bit more engaged in this race. As Richie mentioned, there's not a tremendous amount of pace in this field, but I think there will be an honest one up front. I will say, with a scratch of Hiralita, kind of opened the door up for somebody else to perhaps get to that front end a little bit less of a pace than prior, but I think she's logical. I'm going to go with her in this spot. The number 7, Looking Mighty Fine, is incredibly fit off of the bench, and I think she has every opportunity to take a step forward on the drop-in class. But lastly, quickly, the number 8, Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching, is a massive filly. I just wonder if her recent form is a little hesitant, but she's got that back form, Lafitte, and what I thought was kind of a tale of 2 class droppers, with hers being clearly the most significant.
7 to 5 now. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Looking mighty fine for you. Any final thoughts as they move into line, Richie?
Well, it will be interesting to see how the pace plays out here. You do have the 1A. Ellie Sims has some speed, as does Army Nurse. Do they hook up and make it a little faster pace than I anticipate? I just don't see a lot of pace on here.
Andy with a 9 to 2 winner at Aqueduct. Richie, let's see if he can get this 4 to 1 winner home. Looking mighty fine in this first race at Oaklawn, but the favorite to her outside, Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching, 6 to 5 at post time. Matt Dinneman with the call, first of 8 on a Thursday Apple Blossom Week from Oaklawn, live on Fox Sports 2.
Chiquita Reina about to come up. Chiquita Reina goes it. Army Nurse, post position 3. Our best turned out award winner here today in the opener, ladies and gentlemen, Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching, groomed by Ezequias Castillo. Congratulations, Ezequias. Still working with Army Nurse, post position number 3. The first of 8 races today, ladies and gentlemen, and we kick things off with this 6-furlong spread. Still working with Army Nurse. The riders hopped off Army Nurse. Joe Belmer trying to load her into the gate. Army Nurse goes in. My Spittin' Image to post position 4. Illy Symes. Into the outside. Cha-ching, cha-ching. 8 races on the docket. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Smooth beginning from Illy Symes, who's showing speed today, up on the pace with My Spittin' Image. Cha-ching, cha-ching, right up in the vanguard. These 3 across the track, looking mighty fine right behind them in 4th. Then comes Cold as Ice, Ragtime Sizzle, nickeled along a little bit. She's well behind, 10 lengths off the pace with Safe Cracker Sue. Chiquita Rain also in that line, and Army Nurse as they head past the half-mile pole. Cha-ching, cha-ching on the outside, goes off as the 4-5 favorite, leads the way, clearing off from the competition into the turn. Cha-ching, cha-ching, rounding the far turn with a 2-length lead now. In second, Illy Symes behind, has been left behind in that second position right now. Cold as Ice into the 3rd spot. My Spittin' Image sent upon plotting in place right now. Coming to the top of the lane, looking mighty fine, is given way with Chiquita Reina. Ragtime Sizzle still in midfield as they come off the turn. Cha-ching, cha-ching cruising has increased the leading margin to 6 lengths with 3/16 to go. And there are no dangers in sight. She's now 9 ahead. Cha-ching, cha-ching, 10 lengths in front, maybe even farther ahead as she hits the 16th pole. It's a 1-horse affair, and that 1 horse is Cha-ching, cha-ching. If you had money on this one, cha-ching, cha-ching, you can cash in. Looking mighty fine, gets up for the 2nd position. 3rd home in the race was Chiquita Reina, and then Ragtime Sizzle.
By daylight, cha-ching, cha-ching. Jay Provenzano's Flying Peace Stable. Christian Torres in the hot pink silks, trained by Mark Cassey. Torres there, crop uncocked. Richie, only a question of how far.
Yeah, she showed improved speed on the drop-in class. They did go very legitimate to fast pace, 21-4. But this mare was always in charge, and it just really underscores when you drop in class as precipitously as she did, how much easier it is for these horses to get involved, and basically she just dominated. It was kind of interesting. It looked to me like the 7, looking mighty fine, was going backwards around the turn, and she wound up getting up for 2nd. I just think the other, the winner, Cha-ching, cha-ching, starched everybody that was chasing her.
There's running away and hiding, and then there's that. For Christian Torres, when you ride a winner who wins by the D, are you aware of how, without checking the rearview mirror, are you aware of how far back the competition is?
Usually it's really quiet when you're that far in front. Unless it's such a big crowd that they kind of drown out any horse noise behind you. This one, I think it was pretty, apparent to him that, because he never even thought about riding her hard. And the other thing they do nowadays, Lafitte, which I never had the presence of mind to do, they look at the infield tote board to see where they're at.
They probably weren't like that as big, high def 4K back in the day.
We didn't even have Film Patrol when I started.
I'm just saying. Didn't have those tools to use back then. 8-7-2-6. Favorite delivers Cha-ching, cha-ching in the opener at Oaklawn. When we come back, 23 days and counting. Derby 1-5-2. The prep's all but complete. Lexington on Saturday, and that's it. Field coming together. Some early opinions from our team. That's next.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We saw the Wood Memorial this past weekend here at Aqueduct. We'll recap that in a moment, but first, register into the winner's circle for Dave Donk in race 2. Dylan Davis aboard, a horse that maybe is not the most consistent at times, but he was spot on today.
He sure was, and there's nothing wrong with seeing a Jets hat in the winner's circle, because you know if that happens, there's only one person. It's got to be Dave Donk with his Jets hat on.
He's very loyal, that's for sure. And he's the best. Always will say yes to an interview. I think during COVID, I must have interviewed him like 3 times a week because there was nobody here. He was great. Over at Oaklawn Park, we just saw Cha-Ching deliver, getting the victory on the cutback and distance for Norm Cassie. Short price, and she delivered at $360 in the opener.
Yeah, a fun win for a friend of Naira Television, right? Jay Provenzano, and a nice rocking chair win where I bet you Jay didn't even have to smooch at the TV for that one.
Knowing Jay, though, he probably still was, which we love to see, getting the victory. Now we look back on the Wood Memorial this past weekend. We touched on it at the start of the show, Jonathan, just the environment here, the number of fans, how many people came to the track, just admiring the history of Aqueduct, the people here, the diversity, everything about it. It really is New York City's racetrack, and that's what I always tell people. Aqueduct never tried to be anything that it's not.
Absolutely. There was a line coming up the escalator. The first time I ever came to Aqueduct was I had a layover at JFK. And it was like a 3-hour layover, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to sit in some airport bar when I could go across the street, bet a couple of exactas. Right? And it's what I did. It was the first time I came here, and it's, you know, look, I mean, it like you said, it's never tried to be anything that it's not, and it is what it is. But it's a beautiful place with a bunch of tradition, right? Yeah. And to see it go away, I know it's meant a lot to a lot of people. There was a line getting up the escalator on Saturday. Like, that doesn't happen very often.
It was pretty cool to see, and a lot of people, us included, have a lot of special memories in this place as well. That was the Wood Memorial. We inch closer and closer to the Kentucky Derby, and take a look at how the field is shaping up thus far. We had the big 100 points races this past weekend. Of course, the Lexington still to come on Saturday, but here's the leaderboard as of now. How do the contenders stack up? Jonathan, who's the horse you're most excited for going into the Kentucky Derby?
Well, I think, you know, I mentioned a little bit at the top of the show last year, it felt like Journalism and Sovereignty were the most likely winners of that race. It was hard to nail down one of them. I feel very similar about Commandment, Further Ado, and Renegade, feeling like they kind of have a pretty strong hold on the top of the division. But I will say this. Further Ado is a horse that had, I think, arguably the best 2-year-old race that we saw, but then he had a couple of races that didn't match that. And I think a lot of people were probably questioning whether or not Further Ado was just really good at 2 and just never really trained on. But then his last race in the Bluegrass, he kind of matched and improved off of that 2-year-old number. So now that 2-year-old race actually does feel real. His new race feels real because it backs up what he did as a 2-year-old. I guess the only question, which I think is probably a silly question, is does he have to run this well at Keeland? And I don't think that's the case. I think that he is one that seems to be going in the right direction. He's in the right hands, and he's one that I think has probably the most upside for a wow Kentucky Derby. I think Commandment has a big chance to win. I think Renegade has a big chance to win, but I think Further Ado has that chance to kind of do something a little special.
He's exciting. And one thing I will say, too, I saw him 2 back at Tampa, which was his first race off the layoff, and Brad Cox had even mentioned this. He's not a big, powerful horse. He's probably one that really improved with a race under his belt, and we just really saw that all come together in the Bluegrass.
And that's good news I think, for a race like the Kentucky Derby, right? I mean, there's a lot of, if you look at all those aerial view wins of most horses, there's some adversity that comes along, some ducking and some diving that's necessary, and Further Ado having that turn of foot and like you said, being kind of a nimbler type, that's probably good news for him.
Yeah, you need some athleticism, that's for sure. We bring Samantha into this conversation. Who are you looking forward to in Kentucky Derby 152?
Well, kind of on that other hand of what Jonathan was saying, a horse like Commandment, who Brad Cox said to me before the Florida Derby that you cannot count a rib on this horse, and that is so true. He's such a big, strong individual, and so any adversity that he's going to face in a starting gate of 20 horses, I think he can handle it. You want a horse that's battle-tested, and I know that was maybe just a gritty, kind of barely, not visually impressive win in the Florida Derby, but I think it showed a lot of heart, and he's one that just gets his nose down in front just in time, and that's what you want to see in the Kentucky Derby.
He's a fighter, that's for sure. He's done very little wrong after being defeated in his first race. He's put a string together of wins and just, I feel like, has been quietly consistent all the way.
Yeah, I think it goes a long way, is being consistent leading up to this race, because I think that what you want to know is that if you can be consistent, that means you've overcome different scenarios. And there's going to be a scenario in the Kentucky Derby. It always happens. There's not too many horses that get absolutely perfect trips. I mean, I guess maybe Big Brown. I mean, American Pharoah got a pretty good trip, but the rest of them, there's usually some adversity somewhere along the way.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing how it plays out, but let's get thoughts from the Oaklawn team on who they're looking forward to. Lafitte, take us through it. Who are the ones that are standing out in this year's Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, that age-long question, who do you like in the Kentucky Derby? For handicappers, they have over 3 weeks to try to figure it all out, Richie, but with the prep races all but complete, what horse specifically impressed you most out of the final major prep races?
Final major preps, I think you have to give it to Further Ado. To draw off to win by 11 lengths, the 4th largest winning margin in the Bluegrass Stakes, which 115 years of history, first run in
They've run it a few times.
11, right? Arts and Letters won by 15 in 1969, Aladar by 13 in 1978, Sinister Minister 20 years ago by nearly 13, and now an 11-length win by Further Ado. And the way he drew off, and the more I look at the way this Kentucky Derby is shaping up, it doesn't have as much speed signed on as a lot of other years. Now, I still think they'll go a legitimate pace for the distance, but I think Further Ado, and now it's been, out in public that John Velasquez has picked up the mount. Johnny's a forward rider. He's going to get position. I think he's going to set up a really good trip for himself with the lack of strong pace in this Derby.
Jonathan touched on it. What do you say to the skeptic or the cynic that says, yeah, but his very best races have been at Keeland?
Well, I think it's a legitimate question. I mean, he's kind of taken it to another level at Keeland. And also to run this big, this fast, fastest buyer figure this year by a 3-year-old, right before the Derby, maybe that's not the perfect pattern into the Derby, but you cannot deny his ability.
Megan Burgess is with us. Megan, as the Derby picture comes into focus, what are you looking forward to? What horse in particular as we get closer and closer to Derby 152?
Well, Renegade obviously pops off the page, and I am an Oaklawn homer, so I've gotten to know him a little bit and his connections. But when speaking to his connections, it's been to me the maturation process, the cumulative step-by-step building that this horse has undergone. And now you could argue he didn't have the fastest buyer speed figure in that Arkansas Derby. It's the way he did it that was more impressive. And when you look at other horses around him that you have those question marks of peaking, I think this horse is the opposite. He's progressively inching closer and closer to his best. His last time out in that Arkansas Derby, he was very patiently ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr., who has been confirmed to be aboard him in this year's Kentucky Derby. He was last early. They did not go very fast up front at 47 and change half that day. And he was just incredibly...
All right, Megan. Renegade there. Not the gaudiest speed figure, but what did catch your eye dissecting the times, the fractions of the Arkansas Derby and his performance?
His last 1/8 of a mile was scintillating in less than 12 seconds, and he's done that in every one of his starts where his best 1/16 of a mile, best 1/8 of a mile is his last one. Bodes well for a 1.25 miles.
How much does post position matter to you once we get around to the draw and watching these horses prepare and breeze leading up to the Derby?
Preparation is key for me. I want to see a horse coming into the race the right way. Post positions have become less important, not that they're unimportant, with the advent of one starting gate, not 2 different starting gates. So I don't factor it in quite as much.
That's the thing, Acacia. The conversations we're having now, 23 days out from the Derby, it could look so different by the time we get closer to that first Saturday in May.
Amen to that, Lafitte. Just as we just saw with March Madness, they say March means madness. I feel like April, early May means a little bit of chaos going into the Kentucky Derby usually, Jonathan.
It does. It's you know, I think for a lot of the connections, it's probably a very stressful 3 or 4 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it might be at this point, waiting to make sure that everyone's, you know, all good. You know, it's we see it a lot. It'd be silly to ignore that a lot can go wrong between now and then. And then when that happens, the races can change quite a bit. But I will say it feels like a very competitive group. I think the Derby's more fun when you got 3 or 4 really good ones at the top, rather than having one really good one or I have no idea type of Kentucky Derby. These feel like the exciting ones. I think whoever can win this Kentucky Derby, that conversation about Triple Crown will start immediately after.
Let's meet the field for race 3, New York bred maiden special weight at Aqueduct, starting off with first-time starter Carly B. There's another first-time starter, the 2 into the unknown. Yeah, the problem is the connections. 0 for 62 in the last 5 years with first-time starters. Is this going to be the one that breaks the drought? See, Rudy Brisset with a presence here in New York this year. Tuttletown comes back off the bench. If you're 6-5 into the teeth of a Todd Pletcher-Rapoli at Saratoga, then there's obviously some buzz about the talent that you have. There's Floydjoy, first-time starter for Dave Donk, looking for another. Yeah, I mean, I guess Dave could win back-to-back. This one feels like a turf horse. Does have much more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side as well. Find Your Path, second-time starter for Tony Dutrow. I'm looking for this one to improve off of that first effort. 5-1 right now, I thought was a bit interesting. Another David Donk first-time starter, Force of Mischief. Yeah, this one is a longer price than the one that feels like turf, so I'll probably just wait and see. And there is Garden of Grace, escorted, as always, by Outrider Pony to try and keep her quiet. She feels like her better races are on turf, but when you have a New York bred, it doesn't make a lot of sense to ship down to Florida to try to get grass. Just stay up here and just see how the dirt thing goes, because, like you know, New York breds start with an advantage. And so I think that sometimes you see horses that don't do all that great on the dirt because they stay up here, but they're better on the turf. And maybe George is just trying to hold this one over, keep them informed for when the grass does come back, because conveniently the tarps behind us are off of the turf course. And it looks amazing. Yeah, it does. It looks really good. It's very exciting. Turf racing due to start in a couple weeks or a week, I believe. That is, don't quote me on that. That is an Andy Serling question. He will know. It's starting soon. There's Garden of Grace, second last time out on a wet track. Blinkers going on for her, which I thought was interesting. I feel like they hadn't added blinkers in the past because she's so quirky, Jonathan. She's a little bit tough prior to her races, and you see it sometimes in the running of her races. There she is, late to switch leads. She's always right there without being able to seal the deal on either surface. Well, I mean, everything you just said, everything you just described out loud, then if we were just sitting around somewhere, I'd say, well, maybe blinkers might help, right? A little bit quirky, a little bit always right there, not quite seeing it through. And maybe that's what George thought. Maybe it's an experiment. Like, let's find out now how she runs with blinkers. Even if this isn't her surface, we have some information that we could use a little bit later when she gets back on the grass. She's 2-1 right now. Let's check in trackside with Samantha.
Thanks, Acacia. And the number 3 for me is the horse to beat in this spot. I know this time of year, a 3-year-old facing 4-year-olds and up can be a little bit disadvantageous but I do like the works coming into this race. There was a work at Keeland on the 13th of March, and she worked absolutely beautifully with an unraced horse for the connections. It was just such a nice, sharp 47 and change in hand. And last year at the Maryland sale, I really did think that she worked really nice. She went 10-1 in the slop that day, and $120,000 for a Classic Empire is a pretty nice price. And of course, now being a 3-year-old, she'll add Lasix for the first time. And when you look back at her turf race, she added blinkers. And a lot of times horses, when they add blinkers for the first time, they have a tendency to break a little bit slow. So I don't read too much into that. I was still very impressed at the middle move that she made during that race. And she looks very fit off the layoff, especially with those nice kind of bottom into her type of works at Keeland. Now the number 7 Garden of Grace, as Jonathan and Acacia mentioned, she is a bit of a handful, and the blinkers on today, it kind of looks like to me whenever she's just running her races that she's kind of waiting on horses. She needs that little bit of security blanket, so they just add the very short cutback blinkers on her today. And if she can keep the lid on, she's drawn well in this spot. And sometimes quirky fillies like this, it bodes well for them to be drawn to the outside. But when horses are drawn on the outside, they have a tendency a little bit to break outwards towards daylight when they don't have a horse next to them. So it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. We'll find out when the gates open. And the number 1, Carly B, this is a 4-year-old making her debut for the David Duggan barn. And this is a filly that at the Saratoga August sale, she sold for $150. And for a Gervin, you might say, oh, well, that's quite a bit. But Gervin was very hot that sale. And at the time, they were selling for that type of price. Now, Randy Miles bought this filly, and this is a pin hooker. So the fact that she didn't go into a 2-year-old training sale, I don't think is the greatest sign of maybe her ability. And then there's no gate works on the page for her as well. So I'll sit and watch one with her today. And a first-time starter from the rail is never the best post position to be in.
She's taking some attention at 3-1. Samantha, thank you. Looks like a big girl as well. And you often talk about this, JK, how you prefer outside posts versus inside, especially for horses with little to no experience.
Yeah, but I have a kind of a cancel out opinion here. But if you're gonna have a horse like this drawn on the inside, there's a couple of riders I'd like to see, and Ricardo's one of them. Someone who I think can be a little bit aggressive away from there, who's a good gate rider, that's not going to let her fall asleep. And, he's going to keep her engaged early, and he's aggressive, so he'll hold that position. That helps. I guess conversely, though, when you have a trainer who's 4 for 46 with first-time starters, that typically means that it's not Dave Duggan's thing to have them ready to rock and roll first time out. He likes to let them kind of run themselves into shape. And that would be the opposite of where I would want a horse like that to draw. If you're interested in this horse, I think the race is won or lost at the break.
Now have to combat mission, multiple stakes place. Good going long, though, in those types of New York bred races. Tuttletown continues to be the favorite horse. It took a lot of attention as a 2-year-old, as you mentioned. Grazier got the win that day for Todd Pletcher, and this was a horse that I remember being in the paddock for this race, and she had quite a bit of buzz about her coming into that debut. Yeah, I mean, look, Rudolph does a great job, but to come into New York, in Saratoga, and be the favorite into the teeth of a Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, first-time starter, that says a lot. One thing I will say, I wish she got second last time. I wish she went by.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. There's a turf race in between. Yeah. So there's still a lot of question marks about her as the favorite.
We'll learn a bit more about her today, though. She makes her 3-year-old debut. New York bred maiden special weight coming up next. Here in the 3rd, Chris Griffin has the call.
Grace to the outside. Dylan Davis, they move forward. All set. And they're off. Garden of Grace with the speed from the far outside, but here comes Find Your Path in between horses and down towards the inside, tightly bunched as Floyd Joy. Dalila Rivera moves forward, has all the speed, and Floyd Joy is up by a half length. Pressured to the inside by Tuthill Town, is going to hold that rail position here as a close-up second. Losing ground there was Find Your Path. Garden of Grace is in the 4th spot now, 4 off the leader as Floyd Joy works into the turn through a quick 22.44 opening quarter mile. Tuthill Town gets off the rail now, wants to re-rally Edgard Zayas. They're on the move, and it's Floyd Joy in front of Tuthill Town. Here comes the run from Carly B. Was off the pace, dropping back quickly. There was Find Your Path. Garden of Grace is on the move, too, from far out of it, trying to rally on as Force of Mischief and into the unknown. They reach the top of the stretch, 45-4 for that half-mile time, and center of the racetrack, it's Tuthill Town. Carly B's got plenty of momentum, and Floyd Joy's not going away either. Garden of Grace is trying to catch these leaders. To the outside, Tuthill Town. Floyd Joy just keeps pressing on. Floyd Joy with a nose advantage. Tuthill Town with every chance to run by. These two down to the wire together. Photo. Looked like Floyd Joy held on. Over Tuthill Town, then came Carly B in 1 minute 11.56 seconds.
D-O-N-K, donk, donk, donk with a double. First-time starter, Floyd Joy holding on over Tuthill Town, who once again would not go by in the stretch.
I mean, I'm not even sure if the Jets won 2 games in a row this year. Dave Donk with back-to-back wins. I don't do this very often, but I am opening my stable mail right now to type Floyd Joy, because when she's entered on the grass, I am not going to make the mistake of letting her go off without me having a wager. I think you look at her pedigree, it's all grass. All of her siblings have all run well on the grass, and to win this race here the way that she did, I think was very, very impressive on the dirt. At a huge price.
She moves a bit like a turf horse, too. She has the kind of that knee action that we talk about and has the pedigree to back it up, holding off the favorite. Dave Donk with a double in New York. Horses on the track for race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Got anybody looking for a double there, Lafitte?
I'm still laughing at JK's line. That was good. Not sure the Jets won 2 games last year. David Donk on a roll in New York. Post-parade here at Oaklawn Park. You're looking at Callie Cream, Majestic Oops' stablemate, trained by Dan Ward, then Daring Madison.
Daring Madison makes a lot of sense. Go back to the first race would be very difficult to beat here.
Yes, Julia, quick filly, wet tracks in her last pair.
Yeah, add speed to the affair here, but maybe the wet track actually aided her in the last 2.
A Mancuso, 2-1 co-favorite, arrives from the west for trainer Phil D'Amato.
This is my Phil D'Amato winning at a high percentage here, and this horse's dirt race was very good at Del Mar back in 2024.
Wicked 1, expensive. It's been a struggle.
Yeah, and just feels like they're trying to figure this horse's style out. Speed 2 back, off the pace last time. Questions.
Fraud alert, always fun. She has been bet in her first 2.
Yeah, has taken money and now kind of gets the makeover. Blinkers on with Lasix, so that's a tell to me.
Rational Theory, the favorite.
Makes a lot of sense. Consistently forward and has run races good enough to win here.
Okay, Bella Lone, first-time starter.
Yeah, out of a mare that did win on debut. I like to look at that stuff. I love that 3-quarter work out of the gate, 3 back.
McSniper, California Invader.
Also had speed, had speed for Peter Miller at Santa Anita in February. Be interesting if that horse can build on that effort.
Who's ready to graduate? Solid maiden affair. Start of the early pick 4 in moments. Oaklawn, however, we have controversy. Acacia at Aqueduct. What's going on?
We do. Inquiry and objection involving the top 3 finishers. So 4-3-1 Lafitte, currently the unofficial order. From our steward's view, Jonathan, they're actually looking at the start of the race. I thought it might have been in the stretches. It was pretty tight in between horses there, but they're actually replaying the start and kind of into the early part of the race here. So the number 4 is your unofficial winner, Floyd Joy. Trying to see if there's anything here, again, involving 4-3-1. So things get a bit tight down on the inside with the 1 behind the 3, having to steady a little bit there. A little bit tricky at that point in the race. Richie, you're definitely the right person to ask about this. Early on at the start here, what did you see with the 4 unofficial winner, Floyd Joy, coming over?
Well, I don't blame the winner, Floyd Joy, at all. She was trying to run away from the outside horses, and Dalila Rivera was doing some job trying to keep her straight, but the horse inside of her was kind of running away from her at the same time. There's not contact there. So even though she's coming down to her, the other horse is stepping away from her. Keep an eye on that. There's always space between. Now, keep an eye on Dalila's right arm, right? See her horse running away from the other horse, head turned. There's still space there. Now the inside horse, horse inside of her actually took the rail horse out. I do not put any onus on the 4, Floyd Joy, here at all. There was always just some space, daylight between the horse inside of her.
Best insight there from Richie. 4-3-1 unofficial order of finish, inquiry and objection, and it is a good shot there as you watch it back to see Dalila's body language as well. We saw her was a 2-win day last Friday, I believe, here in New York. She's definitely turned some heads. The legend, Angel Cordero, her agent, and doing really well here. We'll keep you posted on what takes place. Again, 4-3-1 inquiry and objection here in New York. Back over to Oaklawn Park. Megan, what are you seeing for race 2? We'll get back to Meg momentarily, hopefully, as horses on the track over at Oaklawn Park. The number 4, Mancuso, currently the favorite in this maiden special weight, Lafitte. Hopefully, you guys have a little bit less drama than we do here in New York.
Fingers crossed. Acacia, fingers crossed. What'd you do to Megan's mic? Again, every time with you. Every time with you. So, yeah, we await a decision from Aqueduct, and at the gate here, second race, Oaklawn, who graduates at the end of this maiden 6-furlong sprint.
I like the 4, Mancuso. I go back to that race a long time ago at Del Mar, then came back with a turf effort. Has trained well since. I think Mancuso runs back to that first race will be tough. And I think you got to take a good, long, hard look at the 6, Fraud Alert at a big price.
To Matt Dinnerman with the call. Start of the early pick 4, race 2, Oaklawn live on FS2.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Daring Madison a little bit slow to go. Rational Theory on the lead with Yes Julia. Here's Callie Cream moving forward on the inside. Yes Julia, narrow advantage here on Callie Cream and Rational Theory, who's going to take back to third. Mixed Sniper next. Daring Madison making up ground down on the rail is 3 lengths off the pace with Mixed Sniper. Then comes Mancuso, 5 behind. K-Bella joins her. Wicked One at the back of the field with Fraud Alert. As they go towards the far turn, Yes Julia nose in front of Callie Cream. Rational Theory, 3 wide, getting closer in the third position. Daring Madison right behind the pace setters, still searching for racing room on the rail. Then comes Mixed Sniper. She's sent along. So is K-Bella outside of her. Mancuso being asked to pick up the pace. She's 6 lengths behind with Rational Theory and Wicked One, who's dropped out of it. Coming to the top of the stretch, Rational Theory making an eye-catching move to the lead. Yes, Julia behind in second with Callie Cream, and Rational Theory soars away from the competition with 3/16 to go. Rational Theory turning on the afterburners now is accelerated to a 5-6 length lead with a 16 to go. Another runaway win here at Oaklawn. This one is Rational Theory under Eric Asmussen. 10th time's the charm for Rational Theory, and she did it handsomely. Second home, Callie Cream, then Daring Madison. Yes, Julia fades to 4th.
No drama whatsoever here in Hot Springs for the second race at Oaklawn Park. Rational Theory blows their doors off. First career victory in her 10th career try. How did it take that filly that long?
The way she won today, it's surprising it took her that long. Well, she has run into some pretty salty competition throughout her career. Horses that came back to win, a couple of stakes winners as well, but she was in perfect spot every way, broke alertly. Eric Asmussen is riding so well. He's taken his game to another level, and I love how stylish he's gotten. Lafitte, you could just see his confidence level blossom, and he's having so much fun riding.
So what stands out as you watch Rational Theory, as Dinnerman referenced, throws on the afterburners and she is gone? What is the biggest difference watching Eric Asmussen today versus 18 months ago?
Just the physical maturation, just how strong he's gotten, and the confidence level. You could see he's resolute. He is so convinced that what he's doing is right. And that's the greatest gift a rider can have. You can't have room for second guessing yourself.
2 races here. Oaklawn, 2 easy winners. Rational Theory, 7-1-2-3 here. A decision from New York. The verdict, no change. No change at Aqueduct. 7-1-2-3 here at Oaklawn. Much more coming your way on this Thursday afternoon as our coverage on America's Day at the Races continues, and more with the Derby on the horizon. Derby 1, 5, 2, 3 weeks from Saturday.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Very proud of Racing for Home and very thankful every time the team lets me show that feature and promote things that we have going on. But Jonathan, something really exciting and a huge opportunity for Racing for Home, and huge opportunity for those of you who may want to attend the Kentucky Derby and Oaks. A tremendous thank you to Ken Freerich, who is a racehorse owner and philanthropist who has donated his Kentucky Derby and Oaks box with views of the finish line, and we're going to be auctioning it off with 100% of the proceeds going to Racing for Home in order to raise awareness and support for Thoroughbred Aftercare. So scan that QR code there. It will take you directly to the link. It will go through April 17th. You have parking, food and beverage, including alcohol included, paddock viewing access. It's section 117, box seats for 6. So great opportunity if you'd like to attend the Oaks and Derby, and all for a cause to look after our retired racehorses.
I've been to a lot of derbies, and I've hung out in 117 before. It's great. It's awesome. Like there's a lot of really cool places to be. There is some bad places to be for the Derby, and 117 is not one. So that's an awesome opportunity. If you've never been to the Kentucky Derby and you love racing, it's kind of like that. I know we always hear it's a bucket list item. It's a bucket list item for people who don't care about racing, but if you love racing, you gotta go at least once.
Yeah, absolutely. So please check out the link, follow Racing for Home on social media for more updates. And again, a tremendous thank you to Ken. Really, really excited to have the opportunity to auction off that box in support of Thoroughbred Aftercare. We take a look at the field for race 4 coming up, but first, no change, as Lafitte mentioned. Floyd Joy gets the win in race 3, that New York bred maiden special weight. There was some chaos at the beginning of the race, but it looked to me, both of us, Jonathan, like it seemed like maybe this was a start for her to just kind of get a feel of things, and she still ran that well, holding off your favorite in the stretch.
It's almost like the instructions were, don't get after her too much. She's probably going to be better going on the grass, but let's just get her some experience out there. And, man, she just really took to it and really ran, held off a horse that, like I had mentioned, a horse that took money into the teeth of a Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli horse up at Saratoga. So, obviously, some ability there and was able to hold her off in the stretch. The 3 had dead aim and wasn't able to go by Floyd Joy.
32-24, big price upset in race 3. Carly B, who did get squeezed at the start there, first-time starter for Dave Duggan. One to watch moving forward, I think. She still came back to finish 3rd.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we had kind of seen that coming. Down on the inside, she got squeezed back there. What you didn't want to happen with a first-time starter on the inside happened. We pointed out that Dave Duggan does not have, I don't like to say good or bad because it's not his intent. He doesn't have high percentage numbers with first-time starters, which means that he likes to let them kind of run themselves into fitness and into shape, and I would imagine Carly B will run better next time than she did here today.
4-3-1 after that inquiry and objection in race 3. Over at Oaklawn Park, Rational Theory may have taken her 10 starts to get to the winner's circle, but she finally was able to do just that, second time off the layoff for owner and trainer Steve Asmussen and rider Eric Asmussen.
It's an all Asmussen affair there with Rational Theory, and what sticks out to me is hearing Mig, who takes a lot of pride in the career he had for as long as he did, and to speak highly of a rider I know means a lot to Mig. He doesn't just throw around rider compliments because he's looking for something to say, and him pointing out that Eric is really turned the corner and is doing so well, and then to give him the stylish compliment as well. It's another thing that Mig's not throwing around easy, because every time we watch a Mig replay, he's always like, hey, look at that guy.
I look like a lizard on a log. And we love to hear it from Mig. Rational Theory with the win over at Oaklawn. Horses in the paddock for the 4th race coming up at Aqueduct Ubekwe. There for Safi Joseph Jr. taking the money early on. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 4 coming up next. Restricted, maiden optional claiming, and this is, according to Chris Griffin from Pete Aiello's call on debut, Ubekwe. That's what we just, right? First time in the Saffie Joseph barn. She had a bit of a trip first time out. 3-2 on her right now. Samantha, I imagine you might have seen her down in South Florida.
Yes, I did. And to explain that trip, yeah, no kidding. With the start, she just absolutely lunged at the gate. And that was with the trainer who typically doesn't have great numbers with horses debuting, and now is a private purchase and moved into the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn, which is a smart move. The Connections Turf Express, it's part 1 of C2 Racing. That's Mark Cornett who bought this horse for $65,000. And what a good eye owner Mark Cornett has with horses, and just kind of getting him sometimes at a bargain price and then turning him into a very, very nice horse. Now, this is a filly that she was not fit at all first time out, and what I like about seeing her here today versus in late February at Gulfstream Park was she's put on a lot of weight, and she needed it as well. She just looks like she's put on some muscle. She's actually has a lot of class to her, which is nice to see, so very calm in her new surroundings here, and I think she has a lot more speed than she shows. If you look on First TV, you can see a couple of her works. She actually worked on the 22nd of March with Kentucky Oaks bound filly, My Miss Mo, who was second in the Gulfstream Park Oaks, and she was just in hand with her the whole time. And any of these horses in this field, I don't think could hang with a horse like My Miss Mo, although her chances in the Kentucky Oaks might be a little bit a tough ask. But I still think that really just says volumes about her kind of ability now here and moving into a field like this. Now, the 7 on the outside definitely has a nice attack post here. Daughter of Practical Joke. She doesn't have a lot of size, and Practical Jokes, I really prefer sprinting, so I'm glad that we're going to see her cut back from that mile. And I think the muddy effort, it's not so much that she didn't really take to it. I think she kind of handled it fine because she does have a little bit of a lighter frame. I don't think that's the distance that she particularly wants. It's more just a sense of the Connections getting her ready for a spot like this. Now we'll cut back in 1 furlong, and I think that this is a perfect spot for her.
Pulling threads, 3-1 on the outside. Samantha, thank you. 8-5, though, continues to be your favorite first time in the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn as they start to head out for race number 4. Again, restricted maiden special weight, so fillies which were sold or RNA'd for $60,000 or less. Now, beginning with the number 1, Jordan's Love, second-time starter for Tom Morley.
Yeah, it took a little bit of money first time for Tom, and I thought ran well trying to close into a slow pace.
Here's Truda, finished 4th last out.
Yeah, and not a great 4th. It was a sloppy racetrack, maybe. And it hasn't broken great in 2 starts. Needs to do better there.
There's Ubekwe, now in the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn, we talked about.
Yeah, really bad trip last time. And then you're also look for that improvement switching to the high percentage barn of Saffie Joseph.
It's Carol's Way has shown up with some efforts that would make her a contender.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the cutback helps a little bit. She's going to probably have to get a little bit faster.
Access Point, first-time starter, not taking much money on the board.
No, I would need to see a significant amount of money come in on this one to lean that way.
Debuting for Lisa Barkowski, daughter of Maximus Mischief at 22-1. Next will be the number 6, Major's Dream Come True for Michelle Giangiulio.
Yeah, I mean, a couple, took a little sneaky money on debut. I thought ran well enough. I wish would have ran a little bit better when they came back, but I wouldn't be floored if this horse won. I just at 11-1 could be a shot to take.
Has been having some trouble getting out of the gate and pulling threads to the outside, slight cutback.
Yeah, slight cutback. A horse, another one who's taken money on a couple of occasions for Chad Brown, and slides into this condition by being in for $75,000. So I do think has a little bit of a class edge here.
Let's take a look at that trip we've been talking about with the 3 Ubekwe going back over to February 21st at Gulfstream Park. She was off slowly and then is going to be last by several lengths early on.
Yeah, I mean, she broke slow. I mean, I think just without the trainer change, this is the kind of race that you would look at and say, wow, I can't wait to bet that horse next time out. The problem is, I think, is that in this day and age where everyone can, watch replays on Naira bets or this is not really that hidden of a trip. Most people have seen this and understand. And then you mix in the fact that there's a trainer change to a high percentage trainer like Safi Joseph, it feels like there's going to be a double improvement. An improvement off this effort, an improvement off the new barn, and that's why you're seeing 9-5 so far.
She actually looked like she was going to buy in the stretch too, and then the 6, the eventual winner, actually drifted out a bit, and it seemed that this really kind of stopped her momentum a little bit there in the stretch too.
Yeah, and look, honestly, you got to keep the condition. Looks like it was probably a private purchase after that.
Yep.
So you keep the condition, private purchase. There's an opportunity to win a race like this, and now you're playing with house money.
Warming up out on the track, let's check in once again with Samantha.
Thanks, Acacia. And yeah, the number 7 pulling threads. Again, this is just such a good post position here. Just a very, very classy filly out on the track and now making her second start off the bench and her third start in general. And I think she's just got a lot of upside to her here. It's interesting. This was the first foal from the mother, Fashionably Wild. And usually first foals tend to be a little bit smaller in size. And she is just that. Now, I wonder if this is just kind of a track that can be a little bit taxing on horses, but I am glad that she got that race in the mud out of the way after that layoff there, because it was a 33 variant that day. That's a very heavy and tiring track, and so definitely the fitness edge is back there. And the number 1, this is actually a half to a horse named Bourbon for Toby, who's a 2-time winner long on the turf just most recently at Keeland in a very gritty allowance grass race here. I wonder if this is just a good starting point, another race for her before moving up north to Saratoga and perhaps getting on the grass.
Yeah, we'll see if she will try the turf down the line. As Samantha mentioned, Bourbon for Toby wants to go long on the turf as well. This really looks like she's getting a slight girth adjustment, though, just tightening up the girth back behind the gate. She wore that hood first time out and will wear it again just to kind of muffle the sound, help keep them calm. Looks like she's minding her P's and Q's.
Yeah, I will point out for those following along with the pick 6, the registrar who won the first leg, 10-1 morning line. Did go off at 9-2, but 10-1 morning line. Then you had the 15-1 winner last time, or 14-1, whatever it was for Dave Donk. I would say that the 3 and 7 getting beat here is a clear path to a double carryover. 3 or 7 not winning here, excuse me, is a clear path to a double carryover. I think if the 3 or the 7 win, I would imagine there probably will still be some tickets alive. It's a guessing game. I could be wrong about both occasions, but I think the 3 or the 7 winning, it will potentially leave open some people that use the all button in like the last race or something like that. But 1 or 2 more prices, you might want to stay up a little bit later tonight. We'll see what happens.
Get your handicapping hats on for tomorrow, that's for sure. Even money now on the number 7 pulling threads. Let's talk about her again. As you mentioned, she is a horse that sold for 6 figures, $250,000 yearling, but because she's running for the $75,000 price tag, she's eligible to run in this condition. So a bit of a drop in class, really, versus what she's been facing. To me, she looked like she just completely shortened her stride as they got onto the turn last time out. Like she was kind of just done early after pressing. So interested to see what a slight cutback in distance and class drop will do with her.
Absolutely, and I think that, being in New York as often as we are, I think that I've really grown to kind of, to respect the operation that Seth Klarman, Clarvage Stables, and Chad Brown have kind of put together, right? I mean, it's like Seth lets Chad train and lets him place horses where they belong. They don't overspend for horses typically. They stay in that digestible range. I think that most people would agree is a digestible range. But part of being able to do that is placing horses where they can win, not holding on for hope that one day a maiden claimer is going to wake up and be a maiden special weight type that's going to go on to be a stake type. And I think that, being realistic with horses like this gives them a chance. Where a lot of other people might see a horse like this and feel like, we can't run him for a tag. We got to keep him in maiden special weights, keep him protected. And so, but there's also the possibility that the horse isn't very good. You just never really know with horses like this, but I do give at least a little bit more consideration when it is a Klarovich horse when they are dropping into situations or running for tags.
Yeah, as you hear Richie often say, not only do you have to be a good trainer, you have to be a good manager as well, placing them in the right spots. And the old racing adage, keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the worst of company. So class drop for Pulling Threads to the outside, in large part why she is 4-5 right now. We have a pick 4 kicking off here. If you're out with some of those prices, you can get right back in on the action. Race 4, maiden optional claiming coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Major, dream come true. Pulling Threads, last to load. Pulling Threads. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Pulling Threads broke sharply from the outside, has a nose advantage. Company towards the inside here from Axis Point, who will now assert an Axis Point is the clear leader. Axis Point free running, enjoying things so far, and Axis Point is now up by a full length. To the outside is going to be Pulling Threads, who's a stalking second between horses. Here comes It's Carol's Way. Tightly at the rail, wants to get out of there, is going to be Ubukwe. Sahin Savachi, they're in a very tight spot at the rail. They're a shared 3rd and 4th. Out wider, clear running path for Majors. Dream Come True in 5th. From the back, it's Jordan's Love and the trailer, Truda. 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Axis Point is now in hand and moving right along here for Jamie Rodriguez. Pulling Threads is all in, trying to keep up with this leader. 46.31, and Axis Point is getting away. Axis Point is doing it all on her own, and she's opening up this margin as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Axis Point has not been asked yet, and now is up by 3. Axis Point trying to put it away. Ubukwe is now off the rail with some clear running room, and from the back, here comes Ricardo Santana Jr. on Jordan's Love as Axis Point has now come back to the field inside the final furlong. Ubukwe has now gotten that clear running, is up by 2. Ubukwe has a 16th left to go. Running on from far out of it is going to be It's Carol's Way, but no catching. Ubukwe, who will win it? Ubukwe wins it over Jordan's Love. Then came It's Carol's Way, up for 3rd in 1 minute 25.34 seconds.
Ubekwe gets the win for the new barn and into this type of condition, and looks like the private purchase already paying off.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if it was always this easy, the trip this horse came out of from South Florida felt like you were going to see a performance like this. The trainer change, you felt like you were going to see a performance like this. You put them both together, it felt pretty obvious you were going to see a performance like this. But if you've been around racing long enough to know, that still doesn't equal a performance like this.
Sahin Savachi in the saddle. She delivers at 5-2 to not come off the favorite, but one of the betting interests in here. Over a photo finish between the 1 and 4. Horses in the paddock getting saddled up for the upcoming 3rd race at Oaklawn when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back just in time. Oaklawn's Class 6, or Pick 6, in moments. Just about reached post time. Let's meet the field quickly. $10,000 claimer sprinting 6 furlongs. We start with Come Out Fighting, drawn inside 6-1. Richie originally purchased for $3,000, and he's banked $129K.
Yeah, one of those honest sorts shows up. He's got a winning profile, too, 7 for 27 lifetime, but does have to work out a trip from the rail. Christian Torres riding in terrific form.
Torres seeking a second win on the afternoon. Come Out Fighting, followed by City of Clouds, the 6-year-old going well, exceeding expectation in his last couple of races.
Yeah, more of a closing sprinter type. I think he got a little too far back last time, but he did finish.
Remember the Fear. Been kind of a forgettable meet. An outsider, 43-1 long shot side by side. Campfire Creed, one geared, very even runner.
Yeah, very even pace kind of thing. Remember the Fear, though? That's something riders don't have the luxury of doing.
Holding, found an ambulance chasing you. Holding Pattern, 8-year-old, 33rd start at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it just feels like his form has tailed off recently.
Derby date pictured?
10-year-old that might be in the best form of his career. I love to see that. Horses are getting a little long in the tooth, still enthusiastic about their job.
Table money, tough sledding since coming back.
Yeah, does have some speed, but boy, he's been kind of throwing in the towel quickly lately.
Majestic Majesty, Midnight Majesty. Chris Hartman first after the claim. Look out, the favorite 2-1. Then Cape Trafalgar to the outside. Needs a clean start. Issues in his last pair at the beginning.
Well, maybe the outside post will aid in that. He doesn't have horses, outside of him. So even if he doesn't get away as cleanly as he should get into the race the right way.
That's the field. Class 6, Pick 6 starts here. Third race, Oaklawn. And circling back to the 10-year-old and Derby date, 52nd career start. And we'll revisit his latest. This was 12 days ago. It's Sam Houston, the 10-year-old's 5th race in 2026. Richie, and well, we don't have time to revisit now, but fact is, 10 years old, still competitive, still winning races.
And that durability you like to see at 10 years old. This is a horse as a 2-year-old contested the Hopeful, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and here he is now at 10, still showing that enthusiasm for his job. That's why I don't like when they put age restrictions on horses racing. If a horse still likes his job, let him do it.
Warrior, a veteran, Derby date, the 10-year-old. But the favorite, Midnight Majesty. 3-2 at post time. Time for the Pick 6 here at Oaklawn Park. A final thought you had there, Richie?
Midnight Majesty, 4 wins as opposed to 11 seconds. Horses like that make me nervous at short prices.
But is the favorite at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 3 live from Oaklawn on FS2.
Working with table money in the green jacket to go in. He loads in. Midnight Majesty walking up. They've loaded Campfire Creed. So 2 back now. Midnight Majesty now make it 1 back. Cape Trafalgar to the outside. Here's Cape Trafalgar going in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Table Money wins the break. Campfire Creed being asked to go out there with him. These two together also in the line, Midnight Majesty and Cape Trafalgar, 4 wide. Those 4 tussle on the front end here. Come Out Fighting's going to ease off in a good spot. He's right behind in the 5th spot, racing alone. 2 clear of City of Clouds. Then Derby Date. Remember the Fear, who's second to last, and Holding Pattern at the rear as they hit the half-mile pole. Contentious Tempo on the lead. Inside, Campfire Creed's got a nose in front. Midnight Majesty finds himself between horses. Cape Trafalgar 3 wide as they go into the turn. They've separated 6 lengths on Table Money, who's left behind in 4th. Come Out Fighting sent along. Outside of him, claims 4th, has some work to do. Still well behind now, 8 lengths off the top 3 who line up. We come back to Derby Date, needs to get going as well as they come to the top of the stretch. Back to the lead here. Campfire Creed tired. He calls it a day, it appears. He's trying to fight back on the inside, but the other 2 are kicking on together. Midnight Majesty, Cape Trafalgar, Come Out Fighting. He's got a perfect setup, and here he comes on the outside. He's on the wrong lead, trying to catch the top pair. Coming to the 16th pole, Come Out Fighting, trying to surge. Here he comes. He's got it. Come Out Fighting. Perfect trip. Wins it, giving Christian Torres a double. Midnight Majesty second, Cape Trafalgar third, City of Clouds 4th across the finish with a good gallop out.
Come Out Fighting, plugging away. And this original $3,000 purchase, who's banked more than $130K, takes down the third at Oaklawn, 6-1 at post time.
And this is a horse that once he got out of that kickback, and it's something I've noticed in the first 3 races, Lafitte, it feels like horses are not running through the dirt thrown back in their face as well. Once he sifted to the clear, even though he was running on his wrong lead, he found his best stride. And again, this horse has more of a winning profile. He's now 8 wins from 28 starts, as opposed to your favorite, Midnight Majesty, who now has 4 wins as opposed to 12 seconds.
Nailed late, 1, 11, 12, 2. And you've noticed this throughout the course of the afternoon. For the remainder of the program, our viewers, what can they look for as far as that kickback and perhaps some of an irritant to horses that are right in the teeth of it?
Yeah, it just seems like if you can be forward or set up shop just off the pace in the clear, or a horse like this who spent a majority of the race down the inside but really didn't start running until he was able to sift out to the clear, I don't think you're going to see a lot of horses running through that kickback. It just seems a little bit more severe today. It looks to me like the track might be a little bit more on the dry side, and sometimes it comes back harder than others.
Something to look out for moving forward. A 1, 11, 12, 2 unofficial order of finish. Covered 3 races. I am bushed, man. Wiped out. Need to hit the sidelines for a bit. You good for like half an hour, 40 minutes?
Yeah, we're not digging ditches.
Megan Burgess will be on set. Leave her mic alone. I don't want to see you messing with her mic.
I'm gonna sabotage yours next.
Megan Burgess on set as our coverage continues here from Oaklawn, kicking off Apple Blossom Week. The Thursday program rolls on, and much more from New York as well. Plus, Keeland Racecourse in Lexington, our crew on site Saturday. Kentucky Derby prep race at Lexington, prestigious Grade 1. Jenny Wiley, top class fillies and mares on grass. We'll preview. That's next.
We're back on America's Day at the races, looking ahead to this weekend where we will be live on site for coverage at Keeland Racecourse Saturday, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. on FS1, including the Lexington and Jenny Wiley. Jonathan and I are going to be traveling there, be on our journey over to the Bluegrass, and really excited about it and having the opportunity to cover Keeland on our show with our team.
I gotta tell you, one of my longtime hopes is that'd be fun if we ever did Keeland one day, because I love Keeland, and then now to be able to go there for the first show, it's exciting. And the Jenny Wiley, one of my favorite races every year at Keeland, which is one of the races that makes Keeland so special is the opportunity to see these Grade 1 races, and this being one of them.
Jenny Wiley, 4-year-old and up, and came up a really salty race as you have recent Grade 1 winner Sagesta coming back to make the first start of her 5-year-old season. She's 7-2 on the morning line to the outside. She was last seen winning the Matriarch at Del Mar back at the end of November, given some time over the winter, and back to continue and pick up where she left off.
Absolutely, and she was able to run in the First Lady, which is like the fall version of the Jenny Wiley, and she ran well enough there, and she comes back at Del Mar and does like so many of these Chad Brown types do when they send them over there to Del Mar towards the end of the year for those Grade 1s, and she feels like one who is going to continue to progress, and she's always been pretty good. She's always run some good numbers, but now it's time for her to see if she can step up and become one of those one of those that you're going to see in races like the Diana in the summer at Saratoga.
Well, one of the fun things about Keeland is not only top-class racing, but the sales as well. And in the Keeland November sale, we saw Lush Lips sell for $3.7 million to Dixiana Farms. They kept her in training with Brendan Walsh. She immediately rewarded them with a win in the Honey Fox, and now will try to pick up another Grade 1 victory at Keeland. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, obviously that price tag was for a horse to see what she wanted to do in her next career as a mare, but because they must have liked what they saw, thought there were still to be accomplished things to be accomplished on the racetrack, they made the decision to bring her back, and a decision that let's see if it can be rewarding for them in terms of having some fun, winning some races, but also in increasing her value for her if they want to sell her again, or if for her offspring to have a nice price tag on them as well. There's the schedule, the Jenny Wiley and the Lexington. You can watch Keeland on Fox on Saturday. Greg Wolf and Tom Amos will be with Jonathan and I live on site. Of course, we'll have Oaklawn and Aqueduct for you as well. Really excited about it, and getting a chance to see some spectacular racing. And are you a Keeland bread pudding fan?
No, I'm not like a bread pudding fan anywhere, really.
Okay.
But I am a burgoo fan.
Okay.
The Keeland burgoo is good. There's also on the 4th floor, there's this hot dog spot.
Oh.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. But I'm also a huge fan of there's this high-end bourbon bar where they have all these really rare bourbons, and they're not insanely overpriced.
Yeah.
The hardest part is I hear where our set is tomorrow and on Saturday is literally right there. I can see the bourbon bar. That's going to be a challenge.
If JK starts making some outlandish claims about halfway through the show,
you know what happened.
You know what happened. So some things to look forward to. Of course, we hope you tune in and join us on FS1 for live coverage of Keeland, along with Oaklawn and Aqueduct this weekend. Let's clean up. I'll bring you some prices over at Oaklawn Park today. In race 3, Come Out Fighting did just that. Picked up the win, came rolling Christian Torres with his own little rolling double.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see out of the picture right here, typically at Oaklawn, I like to be where the 12 is, that kind of outside stalking trip. But Christian Torres wasn't having it, has the horse on his wrong lead here, and just keeps on grinding. He doesn't want to stop the momentum. If this is where you want to be, big fella will stay right here with this lead. And he just kept driving towards the outside. And the middle of the racetrack just seems like at Oaklawn Park, kind of that spot you want to be.
Yeah, it's those big kind of sweeping moves, and I agree. Best case scenario in there, just leave him be. Let him do his thing. Don't stop his momentum, and it paid off. Christian Torres picking up the second win of the day, $12.40 winner. Official in race 3, 111.12 at Oaklawn Park. We'll take a look at the field for the 4th at Oaklawn coming up next. This one, a maiden claiming for $12,500. There's a look at the field. Pretty wide open group. Looks like a nice, easy 4th race.
Yeah, when you see that many horses and the favorite so far is at 5-2, you know that you're in for a doozy.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll hear from Megan and the MIG over at Oaklawn Park in a little bit. We'll take a quick time out, though, and also get ready for the 5th coming up at Aqueduct. Horses in the paddock here in New York as well. Plenty more live racing still to come. That's a look at the number 3 in the paddock for the 5th at the Big A. Secured landing. More after this.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And then at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
The classic sire.
Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass, plus special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeland and Oaklawn Stakes races Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Love that shot on my drive to work this morning. I saw a lot of trees starting to bloom. Say it looks beautiful, but that does explain why I've been sneezing.
I was in D.C. recently, and the cherry blossom. There's like a cherry blossom festival or something.
Amazing.
Yeah,
So pretty.
You got to get you a Zyrtec or a Claritin. Brought to you by. Just kidding. Neither one.
Brought to you by Naira Bets. Race 5 coming up next. We love the signs of spring that are coming out, though. $16,000 claiming race. High tide. I know. Plenty of interest on this one here. Second off the claim for Rick Dutrow. Samantha, what are you seeing from this 9-year-old son of Malibu Moon?
Well, don't talk about the cherry blossoms, guys, because you're making my nose run just thinking about it. I think the same thing as you, Acacia. The allergies are not fun this time of year, but it certainly is a nice thing of things to come with the warm weather approaching us. But the number 7, High Tide, this horse here ran like a horse that needed the race last time out. In the mud, it was just a very taxing track, and I just paid the price of being on the bench for so long. A June to 2025 layoff to a March 2026 layoff is quite lengthy. I love that he had that race under his belt this time around, and that race was pretty productive. The winner came back to win a starter. The second place finisher came back to win a claiming $20,000 level. So this horse is well meant in this spot here for Rick Dutrow, who has seemingly had a very quiet winter.
hoping that things change this weekend as he has Gold Coast Folly coming up in the New York Sire Series stakes. But High Tide here, 7-2. JK, I know you had some interest in this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually the 6 and the 7. I think they both are they have some similarities. The price of the 7 right now is actually pretty attractive. They're both coming in off of start off a long breaks, and the question is, are they going to kind of rally back to that previous form?
Meeting the field, though, there's your favorite, Brave Bear, first off the claim.
Yeah, you got to follow the money. I didn't see this horse being favored, but now they've got my attention.
Fernando Abreu has 2. He also has Secured Landing off the claim.
Yeah, another one off of Jamie Ness, a high-percentage trainer. I try not to play horses off of him.
He's got this Ilkay Cantermasi claimed from Rick Dutrow.
I think you're going to ignore the last race probably a little bit too far. The race prior to that was right in the arena of making sense in here.
Actually, a horse he reclaimed a couple times. There's Catch the Smoke for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, this horse has some fast numbers for Rob Falcone and Flying P Stable. Just needs to find that form.
And High Tide, second off the claim from Fernando Abreu to Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, it's very cyclical. One that I thought had run some nice races in the past, came back off a long break, made an early move, and still ran pretty well considering. I thought he was the horse to beat in here, but the fact that he's 5-1, it's some people might get excited when they see that. When they think a horse should be favored and the horse is 5-1, it actually kind of tempers my opinion a little bit. It's like, what did I miss? What am I missing? To be that far off.
Here's his last race. This was off of a big layoff, and he did run for the waiver, so he was protected. He's in for the waiver again today, which you can do twice off of that kind of big layoff. So I always take that as a positive for a sharp claiming outfit when they're protected. But yeah, he did hit the front to get run down and end up finishing 4th.
Yeah, because if you think about it, I mean, what's the point of if you don't think they're going to run well, then why would you run them protected? You're right. I mean, it's the ultimate side of confidence. So, but this morning when I woke up, my opinion was that as the favorite, while I thought the 7 was very likely, the price of the 6 is very similar in terms of you wanting to identify whether or not the horse is going to take that step forward second off of a break. And so, but they're both the same price now. They're 5-1 and 6-1. So the 2 and the 3, the amount of money they're taking is concerning for the opinion that I thought the 7 or the 6 were going to win this race.
5-1 on High Tide. Let's take a look at the 6, Catch the Smoke. This one stretching back out in distance for Rob Falcone. As you mentioned, used to show a lot of speed, and it feels like with the sprint and now then stretching him back out, he should be quicker early.
He should be. I mean, unfortunately, though, his last 3 starts, like you mentioned, he hasn't really shown that. But I will say this, though. Gray horse, Flying P Silks. That horse earlier today at Oaklawn, right off the screen.
Cha-ching,
yeah,
right?
cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah. Maybe that's what we'll be saying here.
Could be a sign.
We'll soon find out. Let's get back to Samantha trackside.
Well, with connections like Flying P claiming a horse, it's never the intention of claiming a horse in the middle of Saratoga last year to then just have to wait on them all the way until the following March. When you're playing the claiming game like Flying P does so well, there had to have been some setbacks, but good that he got that race under his belt at least last time out. And the 6 furlongs I think is just a bit sharp, but good to just at least get that fitness. You can only get him so fit in the morning, then when it comes race time, they just get a little bit more bottom out of him. And this is a horse that's been around for a long time, and he seems to just kind of get brave whenever he is near or on the lead. And speaking of brave, the number 2 Brave Bear, I love what trainer Fernando Abreu is doing here, taking the blinkers off after the Rudy Rodriguez connections put him on in seemingly an experiment last time out. And for a 4-year-old that's had so many starts, that's not a move I particularly like, just throwing him on. It seems like you're just trying something. And now with the scratch of the 1 hours in a day out of this spot, you look at this horse, one of his best races was right here whenever he was on the lead. And if he can kind of get forced into a spot like that, I think he should be very dangerous here. And from that rail spot, you better go. And the blinkers off, I hope Dylan Davis is aggressive with him and sends him to the front early on.
See what the tactics will be here. Samantha, thank you. Blinkers coming off. Just a one race with blinkers last time out. And this is a horse who has been going longer, also stretching back out in distance and floated up to 5-2, but one that has been taking quite a bit of attention all throughout.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it wasn't one that I necessarily saw. I thought his race last time for Rudy was not very good. He did have a couple of back races that were okay. The fact that this horse is taking the money that he's taking, both Abreu horses, Fernando Abreu horses, are taking money. Like I said, my opinion from the 6 and the 7 running as well as I thought they were going to starts to feel a little bit shakier. But I will say this: the 7 is creeping down in price. At 5-1 off of a horse that I thought was going to be favored, I don't like to see that. But as it continues to click, it just clicked down again to 7-2. As it gets a little bit closer, I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe it's just some buzz around the other 2 horses, and the 7 might end up still going off at a much more reasonable price at 5-2 or so.
Here's the last race for Secured Landing with previous connections back in March. Finished second that day by just a head, so hit the front, and you can see just starting to get a bit leg weary there in the mud. And so sticking at the mile distance now, first off the claim for Fernando Abreu. I believe it was you that brought this point up of claiming off of a high percentage outfit like Jamie Ness can sometimes be a little bit daunting. And I think a lot of us are fans of Fernando and the work that he does and the horses that he claims, but it is something that's worth bringing up.
Yeah, but there's 2 ways to look at that too, though. I mean, if you claim off of a high percentage, if you claim off a high percentage trainer, then you're getting a horse out of a successful barn. So all you have to do is do a little tweaking here and there. Think about it. Think about recruiting a quarterback, and you get them from a highly touted, good coached school. You're going to get maybe a ready-made player versus getting them from some bad coached, bad operation. Sometimes it's hard to break bad habits and to improve them.
See how it plays out here. A lot of moving pieces, the musical trainers with a lot of new claims in this 5th race. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
And they're off. Secured Landing takes off from in between horses, and Manny Franco's Secured Landing. They've got the front and an easy lead so far. Now Catch the Smoke. Ricardo Santana Jr. will apply pressure within a neck of the leader. To the outside of them comes High Tide, who's now back to 4th. Just got past to the inside by Brave Bear, Dylan Davis, and the Triller. He's got this. A 2-way battle for the front, and to the inside, Secured Landing. Still a neck advantage, 23.37. Measured opening quarter there with Catch the Smoke stalking right behind this leader in Secured Landing. Here comes Brave Bear, is leading that trailing trio, as moving forward is High Tide in that group, and still the Triller. He's got this. They've caught up to the leader. It's Secured Landing, though, who's still alone up top. Secured Landing starts to get away from Catch the Smoke, 46.08 for the half-mile time. Secured Landing on cruise control right now. Here comes Catch the Smoke, is back to within a head of the leader. High Tide's been wide throughout, and Jose Lescano there on the move 3 wide. He's got this in between horses, now shoved along, is not cutting the margin yet, and tailing off was Brave Bear. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and Secured Landing still controlling things. A quarter mile left to go. Secured Landing trying to put this race away. Secured Landing is up by 2.5, trying to widen this margin, doing that so far. High Tide to the outside of He's Got This at the rail. They're 2nd and 3rd, but with a furlong left to go. Secured Landing has controlled things throughout, and it's going to be Secured Landing for a front-running score. Going to take him gate to wire. He's Got This 2nd, then came High Tide and Catch the Smoke. 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Secured Landing off the claim gets the win. And Jonathan, you often talk about following the board, and this horse took a lot of money like he was going to run like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're one of those people that looks down on paper and looks at the past performances and handicaps for an hour, thinks you're the smartest person in the room and that there's no way you can be wrong, then yeah, you don't have to look at the tote board to get some clues. I did not feel good about my selection of the 7 and my like of the 6 when I saw all the money that the 3 and the 2 were taking. You have to allow the board, the money that's being bet, to direct you in a way, at least to educate you in a way of what's happening and what other people who shockingly are as smart as you are thinking is going to happen.
Big win from Secured Landing, 3-5-7-6. It's important to be flexible as a horse player and be able to adapt throughout the day, whether it's the board, whether it's how the track is playing, whatever it might be.
Absolutely, and you know, it's public's right 30-something% of the time. You have to take that into consideration when you're making decisions. I'm not telling you, you see a horse getting bet, you love a horse at 10-1, that you're supposed to get off of that opinion, but you are supposed to welcome that information and then adjust if necessary.
Nice win from Secured Landing. First off the claim for Fernando Abreu. We are saying goodbye. I will see you in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's weird.
Look forward to
Tomorrow.
it. But don't worry, we have somebody special coming up on the desk. We'll send it over to Oaklawn soon. And then here in New York, Todd Schrupp back with us as Andy Serling and Todd will take over on the desk in New York with Pete and Kai, Megan, Mig, and the rest of the crew over at Oaklawn.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at beautiful Oaklawn Park. I'm Richard Migliori, joined by Megan Burgess. And Megan, race 4 coming up here. We got maiden claimers, 12,500 tag, and kind of an interesting one to start out here, but also nice to see you.
Very nice to see you. I missed you. My co-pilot, dance partner, however you want to call it, and it did not feel the same without you, Mig. They were kind of alluding to the cherry blossoms over there going on in New York. We've got a very special race coming up with the apple blossom here at Oaklawn Park. I'm excited. You know, me and Nancy Holtes have talked about this, and her and I both agree. We could very well see our Breeders' Cup Distaff winner in that race.
Very well could be. Grade 1 apple blossom on Saturday, but we've got these maiden claimers here, and we were both commenting about the 2. She's the tall one, first-time starter from Chris Hartman. Made a nice impression in the post-parade.
She really did. In this race, I just didn't really trust anybody in here, Meg. Ultimately, I landed on the 3, albeit it is taking money off that 5-1 morning line. But where'd you land?
I wound up going towards the outside with the 11. Pippa's nonsense. I just thought the drop in class maybe was what the doctor ordered, but I have been paying attention to the kickback today, and I feel like horses are having a hard time running against it. So the 3 has some speed, Miss Que Sera, as does the 5, Belvedere Club, and I think they're both very, very live in here, but we'll find out. We have opinions. Horses have the answers. Let's send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 4, from Oaklawn Park.
Belvedere Club, post 5. Max Kraken, post 12. Max Kraken goes in. Belvedere Club into the outside. Cowboy Killer. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Miss Que Sera, per usual, showing speed. Here's Max Kraken, pumped upon hard to get up there. Ray of Sunshine, Divine Selena in the mix as well. They come down the back stretch here for the first time. Look at this, another scramble for the lead here, and Ray of Sunshine comes out of the crowd to take a short lead here. Sammy Sam, a neck behind, pressing hard. Divine Selena third, Max Kraken there on the outside. Gap of 2. Belvedere Club, Miss Que Sera has eased off the pace going to the far turn, a length in front of She's the Tall One, who's sent upon rounding the far turn. Cowboy Killer coming back to her. 2 lengths clear of Add to Cart, and Calipari's Girl well behind as they hit the quarter pole. Here's Divine Selena creeping in on Ray of Sunshine and Sammy Sam. Here's Divine Selena to grab the lead at the quarter pole, and Divine Selena goes on with it coming off the turn. Divine Selena clear by 2 now. In second, Ray of Sunshine. Then comes She's the Tall One trying to pick up pieces here. Furlong to go. Divine Selena clear by 3, scampers away, gets towards the rail, accelerates to a 4-length lead, and it's Divine Selena who is clear. Divine Selena and Israel Hernandez. She's the Tall One was second. Photo for the Shodo between the favorite Ray of Sunshine and Cowboy Killer.
Well, a kind of an upset here, Megan. The 7, Divine Selena, was forward and just kept finding.
And it seems to be the trend here at Oaklawn Park, but and you're right, just kept finding. You want to be forwardly placed as we've gone through the first few races on the card, and credit to the number 2, though, that first-time starter who took money, off the 12-1 morning line. So very healthy, exacta, nice payout, but there was just no beating the 7, Divine Selena. Here for the Eric Foster barn, who's had a pretty solid meet so far this Oaklawn meeting.
Yeah, it really has, and I think it was a very useful effort for the first-time starter. She's the Tall One we'll kind of keep an eye on looking back, but no doubt about it, as you see Divine Selena just drawing away at will here. She never really showed a race like this before on her form.
No, she was kind of in that stock and pounds position. If you go way back, all the way back to November of last year, she was a little bit better when she was a bit more forward and engaged. So I find that probably the key, but that was a contentious pace considering this lower level, and drew away easily best.
Yeah, and that was the 4th race in the books here. We'll get the prices when it goes official here. But a beautiful day here at Oaklawn Park, and I'm really excited about the upcoming Apple Blossom here at Oaklawn Park. We'll be back with more great racing here on America's Day at the Races.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
I would say for many racing fans, there are probably a handful of people that have navigated the waters of horse racing on television over the last quarter of a century, if not longer. One person who's probably at the top of that list is Todd Schrupp, who has really been in a lot of our living rooms through a lot of the biggest races over the past century. And I gotta say, Todd, I think that I speak for everyone at the New York Racing Association when I say we are thrilled to have you joining us here, and I'm thrilled to be here with you on your inaugural NYRA America's Day at the Races performance. Welcome aboard.
Can we just make this the walk-off? I mean,
I'd like to leave, actually, if I could.
Can I get personal for a moment with you? So there's, in an industry where people think there are secrets, there aren't a whole lot of secrets, but maybe not well known. You and I have never worked together, but yet we are friends.
We've been friends for years.
Exactly. And so as your friend, I know you're kind of a Renaissance man. Yes, you're passionate about horse racing. It makes you one of the preeminent analysts out there. But you love Jeopardy. We both are excited about Jamie Ding and the streak that he's on.
He's so
right
good,
now.
he's boring.
Yeah, well, he calls himself a bureaucrat, too. That's kind of weird. So you are a devotee of Jeopardy. You have been to more Grateful Dead shows than most human beings, more than 200. You're into them. And then there is the movies. You're all about the movies. So I have to ask you this on a personal level. If this were a movie about you and I, and then you're sitting in the theater watching you and I, and it comes to this moment that you and I are now on screen, would you say about that moment, wow, that was a surprise I didn't expect, or would you be like, yeah, I figured that was coming?
I got to say, I did not expect that you'd be working with us. And to be honest, I wish that you had continued on in the job that you did such an amazing job for so many years. But if you're not going to be there, I can't say how happy I am to have you here with us.
And my heartfelt thank you to the entire staff who has been so welcoming to me. And if there were a movie about the road to the Kentucky Derby right now, it'd be a thriller. You cannot predict week to week what has been happening on the road to the Kentucky Derby. The Wood Memorial, just about a week ago here, had another upset finish on the road to the Kentucky Derby. This time at 12-1, it was Albus, and then here comes Right to Party out of the pack. I thought Albus showed a lot of courage in here for trainer Riley Mott under Jaime Torres.
Jaime Torres gave this horse a ride. If it was Irad Ortiz or Flavian Pratt, you'd be saying that's why they're the Eclipse Award winning jockeys year after year. This was an absolutely perfect ride. And listen, I love meltdowns. I always find meltdowns to be the most exciting races. And when I say meltdowns, for those not familiar with it, they're races with quick paces that collapse at the end and they create chaotic results. I think this is a try that paid about $2,300 for $1 and exacted that was almost $300 for $1. I don't think the likelihood that a major player in the Kentucky Derby is going to come out of this Wood Memorial, but if you didn't know how fast they were going or how talented they were, and you showed the Santa Anita Derby, the Bluegrass, and the Wood Memorial back to back, I think everybody would say, well, the Wood Memorial was the most exciting of those three races.
Okay, what about the time? Because you are a student of what takes place on the track. The Gazelle, the 3-year-old fillies went faster. How do you look at that in relationship to the Wood Memorial?
Well, I think when you look, a lot of times when you see that and you say, well, the horses in the Wood are so much better than the horses in the Gazelle, it's an oddity. The track changed, but there was actually a faster pace in the Wood Memorial, which should have created a time as fast, if not faster. It certainly didn't hinder the timing. The reality was it wasn't the strongest of preps, and that's being kind. However, I think it was a fun race, and I think it offered the opportunity to learn some things about it. For instance, I think the most interesting horse, oddly, coming out of it is Napoleon Solo, who, if somebody out of that race is going to win a Grade 1, I think Napoleon Solo is the 3 to 5 favorite if he runs in the Woody Stevens or Alan Jerkins. I thought he ran a remarkable race for a horse that had missed training. He doesn't want to go a mile and 1/8. You look at how the pace fell apart, and yet he held on to the very late stages.
What if he's the 2-year-old that peaked and that's it? What if that's it? His Champagne was brilliant, but what if he's not as good as a 3-year-old?
I didn't say he was going to win a Grade 1. But let me ask you a question. Who's the horse you think is going to win a Grade 1 out of that race, if not him?
Oh, well, that's the thing. We're at that time of year where we're figuring out where everyone belongs, because we're going to step out of the Kentucky Derby and go, that horse didn't belong a mile and a quarter, and we'll probably join the sprint division, whoever those horses might be. But this is the time of year where everyone figures out what they're supposed to be doing the rest of the year.
Right. The problem for Napoleon Solo is there's some very good horses, especially at the top in this Triple Crown chase. The sprint division for 3-year-olds is shaping up like an absolute war.
Well, I was paying attention to the Wood Memorial last week because I was doing some advanced scouting about the show. You guys did a great piece looking back. It was the last Wood Memorial here. The last time I was here at Aqueduct on the road to the Kentucky Derby, how about an Unbridled Song when he dominated the Wood Memorial in 1996, was rolling into Kentucky until that hoof injury, and he had to wear those bar shoes. But as far as Aqueduct and the road to the Kentucky Derby, we've been on it for a little while, culminating in the 100 points by Albus. And let's not forget, Right to Party, his second, gives him a right to be in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I listen, Riley Mott, I think one of the big stories of this Derby is whether or not you think these horses are contenders. Riley Mott having 2 horses in the Derby is a huge
Virginia
story.
Derby winner out of Colonial.
And, you know, people know of Riley basically because he's Bill Mott's son. People are going to start to learn that he's not just Bill Mott's son. He's a damn good trainer in his own, and he's got 2 horses in the Derby, and I don't care if they finish 19th and 20th. The achievement, especially for a guy who's now been out on his own for a handful of years, just getting 2 horses in the Kentucky Derby is an enormous achievement, and I think it's going to elevate Riley's career, and I believe it should, because if you haven't noticed the kind of job he's doing, you're really just not paying attention to racing.
It's kind of like our relationship. He's the guy that works with Andy Serling. I'm just going to ride your coattails from here on out. Is that okay?
I don't think you want to be known as the guy who works with Andy Serling, but if you want to have it, go for it.
America's Day at the Races is now going to be known as the show that goes to Lexington, Kentucky and Keeland Racecourse. You heard that right. We're going to be there this weekend for a huge Saturday. We'll have more on that when we return on Fox Sports 2 right after this. What a week ahead on America's Day at the Races. This Saturday, we will be live on site at historic Keeland Racecourse. Every day matters there with a shortened spring meet and a shortened fall meet. And the spring meet this Saturday brings us the last official Kentucky Derby prep race. We also have the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley on the turf. Greg Wolf will be there. Acacia Clement will be there. Jonathan Kenshin will be there. Full team coverage again, showing you the races on Fox Sports 1 and all our network outlets. Look for all our coverage this Saturday live from Lexington, Kentucky. What a day it's going to be on America's Day at the Races. I should also point out, while Greg Wolf will be hosting that, we're going to have reports on Friday. We won't be showing the races tomorrow, but we will be reporting about what's going on. Have you looked at the weather report looking ahead to Friday?
I think it looks great, actually.
Yeah.
I think it looks like nice weather there. And it must be hard for you. I mean, you have probably been at the Keeland Spring Meeting for how many straight years have you been there?
It would have been 27 this year, so my 26-year streak comes to an end. Funny thing about the weather, though, because we were talking about how it can get bitterly cold there. It's about 10 degrees colder at Keeland Racecourse itself compared to the rest of the community. It snowed 3 times since I've been to Keeland, going to every spring and fall meet. It was always the spring meet that it snowed. It never snowed in the fall meet.
It is a great place, but it is not a good place when it's cold.
We are back here at Aqueduct. It's chilly today, but it's spring weather here in New York, and a live look at a call for riders up in race number 6. It is a 1-mile claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. The claiming price here is $25,000. Unless you're New York bred, then it's $30,000. Our favorite is the 2 Kavanaugh at 9-5. Before we get to the post parade, good favorite, bad favorite?
I think he's the right favorite. I guess if you have a concern, it's is he better at a mile and 1/8 than a mile, but I think he's improved a lot recently and is the horse to beat.
First horse in the post parade is that horse right there, the 1, Ciccio Bello. How bad was the trouble at the start last time?
I think it was minimal. I don't think this horse had enough trouble to say that's the reason he lost. He is dropping a little bit, and he's run some good races in the past, but I don't think his recent races are good enough to win here.
Linda Rice takes the owner's title, the trainer's title with ease over the winter meet. She has this horse she claimed a couple of starts ago for Kavanaugh.
Yeah, she's just she's loaded in every division. If we had 5 trainers and 5 outfits in that situation, the racing would have been much stronger.
Did you see the news she made yesterday at Keeland?
She claimed 5 horses?
She claimed $190,000 worth of horses, 3 of them out of the same race, a maiden claiming $50,000.
She is great action. I respect
and
that.
And they were all
so
her name.
You do as
and
well.
all her name. There is the 6, Lots of Trouble. And this one, a winner 2 starts ago for $25,000. What happened as the favorite last time out in the starter allowance?
It really just didn't run particularly well. I mean, broke a little bit slowly in there, but didn't have a lot of run. And I think he's just a horse that might be a cut below these, but he's not impossible.
And then our final horse there is the longest shot in the field at 10-1, that's Shared Success.
I actually picked Shared Success second. I don't think he should be the longest shot on the board. I think he's dropping a little bit, and his recent form is good enough to be a player here. The surprise, and I think he can win Remy's Moon. He's my 3rd choice in here. I'm surprised that Remy's Moon is 2-1. I think if you're betting him, he's 5-2 now. It's fair to think he could improve going to Rick Dutrow off the claim. But he's a horse that I wonder if he's lost some of his form since David Jacobson had him, and I wouldn't take him at that short a price, even though he can clearly win.
Kavanaugh is one of those rare horses that he's effective going around 2 turns at a mile and 1/8, and he's effective going around a 1-turn mile. We're going to take a look at the most recent start, March 8th, race number 7. It was a drying out racetrack that day, a little bit cuppy, ultimately finished 2nd. What did you make of the performance?
I think he ran very well. He ran a race that if you said beforehand he's going to run an 83 Byron here, and you're going to say, I think he'll win. The funny thing about it is the winner is a horse named House United, and he had been short prices race after race after race and kept hanging on the money, and then they switched to Flavien Prat and he won. And for people who've been following here this winter, Flavien Prat has probably won on more horses that you wouldn't have said were the best horse going into the race. You might even not say after the race they weren't the best horse, but they won because of the rides he gave them, and that's how he was able to beat Kavanaugh. I think if Kavanaugh runs his last race, he's going to be very hard to beat here.
I don't get to be the only new kid on today's team and today's coverage on America's Day at the Races, because joining us as well is Samantha Perry. If you've watched South Florida, she is outstanding in her analysis from the paddock, and we join her now here at Aqueduct. Welcome aboard, SJP.
Thank you so much, Todd, and great to be here. And the sun is shining, so you're welcome, New York, from bringing that from South Florida to here. But still a little bit too chilly for my taste. But the horses love it, especially the number 2, which we're going to take a look at here. And this horse, a deserving favorite in this field, I think, for Kavanaugh. And I think this is the race for him to really break through. If you look at numbers, whatever you like to use to handicap, for myself, I prefer the thoroughgraphs, but I like to get as much info as I can. But he's just been kind of marred by just continual 6s in his thoroughgraphs. But as far as the way that he's warming up, and you guys earlier talked about the success of Linda Rice, just on all fronts of the game, this is the one to beat in a spot like this. And I actually like the cutback to just this 1-turn mile here. I know this horse has gritted it out going a mile and an eighth, but I like the cutback quite a bit here. The 4, Hey Toby, is one of 2 horses in this field for trainer Ikai Cantermasi, one who's had a fantastic winter meet. And I spoke to Ikai, the trainer, a little bit before this race, and he had noted that this is a horse that does not want to be between horses. So I think there's going to be some incentive to go from a spot like this. On paper, this horse has a little bit of route speed, so I think that could bode well for him. Not taking a lot of money on the board right now, but I don't let that deter me for a horse that could just get a very nice trip. And then the number 7, Shared Success, for trainer Jamie Begg. This horse here, just kind of a middling type of horse here. He's one that he just kind of just grinds him down, and if things can fall apart on the front end, then maybe this is a horse that picks up a share late.
Samantha, thank you. And it is time to get your plays in. The field is reaching the starting gate for race number 6 here at Aqueduct. The wagering menu: win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. And it starts our final double of the day. And it concludes this pick 6, where we had a carryover coming in of just over $50,000, $50,563. They bet new money in, Andy, of $153,794, and Naira Bets is the place to make that play. But were you surprised at how much new money was bet in today?
I actually thought it might be a little more. It's usually around 3.5 to 4 times the carryover, and I thought it was a manageable sequence. It got pretty unmanageable pretty quickly with that long shot firster, and you know, I don't think the last winner was a 6-5 shot in the pick 6. I think you would agree. Enough. It just felt like a horse that they kind of knew that I bet wasn't bet like that. And if I had to guess the number of tickets alive, I'll put the number in the low 20s. And what that means is if the 2 or 3 win here, you'll have most of the horses covered. But if somebody else wins this race, I think there becomes an extremely likely event of a carryover, especially if somebody other than one of the favorites wins the last race.
Okay, well, I personally don't think Kavanaugh is going to reign supreme here at 7-5 anyway. Looking at one of those outsiders, what do you see with the 5 Prove Worthy? I know avoided claim last time out, but to me, you got to pay attention to Bill Morey.
That's exactly how I feel. I picked the horse 4th. I don't know that he's good enough. I don't trust the figure he ran last time, but Bill Morey won with a horse last weekend that I wouldn't have bet in a million years, and he's one of these trainers that I'm always scared to leave him out of my multi-race bets because he can get it done, and I won't be shocked when this horse runs better. The horse I think that is value on the board is the number 7. I don't believe that this horse should be this price.
Sitting up on the board at 11-1, that is Shared Success. The field loading quickly. Our 6-5 favorite is the 2 Kavanaugh. Second choice, the 3 Remy's Moon at 5-2, and third choice is the 6 Lots of Trouble. Race number 6 from Aqueduct, live on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin.
Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Hey Toby right up front, and there's Chicho Bello at the rail. Chicho Bello will press on, is up by a full length. To the outside comes Hey Toby, a stalking second. In between horses, Remy's Moon. Kavanaugh is running up on heels now, is in behind horses, has an opening at the rail, isn't going to take it, is held back there now in 5th, gets passed to the outside here by Lots of Trouble. Second to last is Shared Success, and Prove Worthy was off a step slow, is the trailer. 23.17, the opening quarter mile. Chichobello is in front, is up by a length and a half. Hey Toby is second, and now Kavanaugh has room at the rail and works on through. Just waiting patiently, and now Kavanaugh, Jose Lescano, right behind this long shot leader in Chicho Bello, who's approaching 4 furlongs left to go, and Chicho Bello tries to stretch out the margin one more time. Hey Toby has asked the question, is right there a clear second at the rail. Kavanaugh lost ground once again, and Lots of Troubles on the move now, and Lots of Troubles trying to make up some ground. Shared Success from the back. Also all in is Remy's Moon, and Prove Worthy has too much ground to make up as the leader Cicciobello. Cicciobello has a quarter mile left to go, and now Cicciobello just moving right along. Kavanaugh's trying to re-rally at the rail. Shared success, pulling through in between horses. Grandstand side, lots of trouble. A furlong left to go, and Jose Baez is trying to pull off the upset. Cicciobello now has a 16th left. Kavanaugh's going to try one final time with lots of trouble. Cicciobello needs the line. Kavanaugh's chasing. Cicciobello will win it. Kavanaugh up for second, then came lots of trouble. And Remy's Moon in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Big balloons here in race number 6 at Aqueduct. It is the one Cicciobello at 11-1, taking this field essentially gate to wire.
As I said to you around the turn, if the one holds on, there's a very good chance we'll be looking at a carryover. I'll be interested to see if anybody's covered this Big 6. And you got to give Jose Baez a lot of credit. He's come here. He's had minimal chances this winter. The horses he's ridden, for the most part, have been long shots, and he's done very, very well. He went to the front with this horse. He was the speed. He did what he was supposed to do, and good things happened for him. A nice win for Oscar Barrera. Of course, I didn't particularly like in this race. Kavanaugh finished second, but he had every chance to win this race. He just came up short.
Cicciobello, son of Bellamy Road. Remember him when he dominated in the Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct. Cicciobello, a significant upset in this pick 6 sequence. Some parimutuel drama to play out with one more race to come. We'll look ahead to those will pays in race number 7. As we look ahead to what's next here on America's Day at the races, race number 5 coming up from Oaklawn Park. Beautiful day in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race number 5, a 6-furlong claiming event for fillies and bears, 4-year-olds and upward, which have never won 3 races lifetime. The claiming price in here, $32,000. We just had an upset here in race number 6, and if you're looking at the mounts of Francisco Arrieta, he could pull off an upset here in race 5 at Oaklawn Park. That is the one. Severe Clear. We return to our on-site coverage. He's back from his break, and he made sure that no one would mess with Megan Burgess's mic. Talking about Lafitte Pinkai standing by with Megan right now.
We think, Todd. Yeah, Francisco Arrieta, finishing strong here at Oaklawn Park. Nothing new for him, right, Megan? We watched it last season, closing with a rush, picking off Christian Torres and making off with the Oaklawn riding title. And this weekend, well armed for the main events this weekend.
Armed and dangerous, as he has gotten his Kentucky Oaks mount all sealed up with Counting Stars, who has been ultra impressive, and now has the likes of Majestic Oops in a Grade 1, Tejano Twist, as you mentioned, and Francisco works incredibly hard to secure these mounts, really developing relationships, and man, does he have a tough one in Majestic Oops.
How confident are you that she and Arrieta, Majestic Oops, and Arrieta can upset Nitrogen and Company again?
Well, it's going to be a feat. And last time out, it wasn't Nitrogen's A race. In Majestic Oops, though, you have to give credit to this tiny but mighty mare. She does not have very much size to her, but she's got a lot of heart. She really does physically strike me as a sprinter, which she's done well at. But she has really been able to show her versatility stretching out in distance. She will get back to the fast track and will have to face a Goliath in Nitrogen who has showed no signs of slowing down in her training, albeit does draw a tricky inside position.
Are you expecting to see her A game, the type of race that resulted in a championship campaign last season, Nitrogen?
I do, but you always have to be cognizant of the fact that number 1, she does draw inside, and number 2, I do find she'll have some other speed to fend off in this Apple Blossom, but all signs point to a go, and honestly, Lafitte, I've been very intrigued by her stablemate, Nirazuri, in the morning, who really hasn't put a step wrong. She could be that up-and-coming face that could spoil as well. We've also just have the 1, 2, 3 finishers coming out of that. Azeri with Regald also having some speed to run at as a closer.
Grade 1 Apple Blossom, race number 10 on Saturday, about an hour prior. The Count Fleet. It is Oaklawn's most prestigious race for sprinters. Here's a look at the field. Defending champ is back, number 3 Booth, morning line favorite. The now sprinter Roll On Big Joe, and the Warrior Tejano Twist coming in hot, Megan. This was the Whitmore with Francisco Arrieta aboard. Tejano Twist far back early, and this dramatic move as he builds momentum heading into the far turn.
Couldn't have been a more confident ride, that's for sure, by Francisco Arrieta, where he just ran past this field like they were standing next to still, almost. And Tejano is just one of those hard-knocking, venerable horses that always shows up, and this race has eluded him in years past. He's hit the board, he's ran well, and it seems as if, though, he will get a plethora of speed yet again in this spot to run at. He does have to face back Roland Big Joe, who got some time. That was intended by his connections to bypass the Whitmore in hopes of keeping him fresh and ready to roll for the Count Fleet. But as you mentioned, Booth's going to be a part of that main pace puzzle, and Maximum Bourbon to the inside also the new face as well.
He was third in 23, second in 24, fifth last year, the Count Fleet. Tejano Twist, is this finally the year? Will the table be set? Do you anticipate that hot pace to enhance his big closing kick?
It certainly does, but he's that horse that he hasn't necessarily run that big triple-digit number in quite some time, and Roland Big Joe, on the other hand, rolls them off, you could say. But Tejano Twist, I will say, seeing him develop at Oaklawn this meet, he's never looked better physically. And for an older horse that's maybe getting a little bit longer in the tooth, he surely does not look like it. He's taken everything in stride. He loves his job, and he shows no signs of slowing down with a mate in Francisco Arrieta, who knows him incredibly well.
Won't be the favorite, but the sentimental favorite. In the Count Fleet on Saturday, Tejano Twist, 4th tour of duty in Oaklawn's most prestigious sprint race. Back to the live racing. Marching towards the gate, this 5th race, $32,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime fillies and mare sprinting 6 furlongs, Megan, 2-1 on Misty Muppet.
And she's deservedly so. I mean, I think she's incredibly logical in this spot, rolling off of the consistency. And the last time out was a much tougher assignment and the likes of open allowance winners that she was up against, Gloriette, Philly Crystal. So she's certainly getting class relief. But I do find Francisco Arrieta's mount on the inside, Severe Clear, has a chance to upset, albeit does have to face some pace pressure, as there should be a good amount of speed signed on in this group.
Who is the quickest of the quick? Who do you expect to be in front when this field hits the far turn?
Well, the Timeform US Pace Projector is something that I kind of rely on a little bit when I'm trying to glean who goes, but it's also a rider's game as well. I find the number 7, Kiss and Cash, will be aggressively ridden there by Walter De La Cruz, has just been getting them to the front end, it seems, as many times as he can possibly get here at Oaklawn this meet.
See that? Mike working just fine.
I love it. Thanks, Lafitte.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. It's post time. Race 5 live from Oaklawn on FS2.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Kentucky Smoke Show on the lead gets the first call of the race here. Vegas Condo moving up to come and challenge. Severe Clear is going to take back and sit in a line of horses. Actually, as steady as I say that, drops back to the second last position. We come back to the lead. Kentucky Smoke Show, she's there with Kissing Cash, who dashes forward to be part of the pace. She called Naturally Quick on a hold right now. 3 wide in third with a half mile to go. Gap of 2 to Pink Ruby right behind them. Misty Muppet stays on the rail as they go into the far turn. Bang Bang Fury is next in the group, trying to get outside, has done so, and she's moving up within 4 lengths of the lead, making an early move here. Bang Bang Fury rounding the turn, gap of 4, Severe Clear, and Vegas Condo at the back, rounding the turn, coming to the top of the stretch, and it's a scramble approaching the quarter pole. There's 5 of them lining up as they hit the quarter pole here. It's Kentucky Smoke Show who hugs the rail. Kissing Cash having a tough time of keeping up, but she's right there, and Pink Ruby on the outside. Misty Muppet trying to move forward between horses. 1 furlong to go. Kentucky Smoke Show in front, Pink Ruby. Misty Muppet coming on between horses now. Kentucky Smoke Show with the lead, but Misty Muppet's charging after her. Misty Muppet, well-timed ride here by Asael Espinoza to get up in the shadow of the wire. Kentucky Smoke Show second best, then Pink Ruby, and Kissin' Cash, who was 4th.
Late surge in between horses. The favorite delivers. Misty Muppet strikes in her 5th start at the meet. Megan, well done.
Thank you. It was a little bit of a chalk out, and maybe the race appeared a little bit more wide open as we saw in Matt Dinnerman's call. It was almost a 5-wide chase. It was anybody's game, where Misty Muppet was in behind horses. She was a bit more tactically met and then was able to find a clear seam and get the better of this group. And I mentioned in the race, the number 3 Kentucky Smoke Show can sometimes be her own worst enemy as she drops in class, but she's got a lot of quirks to her, finishing on, though, well for Chris Hartman. But your favorite gets the job done, Lafitte.
Misty Muppet, Starry Night Racing, trained by Peter Miller. 3rd lifetime victory, 2nd here at Oaklawn Park. We'll have those results forthcoming. Also, a look ahead to more of what's going on this weekend here at Oaklawn Aqueduct, be on site at Keeland as well. Plus, about Mind Your Biscuits. Fan favorite, globe-trotting sprinting machine. Mind Your Biscuits, popular horse fitting. A stakes race now named after him.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2, live from Aqueduct. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling and Samantha Perry. And in our next to last race, Ciccio Bello dominates at 11-1.
And one horse covered in the pick 6, the number 7, Best Impression, the favorite, $138,225 and 89 cents if he wins. But that'll be the carryover if Best Impression doesn't get it done. So the people who are alive are rooting for an Oscar Barrera late double as Best Impression and Raylu Gutierrez. But I got to tell you something. I'm impressed by Jose Baez. He has made the most of the minimal mounts he's gotten here. He's a rider who primarily rides at Finger Lakes, and he has done well with the chances he's gotten. And with Ciccio Bello, he did everything right and got the money.
Well, and he picked up this mount. He had not ridden in the previous race where this horse had a bad break. He takes advantage of a good break today. And Ciccio Bello returns $28.94, owned by Heart of a Warrior Racing LLC, trained by Oscar Barrera III, as you mentioned. Jose Baez aboard, a bay gelding by Bellamy Road out of the Eddington Mare Spa Sunrise. And Ciccio Bello was bred in the Empire State of New York by My Way Stable. Let's see how we got here in the Pick 6. We had a carryover from Wood Memorial Saturday of $50,563. They ended up with a total pool of $204,357. As you said, some significant upsets in key spots. We had parimutuel normalcy kind of in the middle of races 4 and 5.
Well, pick sixes is a very smart player, taught me many, many years ago.
You're welcome.
Are not dependent. He might actually be smarter than you, Todd. He might even be smarter than me. That's how smart he is. Which
Mike Maloney?
Kind of hard to believe. Not Mike, who is
You don't
one
want to
of
name this person?
It's the legendary Doc.
Oh, that's
said
impressive.
to me years ago that it doesn't depend on one short-priced horse. You can have one or two short-priced horses in a sequence. You get a couple prices in there, it can pay anything.
Okay, so we just had a New York bred win, and when we talk about New York breds, do you remember who won back in 2017, the Belmont Sprint Championship?
Let me think. I don't know. I feel like there have been some clues. And this is really the reason Todd came here. Todd said to me, I want my first day to be able to preview the Mind Your Biscuits.
Is he the best sire of Japanese horses?
What about Bricks and Mortar? He's there too. You know, he's kind of a personal favorite of mine. Be careful there. He was a tremendous racehorse.
Yes.
And, not only was he, dominant in the sprint races, but he also finished second to, is it Divulge in the a very, very delayed Whitney up in Saratoga in the rain. I mean, he could run effectively in fast races going 9 furlongs, but sprinting, he was tremendous. Really a very, very good horse who had a very good career. I can't believe he only made 25 starts.
Yeah, but he made the most of the 8 wins. 3-time Grade 1 winner was Mind Your Biscuits, and you know you're good when they have a race named in your honor. And this Saturday, we are going to renew the Mind Your Biscuits. It will go as race number 6 on the card. Even money favorite here, but right next to him is the 7-5 second choice Illmatic, but it's Skulko's Folly who is the even money choice in the Mind Your Biscuits.
He came here off a win at Laurel 2 starts ago, and Greg Wolf and I were doing Talking Horses, the handicapping show in the early day, and he said, looking at the Thoroughgraph figures, which he uses, and I know you look at as well, he said if this horse runs back to his race at Laurel, he will absolutely smoke this field. And I was a little surprised. I didn't look, and Greg was absolutely right. He did run back to it, and he smoked the field. In 2 straight races, he has run 90-plus buyer figures. He has been extremely good, and he has the benefit of drawing outside Illmatic, who's faster than him. Illmatic is a very interesting unknown, but Skulko's Folly, the way he's running, not only is he going to be a very good New York bred, he's going to be tough against Open.
Let's stay on the subject of Illmatic, whom you brought up, and go back to Aqueduct, February 28th of this year, race number 1, looking at the performance from Illmatic. Does he have to improve off this race in order to beat the favorite here?
I think that's a very fair question. I'm not sure he does, and if he does, it's not a huge amount. I mean, the question becomes, some people are going to say he debuted the turf, there was a little bit of moisture last time. I don't buy it. There was a minor amount of moisture in the track. It was a harrowed track, and Illmatic, who has an enormous amount of speed. Believe me, Skulko's Folly does not want to hook up with him early. He is very quick, and this was an incredibly impressive race, and if you compared it, we all knew it was going to be a big figure because it was a comparable final time to stake races run later that day. This was a tremendous performance. The thing is, Skulko's Folly has done it a few times in a row.
Right.
We've been around the racetrack a long time. We've all seen fast, impressive
There's an outlier,
come back
yeah.
and lay it, and just sort of stink in their next starts. So it's a very pivotal race for him, but clearly he's very talented.
And Illmatic poses the biggest threat to your favorite Skulko's Folly in the Mind Your Biscuits. Now, it is a compact field. That wasn't the case last time out with Illmatic. Do you think from a pace perspective, it's harder to get loose and take advantage of your speed in a smaller compact field?
I don't know, not really. There's less horses there to really run with you early, and I think a lot of people are going to look at that. First of all, I don't think any of the inside 3 have anywhere near the speed. So if the 4 breaks, Skulko's Folly is the only horse that could be relatively close to him, and I think if you're Rick Dutrow, you're a little reticent to get too close to him because you've got to feel like if I'm running the better, more experienced horse, I'm going to beat him anyway. Now, you got to play that cat and mouse game. You don't want to let him get too far away, but you also don't want to engage him too much and maybe go too fast, and somebody else picks up the pieces, like the horse in the rail who won a $500,000 race in his last start.
Don't miss it, the feature at Aqueduct this Saturday, race number 6, the Mind Your Biscuits. I've been getting feedback on how I look on camera. Some said your hair's a little too slick, fluff it up. How's your hair, Andy, as we go to break?
My hair's looking great. I got a haircut. When you have no hair, you got to get your hair short.
More America's Day at the Races when we come back. A dramatic conclusion to the Thursday card. Race number 7 ahead here at the Big A. Well, it's never too early to start thinking about Saratoga. And when you think about Saratoga, you think about the Oklahoma training track. And the news coming out that April 20th, training will resume over the Oklahoma training track.
April 15th, the backstretch, the Oklahoma backstretch opens. April 20th, the workouts begin. And by the time we get about a week after the Derby, will be when a lot of big outfits start rolling in there, especially their 2-year-olds, whether it's Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, Linda Rice, other trainers. And you can go to the Oklahoma on a time in May in the morning, and you wouldn't believe, if you didn't know, that we're not racing across the street.
Well, and remember, it is the final opportunity for the Belmont at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes Festival, and the Belmont Stakes takes place at historic Saratoga Racecourse for the third and final time before we return to the new Belmont Park. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. on Thursday. They've done that since February 12th. You need to visit belmontstakes.com/tickets to be a part of the final jewel of the Triple Crown. And I'm looking forward to being up there with all of you. It'll be my first Belmont Festival at Saratoga.
You were in Saratoga visiting us a couple of years ago.
Yep.
We had some fun together, but looking forward to having you there for Belmont Stakes Week. It really is an incredibly fun week of racing. And listen, it'll be great to get back to the new Belmont Park next year as we have opening day on September 18th. But one last Belmont Stakes in Saratoga cannot be missed.
Someone's going to have a lot of fun if this horse wins in our final race at Aqueduct today. That is the 7 Best Impression. As Andy pointed out, we had the carryover in the pick 6 from Wood Memorial Day, a pool that ended up at near $204,000. Only one ticket sits 5 for 5 coming into this race. That is the horse that you're looking at there, the 7 Best Impression. The return, $138,225. If you were sitting 5 for 5 in the pick 6, is this the horse you want to be alive to?
That's an interesting question. I wouldn't, if I was alive to one horse, I would be alive to the 2.
The 2, okay.
To be fair.
She's cool.
But I can't argue with being alive the 7 because she's the favorite. And I mean, if somebody said to you, you can have anybody going forward, you want to have the favorite. And she is the favorite in this race, and she's probably the horse to beat. I prefer the 2 a little bit. I like the 2 and 1 in this race, but I have no argument that the 7 is the horse to beat. She's been in great form, and if she runs her last race, she's going to win, as her trainer, Oscar Barrera, is looking for a rare daily double, 2 in a row.
Prices in from race number 5 at Oaklawn Park. It was the 6 Misty Muppet with Asiel Espinosa aboard for trainer Peter Miller and owner Starry Night Racing. We'll get back to our on-site coverage in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Lafitte Pinkai there, Megan Burgess, and the big Richard Migliori. Race number 6, a 6-furlong maiden claiming event about 13 minutes away. Meanwhile, we're about to get a call for riders up here in race number 7. It's a weird dichotomy, isn't it? There's someone alive for the whole pool in the pick 6 to the 7, and yet the rest of America is rooting for a carryover. Do you like the rest of the world rooting against you?
I'll tell you a funny story. When I worked on the floor of the Amex, I was alive in a huge carryover pick 6 with a lot of horses in the last leg, and I've been on my computer back then, watching you guys actually. It was back in around 2005.
So you had the mute button on?
Well, I was on the floor. It was kind of loud. I couldn't hear it anyway.
Sure.
Otherwise, I would have hung in your every word.
Thanks.
And somebody said to me, you want to go down to the lounge? It was after the last race was just after the close. And I said, that's what I want to do. I want to sit in a room with 10 people rooting against me and watch the last leg of the Big 6. Things are going well up here. I'll stay up here.
Well, good luck to whoever's alive to the 7 here for the whole pool in the pick 6. We start our post parade with the 1 Patty Cakes.
I think Patty Cakes is very interesting off the claim for Linda Rice, and 9-2 is a generous price on her. She has back races she needs to get to win.
The 2 is She's Cool for trainer Chris Englehart. This horse you like?
I like She's Cool. I'm surprised she's 5-1. I imagine she will go down from there. I think she is the horse you want if you want to bet against the 7.
Hey, remember when moves up in class, everybody admired them? Jackie the Joker won for $10,000 last time out, moves up to 16.
It's a huge jump to go from the very bottom to this, and she's a horse that needs the lead to win. And Problematica is problematic.
Yeah, this horse should go to the lead, but has yet to win at Aqueduct. Is 0 for 6 lifetime, was beaten as the favorite 2 starts ago against similar company over a fast track.
But if nothing else, she's a potential thorn in the side of the 2.
And
of the 3.
Brooklyn Dance, big price in the morning line, but bet down to 5-1. I honestly don't understand that play on this horse.
Maybe Delilah Rivera at a long shot winner today is starting to get some money, but this horse should be at least
Delilah
15
Rivera?
to 1.
Okay, there is the 6, Miss Slough going through. Claim for $10,000 last time out, moving up to $16,000 today.
See, I think 11 to 1's a good price on her. I just prefer others.
The 7 is Best Impression. Again, the only horse that would pay out in the pick 6. If not, then we end up with the carryover of $138,000.
Her last race was a fast race, and if that's the kind of race she can run here second off the claim, she's going to be very tough. I want to see it again at a short price.
Open Soul Autism has been okay for $10,000. Why move up to 16 today?
I think a lot of them ran the 16. If you look at this race, right, the 7 been running for 10. The 8's been running for 10. The 6 has been running for 10. The 3 has been running for 10. I think in this case, that's when
basically a 10-claimer?
I start looking at the horses that are dropping a little bit or running the level, because they're really dropping significantly, especially when major contenders or horses have been running at a lower level. And that's one of the reasons both the 1 and 2 are kind of interesting to me.
Seems like you just described a ratings handicap race. We got to talk about that sometime.
Don't
watching the field as they arrived in the paddock and keeping our eye on who looked best, Samantha Perry.
Yeah, the number 1 I have a little bit of liking to as well, as Andy kind of mentioned. And this horse, Patty Cakes, was across the sloppy sealed track last time out. Linda Rice, who is just so fantastic off the claim. We'll jump in for this horse here, and I liked the warm-up. I liked the way that she looks in this barn. My biggest knock on her is she is 0 for 7 across this track, and I feel like a lot of horses, you either love Aqueduct or you hate it, and she's one that she's nibbled, but she just hasn't got it done. Her last 2 wins were at Parks, and that was last year, and that was type of competition that she's not going to face here, much lesser. But she gets brave, and there's some speed to her outside, and I think it might set up well for her. She's got to get a nice clean break from the gate, and we'll see if she can see it through. But I do like the fact she's on a dry track today, and the 7 furlong distance I feel like just kind of meets in the middle there for her. Now the number 3, Jackie the Joker, she's got a win a race, not so great type of pattern coming into this spot. And the win was very impressive last out, but as Andy so astutely mentioned, the $10,000 claiming price to now jumping up to the 16, that's a bit of an ask here. But I do like when a lower level claiming horse and a mare like this, once they get that confidence in them coming into a race, I feel like that usually bodes well for them here. And as you guys talked about, the 7 being the only ticket alive in the pick 6, a lot of people rooting against for another carryover. I can imagine that would be a massive pool tomorrow. And the 7 Best Impression gave a pretty nice impression last time out, but we'll have to do it again here today to take the whole shebang.
Samantha, great work all day long. She was here a lot earlier than I was, and she's braving the elements outside, but her observations invaluable from the paddock all day. Looking forward to having SGP back on tomorrow.
She's been doing a great job down at Gulfstream, before that Monmouth Park, for a number of years, and it's particularly tough for her having been at Gulfstream where it's been very warm. And the good news for her is I think it's supposed to get warm starting tomorrow, and it's not just a little chilly, it's sunny, but the wind's blowing outside. It makes it tough.
What is the status on turf racing? We were supposed to be on the turf
next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
We delayed it 2 weeks. We were hoping to start April 2nd, but it's been such a rough winter. Now looking at the courses, and you guys can see the tarps are down, looks like we can run on it, but a little more time, and we'll start next Thursday. We'll draw those races tomorrow, and I think I speak for most players that follow New York racing. Bring it on.
I speak for our producer, Evan Schwartz, who loves to go out and get that first shot on the grass course of the year. So he's been waiting to go out on the turf with a camera and show you what we're in for. But if you just look at it from here, considering the winter, it looks fantastic from up here.
It does. Do a great job. And if we hadn't put in that outer turf course, or replaced the inner dirt with an outer turf course, we couldn't have run here for the last 4 years like we have. And the other thing that happens a lot when the turf is our director, Mitch Levitas, he goes out there and grazes, actually, between the races. It's the only
you can say that to Mitch. I've known Mitch almost as long as you, and I would never say that.
Yeah, well, we have a different relationship. Stick around for a while and you'll be saying it.
When I was getting the tour and they're like, Mitch Levitas is here, I'm like, well, then everything's going to be fine. As long as Mitch Levitas is here, we know we're all going to be okay. All right, it is the final race of the day as we set up the stage. Parimutuel drama. If the 7 wins, Best Impression, someone is taking all the candy over $138,000. If that horse does not win, then we have a significant carryover into tomorrow. Andy Serling, who's going to take the final race on this Thursday at Aqueduct?
I hope it's the 2, She's Cool. I bet the 2 to win and made a 1-2 exacta box. I think She's Cool is the other horse you want in this race if you're playing against the 7. I don't have a problem with the 7. I just don't want to take her at a short price. I think She's Cool is the other horse you want.
You've heard our opinion. The most important opinion is yours. You should be playing it right now. The wagering menu on the 7th and final at Aqueduct. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Our favorite throughout the wagering, bet down from the morning line of 5-2 at 8-5 as they move forward is Best Impression. And again, the only horse that would pay out in the pick 6. For the rest of the load and then the call, let's go up to Chris Griffin.
She's Cool. Best Impression. Problematica. Open Soul Autism. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Miss Lau breaks very sharply with the early speed. It's Miss Lau and now company from Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker, forwardly placed by Ricardo Santana Jr., is now clear by a length and a half and followed by Problematica in second. Dropping back a little was Miss Lau, is now in third, just 2 off the leader. Center of the racetrack comes Open Soul Autism from fourth. There's Best Impression and Raylu Gutierrez in fifth, trying to make up some ground with Patty Cakes in behind them. She's Cool, second to last, and the trailer, Brooklyn Dance. A lone leader, it's 23.06 for the opening quarter mile. Jackie the Joker into the far turn, and Problematica still there in second. Problematica's trying to make the move, and Miss Lau is now under urging right there 3 wide. The leader is still Jackie the Joker. Best Impression trying to pick it up, and Raylu Gutierrez is asking Best Impression, not finding much so far. And the leader is Jackie the Joker with a nose advantage. Problematica to the outside. Miss Lau is trying to pounce, but Jackie the Joker stubborn this afternoon, and now Problematica's trying to push on by. They're approaching a final furlong. Best Impression is also starting to make up some ground with Open Soul Autism, and from the back, also trying to run on. Here comes She's Cool. Problematica's in front, but they are tiring up front, and here comes Miss Lau at 17-1, and She's Cool on the grandstand side. Jackie the Joker's back into it. Blanket finish here. Photo! Miss Lau in between horses. The oncoming strides of She's Cool and Jackie the Joker in 1 minute 24.98 seconds.
Oh, what a finish here. The horses up front were starting to tire. Getting the proverbial first jump here is Miss Lau, but the horse with all the momentum is the horse you like, the 2, She's Cool.
Oh, I think is it possible I got up here? I thought I had no shot when I watched it live. I thought the 6 held on, but watching that slow-mo, and hey, by the way, guys, nice to get the slow-mo camera back up. It hasn't been working for quite a while. I think there's a chance that I nailed her on the money there, or I should say Jose Lescano nailed her on the money. It is very close between the number 2 She's Cool and Miss Lau. And I said to you, top of the stretch, I said, if somebody wins this from behind, it's going to be the horse that I bet on. And I think I got the money there in the last stride. I'm not sure.
So how good is that camera on the line?
It's the best, but it's a very, to be honest with you, and the 2 did win. It's up there, unofficial. It hasn't been working for a while, so I'm not used to it for a while, but I want to give credit to my friend Dan Silver, who it pains me to give credit to. This was Dan's thing many years ago, and he worked with us, was getting this
He's a pretty good poker player. Be careful.
He's a great man, but he worked with us, and I like to make fun of him all the time, and She's Cool just gets up. And I tell you, I just want to say I feel bad for the person alive in the pick 6. There's nothing worse, and I know we've all been there, when you're alive for a score in a pick 5 or a pick 4 or a pick 6, and you never have a chance to win.
You know what's worse is the friend who afterwards goes, well, at least you're going to get 5. Like, no. I had a chance at 138,000. Stop it.
You mean the ex-friend?
Yeah, it's like, get out of the room now. We'll be back with those prices. We've got a huge carryover to talk about into tomorrow's racing at Aqueduct. But our final race, 2, 6, 3, 4 at the Big A, 7-2 over 17-1 over 8-1 over 12-1. When we come back, we return to Hot Springs, Arkansas, race number 6, and Lafitte Pinkai anchoring our coverage in Hot Springs.
Thrilling nightcap there in New York. 3 left here At Oaklawn, that was Raktansani, social climber pictured at 8-1.
Yeah, and it's a horse that flashed good speed in second start for a claiming tag and was claimed, moves up.
Crypto Corey just doesn't finish. Grab the Spark, first of 2 first-time starters.
Yeah, out of a mare that just has not produced up to this point.
Princeton, claim from Lindsay Schultz by Kim Poole.
After flashing brief speed, moving up to twice the price would be a surprise.
Champagne Liberal, Robert Slack's debuting homebred.
Well, here's a first-time starter taking money, and the mare did win on debut, and I love this horse's work tab.
Live on the board. Then Bad Joke, back to dirt in the class drop.
Yeah, flashed speed and all, pretty much several of her starts, but the turf race was a bit better.
Golden Biz, Iowa bred 3-year-old debut.
Another one that's going to add speed to this affair.
A big-time Story, 6-1, facing much softer in his second start.
Yeah, a lot easier, but it's going to have to show more after breaking slowly on debut.
SoCo Kid, dirt debut, first 2 on synthetic.
On synthetic, a pedigree that says dirt should be fine.
Brosnan, number 11, better than his latest.
Yeah, I thought he had some adversity, and he doesn't impress me as a horse that will overcome adversity. I think with the outside, flashes his normal speed. He's a major player at 8-1.
The Asmussens, Eric and Steve, then Palmer Beach to the outside, claim from Burl McBride by Sean Williams, the choice at 5-2.
Just improved speed the last 2 starts. That outside post gives Christian Torres a lot of options. He is certainly a major player.
Who's ready to graduate? Wide open, $40,000 maiden claimer. 3-year-old sprinting 6 furlongs. Palmer Beach at 5-2. We check in with Megan trackside, Megan, and starting with Big Time Story. Yeah, so his second start, this assignment, gonna be a little easier than his first.
That's right. He didn't get the best of trips, and there's a plethora of pedigree on hand despite this being kind of a mid to lower level claiming event. With the 9, Big Time Story have to hoist the gold, who was that stakes winner for Dallas Stewart. And my big problem with this horse is that I just find it's the starting point for him. He's very lanky, leggy, just does not strike you as a sprinter whatsoever. He's kind of interesting in the way he's put together, and I think the ground the better, but last time out he just didn't have the cleanest of beginnings, and he just broke off the field that day. He was off the pace and just never really did a lot of running, albeit the winner that day, a pretty strong foe, in trouble calling. But I just don't find he's in the best of spots as far as the 6 furlongs. So I'll wait and see with the approach on him getting to hopefully some added ground. But the number 11, Brosnan, I agree with Richie, is a little bit vulnerable, but you're getting a fair price, and he does sport that speed. He's always looked incredible. This is the half to that graded stakes winner Getaway Car, and I understand why they went turf with him in the beginning, because Charles is sneaky good with his turf runners, 20%, and his dam was very much a turf sprinter and did her best work there. But of course, the half-sibling Getaway Car by Keeland did his best work routing on the dirt, and this horse just looks like an out-and-out sprinter. He's always been a good-looking type every time I've seen him here at Oaklawn, and I've always tended to float towards his direction because of that. But his speed, he just has not been able to sustain, and I have a problem with that, because he's going to get some pressure and does draw to the outside. And speaking of that pressure, the number 2, Palmer Beach, comes off a second-place performance, and he's just been consistently taking money. He's first off the claim now for Sean Williams, who puts him back in for 40 next time around, first off, and he's, to me, found the right group. Now, he has that speed from the outside, and he is drawn wide, but he also, I find, has some great ability to him, as he does have perhaps a horse in Brosnan who could be a little bit quicker early on. But he's taken a step forward since I've seen him starting in February, and I think he's going to be the horse to beat, albeit you're taking a short price in what looks to be a pretty wide open group, Lafitte.
Lots to like, Megan. Palmer Beach, Christian Torres, 2-1 favorite. Right back to Brosnan, drawn to his inside. She mentioned by Charlatans. It's hard to believe. 6 years since Charlatan in the Arkansas Derby here during the pandemic, 2020, when we had the 2 Arkansas Derbies right around the Kentucky Derby. Nadal won the other division, but yeah, here he is, the sire of Brosnan, who you do give a puncher's chance.
I do. You know, this horse last time to me was completely compromised. He didn't get off particularly well, bumpy beginning, had a steady at the half-mile pole, and then he just gave way. But 2 starts back, that race would be good enough to be right there, and 4 starts back, that race would be good enough to be right there. So I think this horse gets away clean, is forward. You'll see a better run from him, and at 8-1, I like the price.
You're still observing horses that are shying from the kickback this afternoon?
Yeah, they just seem to be reacting very negatively. You're seeing a lot of horses taking that kickback in behind. They're climbing, and they're not using their stride efficiently until they're getting into a place where they're not getting that kickback in their face.
Something to watch as they file into the gate. Post time for the 6 here at Oaklawn Park. Favorite on the outside, Palmer Beach. 2-1 at post time. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Champagne Liberals second to last, and Palmer Beach to the outside post. Here's Palmer Beach coming up to the gate in the pink cap. We kick off the late pick 3 here, and we're ready to go. And Laroff. From the inside post, Rock Tansani has speed, is taking back, though, the first-time starter Champagne Liberal up there with Brosnan and Palmer Beach, who's deep on the course. Brosnan, narrow lead, 3/4 of a length now. Palmer Beach running in second. Rock Tansani making his way into the third position. Champagne Liberal back and forth now, 2.5 lengths behind. Then comes Bad Joke, Saco Kid Park deep as they go into the far turn run. One big story, he's 6 lengths off the lead in the checkered blue and white. Another length back in the field to Golden Tiz, Social Climber to his inside, sent upon with 3 furlongs to go. 2 back to Grab the Spark with Princeton, and Crypto Corey's at the back as they round the far turn. Brosnan nose in front. Here's Palmer Beach right there to the outside. Champagne Liberal pumped upon from third, 2.5 lengths behind as they come off the turn, and then comes Rock Tansani as they corner down the lane here. Palmer Beach, Brosnan beginning to struggle, is losing position now, and Palmer Beach kicks on. Champagne Liberal into the second position, 1 furlong to go. Palmer Beach has got the lead by 3. Champagne Liberal continuing to try in second, but it's Palmer Beach coming to the finish. He's got it. Palmer Beach, Christian Torres with a hat trick, 2 wins today for Sean Williams. Champagne Liberal was second best, then came Big Time Story, and Rock Tansani was fourth.
Too much Palmer Beach. By an Arkansas Derby winner, Omaha Beach. The favorite delivers with Christian Torres, and the 6th of 8 at Oaklawn Park.
I just set that perfect trip right off the speed of Brosnan. I was happy with his trip. I wanted him to see him flash his speed. He did. Just wasn't good enough, but Palmer Beach out in the clear, face clean, never had to take kickback. Nice effort by the runner-up Champagne Liberal, first-time starter, who I thought showed a lot of courage, but just second best to Palmer Beach with Christian Torres.
Graduating, first career win in his 5th career start. What was the difference today for Palmer Beach?
I think having the ability to just relax a little bit off of the 11 Brosnan, that's what the outside post gives you the luxury. You know, you're not forced into the race. No one's putting pressure on you from the outside. And Christian Torres seems to ride these kinds so well. He doesn't take anything away that comes easy, but he doesn't send them off their feet. They kind of get in a good rhythm. And when a horse gets in a good rhythm, they're framed up nicely. Not only do they use their stride more efficiently, they breathe better. Everything goes better.
In that nice rhythm right there, running away and hiding from his competition late.
Yeah, he really reported home a punctual winner here. First time off the claim for Sean Williams.
8-5 in the end. 12-6-9-1. Palmer Beach in race 6, Oaklawn Park. When we come back, trainer Mark Cassey, the meet he's enjoyed, well documented, piling up stakes wins, but never an apple blossom victory. Maybe that changes on Saturday. He'll saddle the favorite, the champion, Nitrogen.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And what a performance in the final race on this Thursday at Aqueduct. Welcome back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with Andy Serling. And Andy, you had the winner in the last. Barely. What a move here by She's Cool. And as you said, watching it live the first time, looked like you were short.
Did not think that she got up. She just won that bob in the very last try. And you see in the back of the field, Jose Lezcano wheeling her to the outside and took a little movement to get her there. And once he got her in the clear, she really started running. She's the only horse that made a real move in here as the pace held together reasonably well. Miss Lau in a great spot, a ridiculous overlay at 17-1. How she was 6 points higher than Brooklyn Dan's, I'll never know. And almost gets it done, gets run down right at the wire in this race, gets up.
So now look at Miss Lau on the inside. She's got the tongue sticking out. I wondered early in my career if you could train a horse to stick out their tongue at the exact time they got to the wire, could it be an advantage? The rules actually say it's a nose. Like even if a horse could stick out their tongue, you cannot win by a tongue. It's an actual rule in racing.
You learn something new every day. I've been around the track a long time. I've never really seen that. I'm just
What?
glad that nobody would, like if the one person live in the Pick Six had been alive to Miss Lau, I would be feeling bad.
Would you have been celebrating if you were the one who had the winner over the single horse in the Pick Six, or would you have a muted celebration? Because those are the people I don't get either. Read the room.
I don't celebrate $9.40 horses. $28.94, I might do a little victory dance, but I'm not celebrating 7-2 shots.
Well, that's a little bit of the cloth that we have in saying, in kind anyway. As we take a look at how the Pick Six played today, that $9.40 winner ensures a carryover into tomorrow. 5 of 6 does return $974.03. But that carryover, is it the biggest between winter and now? $138,225 for this Aqueduct stand?
We might have had one of those carryovers that big in Saratoga. I'm not sure.
But here at Aqueduct, they're in the stand.
If we have had a carryover since Saratoga that big. I could be wrong. I don't think I am.
7 races today. What, 8 tomorrow?
8 tomorrow and
have
a
you
little
looked yet?
later in the day. I looked. My picks are actually on the website. I looked. I have no life, Todd. That's all I do is look. I have nothing else going on in my life. I have like 4 friends. I see a couple of them for lunch. Otherwise, I have no life.
I just told everyone at the top of the show, you're a Renaissance man. You got Jeopardy to look forward to.
It's TV. People
Grateful
lie.
Dead. Yeah, the rest of it. Again, $138,225. That'll be waiting in the Pick Six pool tomorrow. You thought it was a little light today, what they put in with the carryover. What do you expect tomorrow's pool to be?
I think that's interesting. It depends looking at it, but I think we'll have 500, 600,000, somewhere in there.
Andy, I've got 2 tickets to Paradise. As Eddie Money once said, former New York City cop.
People don't realize that when Todd came, he said, I'm only coming if you guys are showing Turf Paradise on Thursday. So here you have it, Todd. This is what you wanted.
I play there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Those are the only days you can play at Turf Paradise. The occasional Saturday. Race number 2, we take you there to Arizona. Perfect conditions down there. The main track is fast. The turf course is firm. The second race is a 1-mile optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. The optional claiming price is $20,000. Unless you're Grand Canyon bred, Arizona breds get to run for a $25,000 claiming price. We're taking going to look at the 5 kg burglar. One of the things I love about Turf Paradise, every trainer is 25% or higher in the win percentage. There's nobody who's struggling.
It is a little strange looking. I found some funny numbers there. This race changed dramatically with the scratch of the 2 Coastal Kid, because the 1 and 2 were the main 2 speeds and maybe the best 2 horses in the race. When that horse Coastal Kid comes out, it not only hurts the 4 and 5, who clearly are fringe players at the very least, but it really helps the 1 a great deal and makes that horse a huge favorite and tough to beat.
That was the post parade on tape. This is a live look at the field arriving at the starting gate for race number 2. Time to get your plays in because the first horse is about to move forward. A reminder of the wagering menu here on race number 2 at Turf Paradise. It is win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double, pick 3, pick 4. We've got $1 pick 6 at Aqueduct. We're talking about the carryover into tomorrow. They have a jackpot pick 6 at Turf Paradise. That will start in race number 3. I'm going to steal a little bit of Andy's thunder. He wanted to tell you that the carryover into today is 128,474 in the Grand Canyon pick 6. Andy also wanted to mention that yesterday they bet 31,565 into the Grand Canyon pick 6. That'll be race 3. This is race 2, and this is the goof on the roof, Vic Stauffer.
Last to load, rim protector. They're at the post. They're off. Mr. Who is asked for speed. He's quarter horsed out of there by Americano. Mr. Who to the front. KG Burglar away in second, with Seams of Normandy third. Elegant Boy breaks fourth, and the early trailer is Rim Protector. Kept to the center of the racetrack, Mr. Who is the leader. He's a pressured leader, though, just a length from Seas of Normandy in second and a 3-wide KG Burglar. Meanwhile, Elegant Boy is at the rail. He's less than 2 from the front. Rim Protector very wide to the backstretch, 4 wide in a 5-horse field as they turn up to the backstretch, and it's Mr. Who, the leader. Mr. Who, the rail is wide open if Elegant Boy wants to go through to challenge. Mr. Who, a hard-fought half-length now in front from Seas of Normandy and a 3-wide KG Burglar. Now Elegant Boy has dropped back. He's 2.5 off the lead. Rim Protector will lose ground on both turns, 3 furlongs from the money, and possible history here at Turf Paradise. Mr. Who leads. He's a length in front of KG Burglar in second. Rim Protector begins to unwind. He's third in the orange cap, but 4 from the front. Then comes Elegant Boy, and Mr. Who is getting away at the top of the stretch. Mr. Who has now built up a 3.5 length lead on KG Burglar in second. Rim Protector to the outside, then Seas of Normandy. Mr. Who for the final furlong, and he's 4 lengths in front. Then comes Rim Protector and Seas of Normandy. Mr. Who is going to make Jose Silva Jr. win 8 races in a row. Mr. Who, yes. It's Jose's world. We're just living in it. Mr. Who, 8 in a row for Silva. Close for second, Seas of Normandy and Rim Protector.
Frank Passero on line 2. Remember Frank the Bank in South Florida? I'll never forget this, and only our sport could be like this. He won 16 races in a row.
I was there.
And he won so many races in a row in South Florida that no one in horse racing knew if it was a record. So when he got to 16, they're like, believed to be a record. Well, we know it's not a record, but it's pretty good. 8 in a row for the Silva barn here.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. We did not know that, so you sort of witnessed history there with him winning his 8th straight race. And I don't care who you are and what you're riding, that is no mean feat, so congratulations to him, and we'll see what happens in his next start.
Nitrogen made her mark last year as far as history is concerned in the sport of thoroughbred racing. She became the champion 3-year-old filly, won the Eclipse Award, but 2026 did not start out the way they had hoped. Can she rebound at Oaklawn Park? We'll discuss when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Hot Springs, Arkansas. And here at Oaklawn Park, off and running on Apple Blossom Week. All part of the lure, all part of the prestige, the history. It's the superstars who have won this event over the years, Richie. We're talking like household names who've won the Apple Blossom. Like, how confident are you, like, with your Apple Blossom knowledge, trivia of the Apple Blossom? How strong do you feel?
I don't feel really strong about it, but being down here the last few years, I've kind of gotten to learn the Apple Blossom even more. I only rode in it one time. I was third on Miss Linda, I believe, to Iziri.
Lowering
pretty good
expectations
name
already.
Yeah.
Lowering expectations. So if we give you some stats, some figures,
okay,
some facts about a winner, a former winner of the Apple Blossom, we'll see if you can figure this out. So we start with the record. She won 9 of 18 starts. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Don't expect you to get it off that.
Ooh, 1.8
and
million.
And the hard way. Not, 1.8 million, not as impressive now. Frizette winner is a 2-year-old.
Man, I am coming up with nothing at this moment.
This is New York. This is right up your alley.
Alabama Gazelle, Belle Dame, as well as the Frizette. Wow.
Superstar at 3. That resume. And then at 4 here, winning the Apple Blossom. 4 Grade 1 wins during her 4-year-old campaign.
Listen, couldn't have been close hatches. She didn't win the Frizette.
Negative.
No, but man, I honestly, I'm completely blank.
I thought you would get this. The
Heavenly
Phipps
Prize.
Philly Heavenly Prize, an absolute superstar. That level of consistency throughout the course from 2 to 3 to 4, running with the best, beating the best in some of the most prestigious races for fillies and mares. For example, who beat Heavenly Prize in New York? Nobody. She did, or Sky Beauty, Heavenly Prize did in the 94 Belle Dame.
Yeah. Bobby said this was going to be, he thought it was easy. Bobby Cloud, our producer. I think this was difficult. I was thinking more recent, but I should have had this. This is on me. I totally blanked on this
Andy
one.
Serling figured it out, I'm told.
Oh, I'm sure, because, I have a life. Sorry.
He just saw the lifetime record. That's all it took. One clue when he figured it out.
As I said.
What a good filly. Heavenly Prize, and it's those types of fillies who have won this race over the decades, eventual champions, and this year, for the first time, this is a pathway to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in. 9 strong, mile and a 16th. Nitrogen drawn inside, 9-5 favorite, reigning champion, 3-year-old filly, highly decorated. Richie, in your opinion, how much of a hit did her stock take following her Azeri performance? Defeated as an odds-on favorite.
For me, it didn't take a hit at all. They're flesh and blood. They're animals. They're not machines, and they're not always going to give you their A effort. And coming off of her first race back, I felt like she probably regressed. And now some people will say, well, horses don't bounce, or however you want to word it. But admittedly, Mark Casse said she was 80% ready to race. And she ran maybe one of her best races ever as far as figures go, not being 100% fit. And I think that's when you see horses react to a big performance. And I feel like she just reacted, taking nothing away from Majestic Oops or Regaled, who are both going to get a lot of pace to run into again in this Apple Blossom. I just think you're going to see the good version of Nitrogen, particularly the way she's trained since here at Oaklawn Park.
Now, that good version of Nitrogen, Megan, when she last won here, the Bayakoa 2 starts back, when she ran 1-2, her stablemate, Nurdzuri, completing the exacta. What do you make of her chances in the Apple Blossom Saturday?
Well, she'll certainly be a part of that early speed, as mentioned by Richie, where there is quite a bit on deck, and we'll see how her rateability does track. But catching up with Christian Torres, who's had another incredible day today with 3 wins, but looking for a Grade 1 victory yet again, as he's had an incredible meet. He's been the pilot aboard her, but also been alongside her in the mornings. Now, she's not a meaningful workhorse. She's not flashy, as we see her Trevista here, where she just annihilated this field. Pingwar came back to run an overnight stake against a comeback field out of this race, where she showed her speed. She kind of sat just off the flank and then was able to take control, effectively dominant that day. And I think she ran well to Nitrogen in that Bayakoa, albeit in defeat. So She's the dark horse for me that really has taken to the surface. She's kind of that unknown variable that I think could be getting really good at the right time. And I was on hand for her latest breeze here at Oaklawn. And when talking with Christian, she's always been solo on her own. Honestly, for a horse that's not as aggressive in the morning, I would have thought they would have paired her up. But she's been kept on her own. She's not the flashiest, as I've mentioned, but Christian really was happy with how he felt aboard her, as he'll, of course, be her pilot this coming weekend with Jose Ortiz shipping in to be reunited with his champion. But I think Nira Zuri, if she can take another step forward, has every opportunity to be competitive in this Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Mark Casse seeking a first ever win in the Apple Blossom. That's Saturday evening on FS1. Richie, you're catching some heat, aren't you, for not coming up with New York's heavenly prize?
I am catching some heat right from the top, too, from home. My wife, Carmela, just texted me. I'm supposed to get that one.
I'm disappointed, too, Carmela. Yeah. Collectively, we're disappointed. Heavenly prize, man. Who will be next? 58th running of the Apple Blossom, Saturday evening right here. Oaklawn Park, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares, $1.25 million purse. First things first, the Thursday feature, good allowance race. Mile and 16th older horses. Current favorite, first division at 2-1.
Yeah, and I think a deserving favorite here. I think the key with him, though, is when you're making your late rally, don't get close to horses because he wants to get on top of them a little bit.
There's Oscar Eclipse to kick off the post parade.
A hard-knocking, consistent type who just got in a really tough spot here.
Baddest good boy, Francisco Arrieta in the Lieblang colors.
Stretching back out, and he showed a lot of promise when he stretched out for the first time last January.
Number one dude, speedy 8-year-old.
Yeah, should be forward, has speed. There is some other speed sign on that are stretching out from sprints, though, Lafitte.
American Promise, legendary trainer Dwayne Lucas's last Kentucky Derby starter.
His last of 51. That was his 51st
Amazing.
Kentucky Derby starter.
Unreal. There he is, first division, 2-1.
Yeah, consistent closer, a horse that should get some pace. Key is, though, when you make your run, don't get close to horses. Stay away from them.
Classify 18-1, third at the level last month. Then Gun Runner Charlie doesn't have to mix with Stars and Stripes this afternoon.
No, and he faced a good Stars and Stripes last time, and he makes a lot of sense. He should get that trip that's kind of been winning today, right? In the clear, close up, no traffic, no kickback. And his last couple races would certainly put him in the frame here.
Stars and Stripes headed for Lexington. Will run in the Ben Ali next week. That's the horse who just beat Gun Runner Charlie. 5-2 is the second choice. Circling back to first division here, Richie. What happens in this race?
This is him two back, February 6th in the General MacArthur. And watch as he's getting to the horses right here in this ISO. He's outside in the blue cap. Watch him reach over, and he tries to bite the stick. He actually got a hold of the stick for one stride. Watch right in here. He just reaches over to kind of bite, but it wasn't the other horse. It was the other rider's stick right there. And he actually caught it in his mouth for half a stride. But this is what I'm talking about. With a horse like this, you don't want to break the momentum, them thinking about leaning or getting on top of another horse. I'd want to give myself a path or two and keep him going forward. Don't let him get kind of bullish on top of another horse.
He's a big Firenze Fire fan. For the uninitiated, how uncommon is that?
That's pretty uncommon. You'll see another horse try to take a bite out of another horse. I've seen them try to take a bite out of another rider. I had one horse bite me twice in a row, and I was trying to stay away from him. But usually them going after a piece of equipment like that is not normal.
We're checking with Megan trackside.
Well, this is an extremely competitive race. We'll start with the layoff candidate, a Kentucky Derby veteran, actually, and the number 4, American Promise, who now switches barns, and does so off a pretty significant layoff. Now, it's very easy to give these kinds of horses grace. He comes off of quite a bit of time and didn't have the best of experience in that Grade 1 Kentucky Derby. Then they took him to the Preakness and he didn't fare that day. He was keen. He was just did not have the best of trips that day. But now he shortens up, and with a new conditioner in Steve Asmussen, who to me has this horse ready to go off of the bench. He's incredibly fit. He's had a steady diet of those workouts at the fairgrounds. They actually worked him at Churchill Downs and then shipped him here for this spot, and he's made the ship incredibly well, keeping that condition, keeping he looks fantastic to me out on the track. And I haven't seen him before for that barometer test of how he perhaps developed from 3 to 4, but he's long, he's leggy, he's just really struck me well as a flashy son of Justify, where he gets Lasix for the first time. He was run obviously as a 2-year-old, then he was in stake after stake, so that could be also a benefactor to him in here, and I liked what I seen as you fetch a fair price on him up there currently at 7-2, but as Richie mentioned, the number 5 First Division caught in some of those trickier spots and just has shown up time after time, really running to some of that promise that he had as a 3-year-old. They ran him in the Arkansas Derby. That didn't work out, and he's really flourished as an older horse, as you'll see him getting a nice solid warm-up out there on track with Manny Escobar aboard, who's been aboard him for most of his career. You know, last time out, he cut back to a mile, which to me, I don't find is his best, and got that blanket finish in a strung out race where UW actually came back to run a massive race at Keeland last weekend from that group. He was coming off of that fast early pace, and you could argue after having to wait and find room pinned behind horses into the lane that he was best. So I'm very encouraged by his last race, despite disappointing, you could say, a bit as the favorite. But to me, he ran the best race that day, and he finds a very suitable group, as I do like him getting back to this 8.5 furlong distance. But another horse that I found was pretty interesting up there is obviously taking money in Gunrunner Charlie. Now, he's definitely not the most physically imposing kind, but he's really come into his best form last time out, as mentioned on the desk. Got behind the likes of Stars and Stripes, and you could argue had a little bit better over the trips that day, and 3 back. I will say with this horse, keep an eye on him, because he's had some gait issues. He tends to, especially earlier on in his career, struggle as he does break from the outside, has that kind of open gap to negotiate with his, albeit tactical speed that he does possess. He should get the right kind of trip in this spot, and I did prefer First Division, the number 5, over the number 7, but I'm not going to talk you off of the ledge of the number 7, and I find the number 4, American Promise, is going to hopefully return back to the races and find Fettel Lafitte.
It's a good race. Thursday feature. Still looking at Gunrunner Charlie. Strength of schedule, Richie, is his. The race he's exiting early March, right here. Similar company, again, except no Stars and Stripes that he has to deal with on this afternoon. This solid second-place finish, 2 Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, and I think he projects to get a very similar trip that he got against Stars and Stripes, right, where he's going to be, forward in the clear from that outside post. He's fast enough to create his own trip. He just came up second best to a better rival in Stars and Stripes, who, Bill Mott hasn't sent a lot of horses here, but he's been very successful with the ones he has sent. This was a very game effort, Lafitte. I think he's going to get a very similar trip.
Well clear of the rest, a similar trip. Yeah, what's a win for Ramon Vasquez in the early stages of this mile and a 16th? Field is 7, but still, where would you like to see him situated?
Well, I would hope that he's no more than 3 wide into the first turn. I'm a, big advocate of saving ground, particularly in 2-turn races, and that hasn't been the perfect trip today, because I do think that the track is just maybe a touch on the drier side. You're seeing the fractions are maybe just a touch slower than normal here, and the kickback, I think, is peppering the horses a little bit more, and I've seen a lot of horses react negatively to it. It's interesting.
So how much of an adjustment are you making? How much ground would you be willing to concede to stay out of the kickback and stay out in the clear?
Well, one of my principles of riding, one of the things that I believed in was getting your position going forward. So I'd rather use my horse a touch more to get to that position where I'm not dealing with that kickback than to be, passive about it and allowing the race to dictate to me. I'm going to try to dictate where I am.
Gunrunner Charlie, leading rider Ramon Vasquez. Does this surprise you? First Division at 8-5 as they've reached the starting gate.
Well, it really doesn't, because if you look at how consistent he's been with his numbers, right, a 95 buyer, a 94 buyer, a 95 buyer, the thing that worries me about him is he does have that habit of wanting to get over on top of horses. And, Manny Escobar knows him well enough now. he'd be better off in the stretch to angle a path or two further away from horses than to come to them, very close, because he's going to lean on them, and that slows your momentum down as you're catching horses.
First division, 8-5. Overhead look at the starting gate. Moving into line for the Thursday feature, Oaklawn Park. You mentioned where you thought Gunrunner Charlie would be. Who is the quickest? Who figures to set the tempo early?
Well, I really do think number one dude has good speed, as does Oscar Eclipse coming out of sprints. He's got races where they went much, much faster. I think from the rail, he's going to show speed.
About to find out. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 7 from Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 2.
We're ready to go. And we're off. A bobble at the break for Baddest Good Boy. Number one dude to the lead at once here. Classify right up alongside now with 1 lap to go. First division runs in third. Oscar Eclipse inside of him. Then American Promise, Gunrunner Charlie Park 4 wide going into the turn. And Baddest Good Boy drops to the back as the 7 runners charge around the clubhouse turn. Number one dude, he's going to take back and Classify. He's fresh, wants the lead, grabs it, gets to the rail, accelerates to a 2.5 length lead approaching the backstretch run. Number one dude second, Oscar Eclipse to his inside. Then Gunrunner Charlie into the 4th position with first division. 2.5 clear of American Promise and 5 back to Baddest Good Boy, who can see them all. Down the backstretch, Classify clear at 37-1. A 2-length lead now from Oscar Eclipse. Number one dude, they're side by side. And Gunrunner Charlie 3 wide joining that pair as they approach the half-mile pole. American Promise patiently ridden. First division to his inside and still a big gap back to Baddest Good Boy at the rear. As they go into the far turn, Classify. 3 furlongs to go. Length in front. Number one dude shown more reins second. Oscar Eclipse patiently ridden on the rail third. Gunrunner Charlie, he's shoved upon from 4th. First division has horse. Tries to move through between horses. He's patiently ridden, hitting the quarter pole and getting closer. American Promise going to be parked deep as they come off the turn. His first division tries to get outside for the stretch drive. They're off the turn. Classify with the lead. First division grandstand side. Motoring to the lead, though, and with a furlong to go, it's first division. First division well clear by 3 lengths coming to the 16th pole. Now it's 4. First division, a good confidence booster for him today. First division, Manny Esquivel. Coming out of stakes races, dropping in class, that was the ticket. First division by 5 at the finish. Number one dude was second. Photo for third, Oscar Eclipse, Baddest Good Boy.
Guess that's why he was 8-5 in the end. First division drills him in the 7th at Oaklawn.
Well, what a absolute confident ride from Manny Esquivel. He sat in behind horses. He took that kickback. But watch, when he angled out to the clear of the feet, he kind of stayed away from everybody. And I think that's key with a horse like this. They are herd animals. Some of them have a tendency to get more preoccupied with their rivals, like they're out in the field or out on the prairie as opposed to with a rider. But he always kept some separation, and he was just decidedly best.
No doubt about it. Performance. A race that looked competitive on paper. Handicapper zeroed in on first division, but making it look that easy over a quality crew.
It feels like he's just a cut below those like real graded stakes kind of horses, but he's an honest sort, and when he gets in the right group, this was a good group, but the right group for him, he just dominated.
5-3-2-1 here. Back to New York. Todd and Andy with an eye on Turf Paradise, where the legend of P-Val continues.
Is that an infamous legend of Patrick Valenzuela? Look, I have been close to his story out in California because he's ever present out there. But let's talk about good times for Patrick Valenzuela, and still one of the greatest rivalries in the sport. 1989, the Kentucky Derby, he guides Sunday Silence to victory. I was a huge easygoer guy. This broke my heart. But then in the Preakness, we got the race of the decade. Easygoer lost again, but a lot of it had to do with Patrick Valenzuela's rides. I mean, what he overcame in the Preakness, where it looked like Pat Day shut the door on him on the far turn, was pretty impressive, both horse and rider coming back. But it is the comeback again for Patrick Valenzuela, oft interrupted with well-publicized problems off the track. But he has been campaigning for a license. He finally got one in Arizona. And here he is, Andy, at the age of 63 with yet another comeback. But can he look to someone like Mike Smith, who's going to the Kentucky Derby at the age of 69?
He can look to him. I don't think he's going to the Derby anytime soon. I will say, and I'm not going to get into his obviously well-known issues and situations, This guy is one of the more talented riders of all time.
Okay, well, let's take it because the big argument that comes up, because they're voting for the Hall of Fame right now, even people who get to vote always say it is a shame that Patrick Valenzuela is not in the Hall of Fame. What do you say?
I would vote for him.
Okay.
Because I'm somebody that believes that Pete Rose belongs in the Hall of Fame, and I think it's wrong he's not in the Hall of Fame, and not just because he was a horse player, because I believe he's a Hall of Fame quality rider. I guarantee I'm annoying Mig right now, but I think he has the credentials to be in the Hall of Fame.
Do you think it's fair for those who are proponents of Patrick Valenzuela to be in the Hall of Fame, say, look, he didn't do anything that damaged the sport. He did things that damaged him personally. And that's the difference.
Well,
is that the difference?
I think that's fair. Don't
That
you
is
think
fair.
that's fair? I think, if Pat Valenzuela had, and I have a great deal of sympathy for people that have substance abuse problems. It is a great mistake to think it's some sort of character flaw. It's a disease. And you're right. You think of what his career could have been had he not had those problems. But
He's
on the
already paid the
racetrack, he was a great
He's already paid
rider.
the price.
And, if he hadn't been such a good rider, maybe Easy Goer would have won the Triple Crown, and so many New Yorkers wouldn't have cried when we just showed that replay of the Derby. So, I don't want to get into the politics of it. This guy was a great rider, and I think it's unfortunate that politics get so much involved. Like I would put Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. And I understand.
But some would say he damaged the sport, and that's the difference. Patrick Valenzuela didn't take performance-enhancing drugs.
I hear that argument. I think that's a little bit self-aggrandizing to say that damaged the sport. Baseball's doing worse because of guys using steroids?
Well,
and would they have been using? And I think it's unfortunate he did use them, and I think it's too bad, and I'm glad they cleaned it out of the game. But I don't really believe that stuff damaged the sport, and I think that to say Barry Bonds shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame to me is ridiculous.
Yeah, but it damaged careers. I mean, there were pitchers whose careers took a south turn because these guys are hitting the ball in a way they shouldn't have without enhancement to change the record. But I mean, okay, that's baseball's problem.
There are different sides to these arguments. I don't disagree with it. I'm not saying my opinion is the absolute. I'll tell you what. I'm shocked that the horse he's riding is 2-1 in this race.
Yeah, that's the 6, English Icon.
I think he's a cinch.
He's a cinch.
This horse. I think he is.
And by the way, I think I aged Mike Smith, and I've known Mike Smith since the beginning of my career. I think I said 69. He's going back at 59. He's on the precipice of 60.
He's like 80 by now. And I mean that as a compliment,
no,
Mike.
He's an ageless wonder.
Guy's unbelievable.
It's not Perry Utsko to the Derby.
I was a kid. He first came to New York in '86.
Yes.
He was riding here in the
36
winter.
Red in the Gotham.
I remember Mike coming here.
But do you know the story of that? The true story of that?
Love that horse.
It involves a letter from Prince arriving in the mail and congratulating him on his ride aboard 36 Red
Prince
in the Gotham.
the musician.
Prince the musician. I will tell the story one day when we have more time. But right now it's about that horse right there, English Icon, with 60. Did we say 60?
I just want to think about having dinner with Prince and Nick Zito at the same time. But that story that would
happen.
Unfortunately, never
happened. It is a
happened.
great Mike Smith story. But is Patrick Valenzuela on the comeback yet
He is
again?
on the
6, English Icon. Speaking of comebacks, let's go out to Vic Stauffer for the call. Race 3 from Turf Paradise, live.
They're off. Awkward start, Teddy Pantages. Good start, English Icon. And Noah's Gold going to take the lead. English Icon is taken back now. He'll sit second. Boundless Optimist and Oswald in a very tight spot. It's Toei. He's going to have to get out of there. 5th and 3 from the front. Then comes Fleet Bratato, and the slow start has Teddy Pantages at the back of the pack. So Noah's Gold is sharp to the back stretch, and he's doing it easy. Ears prick, looking around and leading by 2 from English Icon in second. Boundless Optimist is tugging at Frank Alvarado. He's third at the rail and 2.5 or 3 from the front. Here's Toei in the center, and he's on the move, and Toei going to go all the way up to third. He forces the hand of Oswald, and here's 2 back markers going to run right alongside Noah's Gold. So Noah's Gold gets the challenge. It comes from Toei to the outside. He responds at this point. English Icon still very much a part of that front-running battle, but now he drops 2 lengths off the lead. Boundless Optimist has 5 lengths to make up now. Then comes Oswald and Fleet Bratato. Teddy Pantages is the trailer, and the leader is Noah's Gold alongside Toei. These 2 are matching strides. English Icon is in perfect striking position for Patrick Valenzuela, and here he comes 3 wide within a length of the lead. Boundless Optimist is next, then Oswald top of the stretch, and here comes English Icon, and he slingshots to take over the lead. English Icon, the new leader past mid-stretch. He's got a 2-length lead. Boundless Optimist, and from the back of the pack, Fleet Brotado, English out Icon. Fleet Brotado coming. Boundless Optimist coming. 3 of them come to the wire. Boundless Optimist got up in the last stride to beat English Icon. Fleet Brotado a close third. Teddy Pantages fourth.
There's some years between these two jockeys. Patrick Valenzuela at the age of 63 trying to hold on here with English Icon, and a longtime rider in California, now in Arizona. Frank Alvarado on the one, Boundless Optimist to the inside here.
You know, I think it was the 31.92 half mile that caught up to my cinch.
We got to see
in the
Jose
late
Silva
stages.
Jr. win 8 in a row. We got to see the quickest half mile in the history of turf
Just
racing.
didn't look like they were going that fast to me, but apparently they were really flying the half mile, and I know it was amazing. Frank Alvarado, another rider we saw ride here many years ago.
Also, that phone call from the MiG did arrive.
He checked in. Yes, I knew he would.
And I do want to say, I got a phone call from Richard Migliore, despite traveling to Hot Springs, welcoming to the team. He's a gentleman, and he also has opinions on our Patrick Valenzuela conversation.
No
When we come
surprise.
back, he is one of the biggest names in thoroughbred racing, talking about legendary John Ed Anthony and his impact on the sport. We'll be back.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com. The stroll from your room down the elevator, the casino here. Richie, time to play your hand or two so you get to the show just in time. Back into the casino, doors part, and just like that, you're in the Oaklawn paddock.
I think it's a good way to find out if you're lucky on the day, right? Throw some money into a slot machine. If you hit, then come to the race,
Clean
start
up in the
betting.
casino, do the same at the racetrack. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Phasic Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.phasictipton.com. Let's get digital. Let's get nasty. Said First Division. Finding his best stride, strikes the front in a no doubt about it performance in the Oaklawn feature.
I really like this ride by Manny Esquivel. He was on the best horse. He got that inside-out trip, angle to the clear, kept him a path or so away from his rivals, never used the crop. He showed it to him. Well, he actually did pop him there one time, didn't need to, but keeping him to his task. And first division, decidedly best today. Nice effort by the runner-up, number one dude. He fought all the way to the wire under Christian Torres.
Gun runner Charlie, ¿qué pasó? Disappointing today.
He was disappointing. He thought he had decent enough position, just basically the no-show today.
First division showed up in a big way. Dominant performance in the 7th of 8 at Oaklawn Park. We turn the page. The nightcap, Arkansas breds, $30,000 maiden claiming sprinters, fillies, and mares. Rider change, Eric Asmussen takes over for leading rider Ramon Vasquez. A late change on Blackwood, the short-leaf stable homebred. His name is synonymous with Oaklawn Racing. John Ed Anthony. It was formerly Loblolly Stable, now Shortleaf Stable. He is the only owner to have captured every one of Oaklawn's Kentucky Derby prep races, in owner of 3 Triple Crown race winners, John Ed Anthony. And for him, it all goes back to how a horse can make a person feel.
Well, a good horse is inspirational, and a good horse makes you want to pursue it even further, but it makes you the rest of your life. It creates a little bit of an ebullience, and you feel excited about life whenever you're winning good races with horses. And they don't come around very often.
And of course, that's Cox's Ridge and Van Landingham. That's the Belmont paddock. And that's, I think, Tipper's Hill at the Belmont.
The family of John Ed Anthony has been associated with lumber and timber in Arkansas for over 100 years. And it's his home state that serves as the inspiration for the naming of his stable and horses, using Arkansas towns and landmarks. In the 1970s through the 1990s, Loblolly Stable campaigned some of the most famous horses in Oaklawn history, which carried Anthony's famous chocolate brown and yellow silks. Cox's Ridge became Anthony's first prominent horse in the late 1970s. The stable had 3 champions in the 80s and 90s. Temperance Hill was named champion 3-year-old male in 1980. In 1985, Van Landingham won champion older male.
He was a front-running freak. He didn't want anything to do about it. That's the way he was going to race.
And Prairie Bayou was awarded champion 3-year-old male in 1993.
He was trained by Tom Bohannon. Was speaking to Tom about what a good job he had done. He looked at me and said, anybody could train this horse.
I was too young to go to the races when Cox's Ridge was racing, but was able to sneak into the track to see Temperance Hill run at Oaklawn. Temperance Hill would be my favorite just because of the races he won and the exposure he gave the stable.
Temperance Hill now takes the lead. It's Temperance Hill, Arkansas Derby winner, taking the lead, going off by 2.
He won the Belmont and then the Travers and then the Jockey Club all in one year.
Right, like I was looking over here, this is the Travers.
Oh, it's a tough race to win.
Loblolly also won the Arkansas Derby a record 3 times before being dispersed in the mid-1990s.
High left, winning the Arkansas Derby by a neck. The hometown colors of Loblolly Stable of John Ed Anthony, the 3rd-generation lumberman from Fordyce, Arkansas, who loves winning this home state race.
Horse racing has always been a way for John and Ed to bond, but since starting Shortleaf, it's gone to a whole new level.
We talk daily about what mare to breed or what's staying or what's going on with the horses in Ocala or what stayings we should be interested in. You have to stay on top of it on a daily basis. So it's an ongoing thing that we've certainly bonded over the years.
John Ed Anthony was inducted into the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame in 2001, and in March of 2022, Anthony became Oaklawn's all-time leading owner, recording his 270th career win.
It takes your breath away. The highs and lows in this business are peaks and valleys. It's maybe the only sport in the world where when you lose 4 out of 5, you're doing really good.
An incredible run, and seeing those colors here at Oaklawn in Arkansas, much like you see the black and cherry red of the 5th stable at Saratoga, at Belmont, at Aqueduct. it feels very similar to me.
It really does. They're iconic colors, just like you said, the Phipps colors, the green tree of the Whitney family. There's so many, Darby Dan Farm, but obviously the colors of Shortleaf Stable at one time Loblolly, especially here in Arkansas. I mean, they're known nationally, but Arkansas, they hold a different kind of reverence.
Is there a first horse that comes to mind when you see the brown and yellow of John Ed Anthony, of Shortleaf?
Well, two come to mind, but number one would be Temperance Hill, who won the Belmont Stakes, went on to win the Travers. And, you know, I was just getting ready to start riding, and I remember seeing Eddie Maple after he won the Travers walking out of the track. And, you know, that was such a big deal. And then another would be a filly named Tilly's Curve, who actually won stakes here. I had saved $100 to bet on a filly that I was galloping, Island Charm. It was about 6 months before I rode. And it was no small feat to save $100 when you're making 90 a week, right? And I went to bet on her. I needed someone to go to the window. Marjorie Clayton, who then became Marjorie Cordero, knew that John Ed had a nice filly, Tilly's Curve. Joe Canny trained her. Eddie Maple was riding her. And she said, if I was you, I'd bet at an exacta box. So I bet a $20 exacta box, Tilly's Curve, Island Charm. Well, Tilly's Curve beat Island Charm a neck, but the exacta paid $46. And I wound up buying my first racing saddle, my first racing boots, my first racing helmet with the money I made gambling.
Remember how good Demons Be Gone was?
Oh, Demons Be Gone was really good.
Monster.
Unfortunately, he bled in the Kentucky Derby.
Favorite in the Kentucky Derby back in '87. That was my first Kentucky Derby. And, seeing those colors here at Oaklawn Park. We'll have a chance to see him very shortly here in this 8th and final with Blackwood, who does have a new jockey in Eric Asmussen taking over. We'll have riders up and a post-parade with the nightcap looming from Oaklawn Park. Next, you're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Look forward to the reopening, reimagining of Belmont Park here on this gorgeous Thursday afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Hill and Tail at Alapa. Horses on track will meet the field. These $30,000 maiden claimers are the Arkansas bred variety. Fillies and mares sprinting 6 furlongs. Who'd you wind up with?
I went to the 9-horse, first-time starter, Conniption. Like the work tab. Just seems to me that I'm looking for a stranger, although the 11's going to be tough to beat.
Live on the board. We'll see her in the post parade. You saw North Lake Kate as a rider, then Blackwood in those John Ed Anthony short-leaf colors.
Well, dropping from maiden allowance to maiden 30, and we've got to factor in the feature angle. Seems like it works out quite a bit.
Sweet Baby D needs to develop that knockout punch.
Yeah, but it doesn't possess much speed. How will she react to having to come through all that traffic and kickback?
Vision of Hope outran her odds in her latest.
Yeah, certainly did. At times has flash speed, although recently has kind of lost that speed.
Stevens Dream, Sarah Patterson's debuting filly.
Yeah, first-time starter that the mare just has not produced as of yet.
Suesponte, one start was an adventure.
He's just showed little after ducking in badly at the start with post 1.
Caroline's Heart spun her heart in her lone effort. Currently 52-1 would be a big surprise then. The filly you like, the first-time starter, there she is, Conniption.
Yeah, out of a mare that stakes place. She also won on debut, the mare. I like to see that in a family, in a pedigree.
Reaching for rainbows. Took money in her debut.
I think this horse is very live at 15-1. This horse actually showed some run, and I always look at horses like that. Did they show run in the context of the race?
Whispering Charm, the one to beat.
That makes a lot of sense. No doubt she's going to be tough to beat here at a short price.
Artemis Sparkles, at least she gets off the rail.
And has flash speed in 2 of her 3 starts. Does that get in the way of the 11, Whispering Charm, at all if she does show that speed again?
The runners in the 8th and final. These Arkansas bred maidens, post time 2 minutes. We check out with Megan trackside.
Thanks, Lafitte. And to build on the firster in this spot in a group that I just didn't find all too convincing, albeit I do understand your favorite and like the horse, but the number 9, Conniption for Ron Moquett. Now, not the barn typically known for firsters, but I find has found the right spot and certainly looks like that compact, short-bodied sprinter that you would want to see. Now, I did get to see that breeze on March the 29th, where she did work from the outside with the hood and blinkers on, so not wearing them today in the race, but worked with them on, I guess, just for a little trial and error. But I will say this, worked with a maiden filly, was keen. I do expect her to show speed here on debut from that post, and the mate was well ahead of her late, but I will say this, she wasn't really hustled upon, and it was still a rather fast time. So I find that she captured the incentive of the work to kind of build on a foundation, though she did take a little bit of a gap there from December to February. I liked what I saw from her. I didn't find this was an all-imposing group, and she really fit the bill with a nice price up there at 5-1. But your even money favorite, currently the number 11, Whispering Charm, the lone Archie bred in the barn of Peter Miller. And I was speaking to Peter's assistant, Ray, who said it certainly seems as though she's found her friends in this spot as she drops a little bit lower from that $40,000 tag last time out, where she shows speed, she had a comfortable trip, it wasn't an overzealous pace, and she just fell short as the favorite that day as well. That's my issue with her. She's had her opportunity, and she does have the strongest form of anyone in this spot, but felt like last time it couldn't really measure up a whole lot of excuse, especially considering the winner was a first-time starter who I opted to go against her with again in this spot, and won't be surprised if she shows up and beats me. But a horse that kept drawing my eye was the 10, Reaching for Rainbows for the Brett Creighton barn. Now, the barn hasn't been off to the greatest of starts and did not do a whole lot of running, I'll say, but last time out on debut, broke from the outside, sat off the pace, and I will say this is a bigger filly. This is a 4-year-old that does have some substance to her, so maybe wanting a bit more ground, but I just thought physically today, she kept drawing my eye. I know she's a big price up there at 13-1, but a lot of times in these lower level races, that's kind of what has helped me maneuver my way through. But I thought this, if you are against your favorite, could be a wide open race. And quickly touching on the number 5, A Vision of Hope, who I've seen her in her last 2 starts, and she continually doesn't really look like a horse that is 100% fit. She's a really small, compact sprinter, and her dam was a multiple Arkansas stakes placed sprinter at Oaklawn, but there hasn't been any winners in the pipeline as of yet. She's had a lot of opportunities. Perhaps could be the day for her, hoping to show maybe a little bit more speed after an awkward beginning last time out. Lafitte.
Megan, thanks so much. As these Arkansas-bred fillies and mares make their way behind the gate one final time on this Thursday afternoon. Whispering Charm, Richie, is this today the day for her that she breaks through and earns that first career win in her 5th try?
I'm not going to be surprised if and when she wins, but at even money, I tend to shy away from very short prices in these lower-level maiden claiming races.
You like the fresh face?
Yeah, I'll try somebody that is not exposed yet, and then that's the 9 Conniption. I do like that the slow works, but then that one sharp gate work, because it kind of points out that she does have some ability.
Keith Asmussen teaming up with Ron Moquette. Conniption, Whispering Charm. Even money at post time. One final time up to Matt Dinnerman with the call. The nightcap from Oaklawn live on FS2.
3 still working with Conniption. Sweet Baby D about to come up too. Conniption goes in. Sweet Baby D post 4. Reaching for Rainbows. Post 10. A Vision of Hope coming up. Whispering Charm, post 11, 2 back. Stephen's Dream and Artemis Sparkles. Artemis Sparkles, the last one to go in, working with Stephen's Dream to post 6. Stephen's Dream. Waiting for that one to load in. A filly by Flat Out here. Remember, live racing resumes tomorrow. 10 races, first post, 12:45. We'll see you then, but for now, enjoy this finale. Artemis Sparkle's the last one to go in. We're ready to go one last time today. And they're off in the finale. Dipping at the break was North Lake Kate and is in midfield after that. Artemis Sparkles dashing to the early lead. A Vision of Hope taking back, and so is Tiz a Rider, who had to slam on the brakes off of heels there. Now level 3rd with the favorite Whispering Charm and Stephen's Dream between horses. Blackwood next. Gap of 3 to Conniption, then Reaching for Rainbows. Sua Sponte, North Lake Kate there together. Sweet Baby D second to last early, and Caroline's Heart at the back off the tearaway leader, Artemis Sparkles, who wings it on the lead and went super fast. 21 3/5 seconds. That first quarter mile has opened up 6. Artemis Sparkles is runaway on the lead here. Let's see if she can keep going. That's the question here. She's 4 clear now. 3 of Whispering Charm, who's cutting into the margin. A Vision of Hope into 3rd, and Conniption is trying to rally on. The first-time starter in 4th is on the outside as they come down the lane here. Artemis Sparkles the leader. Whispering Charm trying to run by her, but she's struggling a little bit to get there. But now she's leveling off, grabs the lead. Now there are closers coming. One of them Reaching for Rainbows, Conniption, and also A Vision of Hope. There's a 16th to go. Whispering Charm on the lead, but she is absolutely exhausted, and Reaching for Rainbows is going to pick her up, grab the lead, and win. Reaching for Rainbows at 14-1. Whispering Charm, absolutely no excuses. Second best as the low odds favorite again, and then came Artemis Sparkles and Sweet Baby D.
From out of the clouds, Reaching for Rainbows in her second career start. Well done, Megan. 14-1 upset in the nightcap at Oaklawn.
Amir Mendoza, an apprentice, gets it done here with a patient ride. It was a scorching pace for this level of horses. 21 3, 45 4. It looked like Whispering Charm was held in abeyance, was going to get it done, but here comes the last run with a horse that did show run on debut and improved off of that. Was way too big a price. Good call by Megan. This was a nice effort, and she moved up, but man, what a fast pace. Supersonic pace for this level.
Table was set. She takes advantage, finds her best stride, and closing with a rush to pull off the upset.
She made up about 5 or 6 lengths inside the last eighth of a mile. And you see, she got out in the clear, and she's just coming with relentless strides. Heartbreaking for the favorite, Whispering Charm. But Reaching for Rainbows, she showed some run on debut and improved in the second start at way too big a price.
Is that something you look for tomorrow in the early races here at Oaklawn Park? It was something you focused on and picked up on with the kickback kind of affecting some of the runners in their performance. Is that something you'll keep a close eye on as we start the Friday card.
You know, I think it's just looking at the water content in a racetrack, and all day this track just looked a little bit on the drier side to me. You know, usually the second day of racing after a few days off, it kind of tightens up a bit more. So, but you have to pay attention early in the card. You can't go in with a preconceived notion into the next day that it's going to be the same as today.
Right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Another terrific afternoon of racing here at Oaklawn Park, and then the Apple Blossom on Saturday. Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares. That'll wrap things up for Megan, the Mig, and myself. More with Todd and Andy from New York and live racing from Turf Paradise.
Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass, plus special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeland and Oaklawn Stakes races Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Andy Serling. We're on site at Aqueduct. Racing finished here about an hour ago, but we've been watching with you the conclusion to the card at Oaklawn Park. The last race at Aqueduct brought us an upset. The last race at Oaklawn Park brings us an upset. It is the 10, Reachin' for Rainbows, taking this event for Arkansas breds, Maiden Claiming Company, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, but a $31 winner to end the day. And they had a lot of favorites prior to that. And check out the pick 6. There wasn't a whole lot in the pool. They'll end up with a minor carryover there, but the pick 5 ends with a very good return, over $9,000.
There was a day when the Classic 6 was one of the original, I think,
That's
pick
right.
sixes in the country.
Well, and Louisiana Downs was at the center of it, and
right.
They'd have the Classics there. That whole kind of circuit there used to be big pick 6 from Louisiana and Arkansas and those areas. There were big pick 6 players. I like what Oaklawn has done in tweaking their wagering menu each year, because obviously they're a premier signal, and I think the return of the dollar pick 6 is great. But having said that, yes, there are days when there's no carryover where there might be only $8,000 bet into the pool.
Right, it makes it a little bit hard to build up the carryover.
Yeah.
Things have evolved a lot. I like seeing the normal pick 6s. I'm not a big fan of the rainbow 6 type things, you know, the jackpot 6s. And when I think of the Oaklawn pick 6, I think of Randy Moss.
Yes.
Who,
Yes.
of course, many people know Randy from the broadcast on NBC, and in my opinion, one of the great analysts in TV in history. Will always be. But Randy was very big in playing those pick sixes back in the day at Oaklawn when he was handicapping those cards when he was way too young to attend the races at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I was kicked out of a few racetracks in the same manner when I underage, and none of us are proponents of that. Again, legal gambling age only. As far as jackpot pick sixes, we mentioned at Turf Paradise they have the Grand Canyon 6. They had a sizable carryover coming into today. They ultimately bet $32,000 in the pool, so that pool hanging around $160,000. This is the second race in the sequence. Race number 4 down in Phoenix, Arizona, 6.5 furlong claiming event. This for 4-year-olds and upward, and the claiming price in here is $4,000. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We can't let Andy give his selection here, so we're going to go right to Vic Stauffer, the Goof on the Roof, with the call of the 4th from Turf Paradise, live here.
Godsend broke beautifully, goes for the front, along with Gordy's Boy. Codebreaker is close up as well. These three race out of the chute pretty much together. Then Shackelford Strong and Keep It Coming, followed by Mongolian Frost, and outsprinted early is 10th Street Dawn. It's Codebreaker quicker than Godsend up the backstretch. Codebreaker a neck in front. Keep It Coming is on the move. Through from the inside all the way up to Challenge. And here's a big middle move from Keep It Coming all the way up alongside Codebreaker. These three have sprinted 4 lengths clear of Gordy's Boy. Then comes Mongolian Frost between horses. They run around the far turn and Keep It Coming and Codebreaker with Godsend 3 wide. These three across the track. Shackelford Strong has taken over 4th now. He's 3.5 off the lead. Inside of him, Mongolian Frost. They run to the top of the stretch, and here's Godsend 3 wide, but after the front. New leader at the top of the stretch. Godsend makes a big move and takes a 2.5 length lead. He's in front of Keep It Coming in a second. Then down at the rail, Mongolian Frost, but Godsend is clear 100 yards from home. Late run, 10th Street Dawn. It is Godsend in front. Godsend won by just under 3. Keep It Coming was second, 10th Street Dawn third, photo for 4th.
Well, this horse is a godsend indeed as your winner. Pretty easy on the drop in class and a new barn for Godsend.
One of the things I found fascinating looking at this race was that there was not one but 2 private purchases, the 8 Shackelford Strong and the 3 Godsend. And Godsend was the one that got it done and got it done fairly easily.
And that is just about the midway point to the card at Turf Paradise. That was the start of the late pick 5. The late pick 4 will be coming up in race number 5. Reminder, we're talking about the pick 6 there at Turf Paradise. We got a carryover here at Aqueduct, over $138,000 into the Friday card. And we've got coverage. We'll have reports tomorrow from Keeland, and then we've got coverage of the racing on Saturday. We got a full team in Lexington, Kentucky. What a week for America's Day at the Races. We'll be back with the Thursday edition. More of it right after this. Oh, an iconic part of a visit to New York City is to go across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Greg Wolf lives very close to the Brooklyn Bridge, actually. I used to live near it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And speaking of Greg Wolf, he's going to be anchoring our coverage from Lexington, Kentucky. We'll talk about that and remind you to tune in this Saturday when America's Day at the Races broadcast racing action live from Keeland Racecourse for the first time. As far as what we just saw in the most recent race, race number 4, Godsend, it gets the win and kind of makes even money look like a gift.
Yeah, won the race quite easily with a long shot getting second. Keep it coming.
There is more racing action to come from Turf Paradise, but we're running out of showtime here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. But we have to mention tomorrow because it's going to be a huge opportunity. It is going to be one of the biggest pools in America. It will be the Pick 6 carryover here at Aqueduct. Over 138,000 to start out in the pool. Guess on where it ends up.
I'm going to go 532,000
good number.
In new money into the pool.
And degree of difficulty, when you look at the 8-race card tomorrow, the Pick 6 races 3 through 8, 10 being it's absolutely going to carry over, 1 everybody's going to hit it. Where is it?
I think it'll get hit. I think it's likely to get hit. Probably
6 or 7
probably,
range, average degree of difficulty?
I think it's... Well, it's an interesting card. I was looking through the morning line. I don't think there's anybody in the morning line that's under 8 to 5. There's a few 2 to 1s and 8 to 5, but there's no 4 to 5. There's nobody in the card where you say, well, this horse is going to win. He's a single. I can anchor off of him. I think it's a relatively open card. I don't think it's filled with wide open races. I mean, it is what it is. It's a smaller field, but in going through it, I mean, I'll give some of my opinions, and they are available on the website if you want to see it.
Okay, so I don't need a pen. I can just listen to you?
It's right on the website, you know.
Okay, go to the website.
I like the 3, Edistrudus in race number 3. I think any of Moongate could win. The Elegant has a chance on the outside. I kind of prefer the 1 and 3. The next leg is a little bit tougher. I think the favorite is Galileo, who's just been burning money and drops down again. I think is very vulnerable. I'm against that horse. Could win. I kind of like Luff Corain, the number 5 in there, as well as the 1 Diamond Life and the 7 Solutions. Dave Donk, who won 2 races earlier today, has the 7. I might lean on the 6, So Spirited, in race number 5 for Linda Rice. I thought it was mostly the 6 and 5. But there are others in that race with a chance.
That was a good return to the race. The horse had been away for a year.
Yeah, I thought the horse had a bit of a trip in that race and was probably the right horse. And a lot of people, I think that horse will be pretty short in there. It's around 5 to 2 or 2 to 1. I think a lot of people will lean on the 7 Wonder Mist in race number 6, the 4th leg. A Wesley Ward here. Wesley Ward's numbers, when he seems to ship in from Keeland to New York, are just tremendous. I think that horse is very dangerous. I like a horse at a bit of a price. I think race number 7, Merlot, the 7, is the horse to beat and will be the favorite and is absolutely used in pick 6s. I thought the 2 Purpose for Jimmy Bond was a little bit interesting, a horse second off a layoff. And the last race is probably wide open, though I think that Chad Brown has a pretty strong hand in there. I like Resolute Will making his 2nd start for Chad. And also he's got a firster, Bishop Booming, would be dangerous. So Chad Brown may hold a key in the last race.
So is this what it's like for the kids on the backstretch program when you come in and read to them?
Yeah,
because I felt like
we go over the card.
Yeah,
we go over the card. Actually,
Story time with Andy
do
Serling.
the kids. This is at Face House, part of the BCCA, where
and you do
love to
wonderful
go
work
read to
there,
the kids on Tuesday. Believe me, it is the highlight of my meet going
true.
there. I'm going to make Maggie come with me at least one day to read to the kids and have some fun. And really, what happens? I bring my forms. I pretend that I'm bringing the books, but they do the handicapping for me. So when I'm good, I take credit, and when I do badly, I blame the kids at the BCCA for not picking any winners.
Well, thanks for taking care of this kid today. It was my maiden voyage on the show. You've obviously done a number of, but I have to tell you, when they gave me my assignments for the week and I saw on Saturday that I'm going to do Talking Horses with you, the history of that show, first of all, means everything to horse players out there. I've also done some advanced scouting. You need to apologize to Paul Veterosa. But I am looking forward to Saturday.
I don't apologize to anybody, in case you haven't figured that out by now. Except the MIG. He's the only guy.
If you want to see me flogged, tune in on Saturday for Talking Horses through the New York Racing Association. But this was a true joy. Thank you very much.
Me too. We'll be on together from 1 to 3:30.
Yep.
I think you and Samantha Sam will be on for the late show.
That's
and then
tomorrow.
We're going to spend some time as well Saturday, and we're all really happy to have you here and glad to have you here in the New York Racing Association. You know, I say it, and I don't want to be too corny and stuff, and we'll get away from it, but you have been a very important part of racing for many, many people. And I think the outpouring of affection for you when things, out what happened over the last month or so, it just showed, you know, people can be tough, but you have made a lot of fans in racing, and I've seen you in action. You are a man of the people.
Well, I'm privileged to call you a colleague now, and I look forward to many opportunities with you. We will be back tomorrow at those times that Andy mentioned for America's Day at the Races. Look for our coverage here on the Fox Sports family of networks. And what a day tomorrow, $138,000 carryover in the Pick Six. And what about the week ahead? We're going to make history for this program as America's Day at the Races will broadcast for the first time on site from historic Keeland Racecourse. Another significant weekend there of racing with the Jenny Wiley, and officially the last Kentucky Derby prep race of the season. It will be the Lexington. We'll also have an outstanding field in the Apple Blossom at Oaklawn Park with full team coverage there. If there's a big moment taking place in horse racing, you'll find it here on America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.